The story that follows was written in the closing years of the 19th century, in the year 1893, at a time when the name of Poland still carried the weight of loss, memory, and endurance. The author was William Richard Morfill, a scholar holding the degree of Master of Arts, a reader in Russian and other Slavonic languages at the University of Oxford in England, a corresponding member of the Royal Scientific Society of Bohemia, and a man already known for his historical works on Russia and on Slavonic literature. This book was printed and published in the cities of New York and London by the houses of George Palmer Putnam's Sons and Thomas Fisher Unwin, and it was entered for copyright protection in the same year at Stationers' Hall in London. The physical printing was carried out by the Knickerbocker Press of New York, a detail that reminds us that even the material form of the book was the product of an international effort, fitting for a history of a nation whose fate had been shaped by many foreign powers. The author opens by explaining why he undertook this work. He states plainly that he wrote this book on Poland following the same method he had used in his earlier history of Russia. His purpose was not to overwhelm the reader with endless detail, but to tell the story of a country in a way that could be read with interest and understanding. He chose to bring forward the most stirring episodes, the moments of struggle, triumph, and tragedy, and the defining characteristics of the Polish nation, while leaving in the background those details that might distract or burden the reader. Yet, he insists, the continuous thread of history is never lost. Events are selected, but the story remains whole. He emphasizes that the work rests entirely upon original and native sources. He did not rely on second-hand compilations or careless summaries, but turned directly to the authorities produced by the people of Poland themselves or by close observers of their history. He also made a deliberate effort to describe the main ethnological elements of the population, meaning the different peoples, languages, and cultural groups that lived within the lands historically called Poland. For readers who wish to go further, he added a list of important historical works so that deeper study would be possible. Most importantly, he declares that the book carries no political bias. Using a German word common in scholarly debate, he says it is not written with a hidden political tendency. He tells the story of Poland as he sees it, a story he openly calls a very mournful one, and he insists that he has not intentionally twisted or concealed the truth. He discusses what he believes to be the causes of the fall of what was once a powerful kingdom, but he refuses to treat Poland as a lifeless subject for cold analysis. Even though the country's limbs have been bent and broken by history, he says they are still filled with life. At the same time, he reminds the listener that a historian is not meant to act as a political advocate. The less a historian preaches, the truer the history will be. He expresses a particular hope that his chapter on Polish literature will awaken interest in the Polish language, which at the time of his writing was still spoken by more than 10 million people. He ends with a personal note of gratitude, thanking Dr. George Birkbeck Hill, a respected editor of the works of James Boswell, for reviewing the proofs and offering valuable suggestions. With this, the author steps back, allowing the story of Poland itself to take the stage. The structure of the work unfolds as a long journey through centuries. It begins with the land and the people, introducing cities such as Krakow, long a royal and cultural center, Lemberg in the eastern regions, and Brest-Litovsk near the frontier lands. Rivers like the Vistula are described not merely as geography, but as lifelines shaping trade, settlement, and identity. The Polish language is examined, alongside the Lithuanians, the Ugro-Finnish peoples, and the Jewish communities, each group forming a strand in the complex fabric of the country. From there, the narrative turns to the sagas of early Polish history, where legend and memory blend together. Figures such as Leszek and the ancient Lech tribes emerge from the half-light of the past, forming the mythical foundations upon which later history would be built. The rise of Polish nationality is traced from the reign of Mieszko I, beginning in the year 962, a ruler who accepted Christianity and tied Poland more firmly to the world of Latin Europe. The story continues through the reign of Boleslaw the Brave, who died in the year 1026, and whose ambition and power briefly raised Poland to the level of a recognized European kingdom. Emperors such as Otto III of the Holy Roman Empire appear, as do struggles for recognition, crowns, and borders. After the death of Boleslaw the Brave, the kingdom enters a period of fragmentation and tension. Church interdicts are imposed. Dukes such as Conrad of Masovia struggle for control, and figures like Leszek, called the Black, rule in times of uncertainty. Authority weakens, and Poland becomes vulnerable to both internal division and external pressure. Gradually, the narrative moves toward reunification. The reign of Przemysław I begins in the year 1295, and the path leads toward the marriage of Queen Jadwiga and Ladislas Jagiello in the year 1386. This union binds Poland and Lithuania together, reshaping the political map of Eastern Europe. German settlers arrive, Krakow hosts great festivities, and Galicia is acquired, expanding the realm. The era of the early Jagiellon rulers stretches from Ladislas Jagiello to Sigismund I, covering the years 1386 to 1507. Military leaders like Vitovt, diplomatic agreements such as the Treaty of Thorn, and kings like Casimir IV shape a state that is powerful but increasingly dominated by its nobility. The Polish Diet, the parliamentary assembly of nobles, grows in influence while social tensions deepen. Under Sigismund I and his successor Sigismund II Augustus, Poland reaches a cultural high point in the 16th century. Nicholas Copernicus, the astronomer who challenged humanity's understanding of the universe, appears in this era. The University of Krakow flourishes, noble luxury increases, and religious divisions spread across Europe and into Poland itself. Foreign kings are elected, including Henry of Valois, whose brief reign ends in flight, and Stephen Batory, a ruler of energy and ambition. Yet decline follows. The reigns of Sigismund III, Ladislas IV, John Casimir, and Michael Korybut are marked by wars, religious conflict, and the growing paralysis of government. The liberum veto, a rule allowing any noble deputy to block legislation, begins to cripple the state. Sweden invades, Cossack uprisings erupt, and royal authority weakens further. A final moment of glory arrives with King John Sobieski, whose reign includes the dramatic relief of Vienna in the year 1683, when Polish forces helped turn back the Ottoman Turks. His triumph is celebrated across Europe, yet even this victory cannot halt the deeper decay. After his death, Poland drifts under the influence of Saxon kings, foreign courts, and neighboring powers. The final catastrophe unfolds between the years 1764 and 1795. Stanislaus Augustus Poniatowski reigns as king, while Russia, Prussia, and Austria carve Poland into pieces through 3 partitions. Figures like Tadeusz Kosciuszko rise in desperate resistance. Battles are fought at places such as Macy Joust, and the last king abdicates, ending centuries of Polish sovereignty. The story does not end with disappearance. The narrative continues with the Poles living as subjects under Russian, Austrian, and Prussian rule, preserving their language, literature, and customs. Writers such as Adam Mickiewicz give voice to national memory and longing. The social structure of Poland is examined in detail, from the powerful nobility known as the szlachta, to the burghers of the towns, to the peasants bound to the land, and the Jewish communities living in towns and villages across the countryside. Throughout the work, portraits, maps, seals, coins, and monuments accompany the narrative, from medieval cathedrals in Krakow to the faces of kings, soldiers, poets, and conquerors. Together, they form a visual echo of the written story, reinforcing the sense that Poland's history is not an abstract tale, but a lived experience marked by struggle, resilience, and an enduring sense of identity. At the close of the 18th century, in the years that followed the Great Partitions carried out between 1772 and 1795, the state of Poland was erased from the list of European nations. Its name vanished from maps, its crown was taken away, and its lands were divided among powerful neighbors. What happened to the Polish people after that catastrophe will be examined later. But to understand the scale of what was lost, one must first return to the period of Poland's greatest strength and prosperity. To do this, we look back to the reign of Stephen Batory, who ruled from the year 1578 until the year 1586, when Poland stood as the leading power of Eastern Europe. At that time, the boundaries of the Polish state stretched across vast regions. To the east, Poland bordered the lands of Russia, a growing power that would one day become its greatest rival. To the west lay territories that are now associated with the Austrian Empire and the Danubian Principalities, regions that in later centuries would be united under the modern name of Romania. To the north, Poland reached the shores of the Baltic Sea, opening routes of trade and contact with the wider world. To the south, its influence extended as far as the Black Sea, touching the fortress town of Ackerman. Yet toward the southeast, Polish expansion was blocked by the lands of the Crimean Tatars, a nomadic people whose territories stood under the overlordship of the Turkish Sultan of the Ottoman Empire. Thus, Poland stood at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, surrounded by empires, exposed to both opportunity and danger. The internal organization of this vast state was complex. The land was divided into administrative regions, known as Palatinates, called województwa in the Polish language. A detailed listing of these divisions was later provided by Professor Michael Bobrzyński, a Polish historian, in his work on the history of Poland published in Warsaw in the year 1881. These divisions help us understand how the country was governed and how power was distributed across its territories. The Polish state referred to itself as the Rzeczpospolita, a word meaning republic or commonwealth. This name reflected the political idea that the state belonged not to a single ruler, but to the political nation, especially the noble class. The Commonwealth was composed of two great territories, joined together in a political union, standing to one another in a relationship similar to that which once existed between Sweden and Norway. The first of these territories was known as the Corona, meaning the crown, or Poland in the strict sense of the word. Within the crown lay the region known as Great Poland, or Wielkopolska, one of the oldest centers of Polish statehood. Great Poland contained several important palatinates. Among them was the Palatinate of Poznan, known in the German language as Posen. Its principal city, also called Poznan, dated back to the earliest days of the Polish monarchy. Many of Poland's first kings were buried there, giving the city a sacred and historical importance. By later centuries, the city had become heavily influenced by German culture, but its origins remained deeply Polish. Next came the Palatinate of Kalisz. Within this region lay the district of Gniezno, which until the year 1768 was counted as part of Kalisz. Gniezno held immense significance, for it was the seat of the Archbishop of Poland, the highest ecclesiastical authority in the land. The Archbishopric of Gniezno had been founded by Bolesław I, known as Bolesław the Brave, one of Poland's earliest and most powerful rulers. The Palatinate of Sieradz followed, containing the town of Piotrkow. This town was once the meeting place of the Polish Diets, the parliamentary assemblies where the nobles of the realm gathered to debate laws, taxes, and matters of state. These assemblies played a decisive role in Polish political life, for the king ruled only with their consent. Then came the Palatinates of Lexica and Brzesko-Kujawski, regions tied closely to the heart of the kingdom. Inowroclaw formed another Palatinate, within which stood the town of Bydgoszcz. Under German influence, this town would later be transformed in name and character and called Bromberg, reflecting the growing pressure of foreign powers on Polish lands. The Palatinate of Plock followed, once an important political and religious center, and then Raw, another administrative region contributing to the structure of the crown. Finally came Missos, also called Masovia, known in German as Masuren. This region would become especially significant in later history, for within its borders lay the city of Warsaw. Warsaw, known in the Polish language as Warsawa, was not always the capital of Poland. It was first raised to that status during the reign of King Sigismund III, who ruled from the year 1587 to the year 1632. The city stands on the banks of the Vistula River, Poland's greatest river, which separates Warsaw from its suburb, called Praga. This suburb would later gain a grim historical reputation due to scenes of violence and destruction associated with it. Warsaw itself came to contain many imposing buildings, though most of these belong to later periods, reflecting the city's transformation from a regional town into the political heart of the Polish state. Beyond the crowded streets and the weight of political history, Warsaw also possessed places of calm and cultivated beauty. One of the most pleasant districts of the city was known as Łazienki, meaning the baths. In this area, carefully designed gardens were laid out, offering relief from the noise and dust of urban life. Within these gardens stood a former palace belonging to Stanislaus Augustus Poniatowski, the last king of Poland, who reigned from the year 1764 until the final partition in the year 1795. After the fall of the monarchy, this palace was transformed into a summer retreat, a quiet reminder of royal life that had vanished. Warsaw also displayed statues of two towering figures from Polish history. One was Nicholas Copernicus, the astronomer born in the year 1473, whose theory that the Earth moved around the sun forever changed humanity's understanding of the universe. The other was King Sigismund III, a ruler whose reign marked the transfer of the Polish capital from Krakow to Warsaw. Yet for all these monuments and gardens, Warsaw could not rival the deep historical associations of Krakow, the ancient heart of the kingdom. Further north lay the district of Chelm, one of the administrative regions forming part of the crown. Beyond it stood Malbork, a place of grim and dramatic memory. Malbork had once been the capital of the Teutonic Knights, a powerful military and religious order of German origin, founded during the Crusades and dedicated to the expansion of Christianity by the sword. Here they built a vast and famous fortress, one of the greatest castles of medieval Europe. By later centuries, only ruins remained, but these ruins were still imposing and awe-inspiring. Portions of the Great Hall could still be seen, the very chamber where the knights once gathered to hold their chapters, formal meetings in which they planned wars and governed their order. This haunted setting later inspired the Polish poet Adam Mickiewicz, born in the year 1798, who placed the action of his powerful narrative poem Konrad Wallenrod within these walls. For those wishing to understand the life and customs of the Teutonic Knights more fully, an old but vivid source was the work of Christopher Hartnock, a 17th-century scholar, whose book on ancient and modern Prussia was published in the city of Frankfurt in the year 1684. Along the northern coast stretched the district of Pomerania, known in Polish as Pomorska. Within this coastal region lay the city of Danzig, called Gdansk in the Polish language. This was a very ancient port, its exact origins lost in obscurity. Over the centuries, Danzig passed back and forth between Polish and German rule, reflecting the constant struggle for dominance along the Baltic Sea. Its wealth came from trade, shipbuilding, and its position as a gateway between inland Europe and the northern seas. Turning southward, the narrative reaches Little Poland, known in Polish as Malopolska, another major division of the crown. At its center stood Krakow, called Krakow in the Polish language. Within this palatinate lay the town of Oświęcim, a place that would later become infamous for events far beyond this period, but which in earlier centuries entered history for a different reason. Near Oświęcim, King Henry of Valois, elected king of Poland in the year 1573, was overtaken by Polish envoys as he fled the kingdom to claim the throne of France, abandoning the Polish crown. Krakow itself had been the capital of Poland until the reign of Sigismund III, who transferred the seat of power to Warsaw at the end of the 16th century. By the time of later travelers, Krakow appeared somewhat decayed, its streets and buildings bearing the marks of decline. Yet this decay only deepened its emotional power. The city stood as a living monument to former greatness, reminding visitors in a melancholy way of the splendor it once possessed. Even so, it could still be counted among the most picturesque and historically rich cities in Europe. Its ancient castle, which had once been the residence of Polish kings and the setting for countless scenes of ceremony, intrigue, and decision, had been stripped of its royal function. Under Austrian rule, it was converted into barracks for foreign soldiers, a stark symbol of how the fate of Poland had been reversed and how the halls of kings had been turned into quarters for occupying armies. The imagination of the student of history is instantly awakened when standing before this ancient castle, because its walls seem saturated with the memory of past greatness. Here the mind recalls the reign of Casimir III, known as Casimir the Great, who ruled Poland from the year 1333 until the year 1370, a monarch whose laws, fortifications, and patronage of cities transformed the kingdom into a strong and ordered state. Here also rise the memories of two rulers bound by blood and by name, Sigismund I, who reigned from the year 1507 until the year 1548, and his son Sigismund II Augustus, who ruled from the year 1548 until the year 1572. Under these kings, the castle was filled with the sound of councils, ceremonies, and the intellectual life of the Renaissance, when Poland stood among the most cultivated powers of Europe. The stones also recall scenes of strange and almost theatrical drama. One remembers Henry of Valois, a cautious and indecisive prince, elected king of Poland in the year 1573. Unable to adapt to the responsibilities and restraints of the Polish crown, and lured by the prospect of the French throne, he fled secretly and in humiliating haste from his capital, abandoning the kingdom without farewell. In sharp contrast stands the figure of Stephen Bathory, who reigned from the year 1578 until the year 1586, a soldier king of iron discipline and commanding presence, whose voice of authority once rang through these halls as he ruled firmly over a restless and powerful nobility. A vivid and picturesque description of this castle was left by an old French traveler known as Le Laboureur, who visited the city of Krakow in the year 1646. After his journey, he composed a work entitled Treatise on Poland, in which he attempted to convey to his readers the splendor he had witnessed. He described the castle as a work of architecture as complete as anything that could be seen in Europe, and fully worthy of the majesty of a powerful monarch. In its general design, he noted, it bore a strong resemblance to the castle of St. Angelo in the city of Rome, the great fortress of the popes, though it appeared more cheerful in character, even if it covered a somewhat smaller area. He wrote that the castle consisted of a large central residential structure built of finely cut stone, flanked by two wings, all arranged around a square courtyard. This courtyard was adorned with 3 galleries, from which access was given to all the apartments of the palace. These galleries, like the chambers themselves, were paved with carefully matched tiles of black and white marble, laid in harmonious patterns. The walls were enriched with paintings and with sculpted busts of Roman emperors, evoking the authority and continuity of imperial power. According to the traveler, nothing could equal the beauty of the wooden paneling in the chambers of the second floor, which served as the living quarters of the kings and queens of Poland. He declared that this was truly the most beautiful sight he had ever seen, both for the delicacy of the carving and for the richness of the decoration, which combined finely ground gold with colors of exceptional refinement. In the principal chamber, he observed the trophies of King Sigismund displayed with extraordinary magnificence. They were surrounded by countless ornamental details, carved with the chisel in forms so intricate and admirable that they seemed almost alive. From the ceiling hung many silver eagles, the heraldic emblem of Poland, suspended in such a way that the slightest breath of air caused them to sway gently. As they moved, they appeared to flutter as if endowed with life, creating an illusion so natural and so convincing that, as the traveler confessed, the imagination was persuaded as fully as the eyes themselves. Within the royal castle of Krakow, The trophies of King Sigismund were displayed with astonishing richness, surrounded by countless ornaments carved with the chisel in forms of extraordinary skill. From the ceilings and high beams hung many silver eagles, the heraldic emblem of the Polish kingdom. These eagles were suspended so lightly that the faintest breath of air caused them to sway and flutter, giving them an illusion of life and movement so natural that the imagination was convinced as strongly as the eyes themselves. In this way, art, symbolism, and royal power were united to impress every visitor with the dignity and vitality of the Polish crown. At a short distance from the castle rises the great Cathedral of Krakow, one of the most sacred places in the history of Poland. This cathedral was the site where Polish kings were crowned, and it also became the resting place of most of them after death. In the earliest days of the kingdom, a modest church stood upon this ground, simple in form and limited in size. The true splendor of the cathedral, however, dates from the reign of Casimir III, known as Casimir the Great, who ruled from the year 1333 until the year 1370. In the year 1359, he greatly enlarged and embellished the building, transforming it into a monument worthy of a powerful and ambitious monarchy. The cathedral contains numerous chapels, each added by later generations, reflecting the devotion, wealth, and artistic taste of different periods. In earlier centuries, some of the first Polish kings were buried not in Krakow, but in the city of Poznan, one of the earliest centers of Polish rule. The first monument raised to a Polish sovereign inside the Cathedral of Krakow is that of Ladislaus Lokitek, also known as the Ladislaw the Elbow High, who died in the year 1333. He was the ruler who reunited a divided Poland, and his tomb marked the beginning of Krakow's role as the chief royal necropolis of the nation. The last king of Poland, Stanislaus Augustus Poniatowski, who reigned from the year 1764 until the final partition in the year 1795, was not buried in this sacred place. After the destruction of the Polish state, he died in exile, and his body was laid to rest in a Roman Catholic church in the city of St. Petersburg, far from the land he once ruled. Within the cathedral, however, the tomb of Casimir the Great stands out for its splendor, reflecting the gratitude of the nation toward a ruler remembered for strength, justice, and prosperity. The monument of King John Sobieski, the hero of the victory over the Ottoman Turks at Vienna in the year 1683, is carved from red marble and adorned with sculpted figures of kneeling Turks, symbolizing his triumph over the enemies of Christendom. Visitors to the cathedral are permitted to descend into the crypts beneath the floor, where they can see the actual coffins of the kings themselves. This direct encounter with the remains of former rulers creates a powerful sense of continuity between past and present, between living memory and silent stone. Beyond the cathedral, the city of Krakow contains many other churches of notable architectural beauty. Among them is the Church of St. Catherine, which in recent times has been carefully restored, preserving its historical character while renewing its structure. Another building of exceptional interest is the Jagiellonian Library, associated with the ancient University of Krakow, founded in the year 1364. The library is arranged around a quaint quadrangle and contains a rich collection of books, including many of the rarest treasures of the Polish printing tradition. Of special importance are the early editions of works by native Polish authors, which preserve the intellectual life of the nation during its periods of independence. Within the library is preserved an album in which the names of distinguished visitors were recorded. In this album may still be seen the handwritten signatures of remarkable historical figures. Among them is the autograph of Henry of Valois, who was elected King of Poland in the year 1573 and later fled the kingdom to become King of France. There is also the signature of Marina Nisik, the ambitious Polish noblewoman who became the bride of the false Dmitry, a pretender to the throne of Russia during the time of troubles in the early 17th century. Another notable name is that of Anna Jagiellonka, a princess of the ruling Jagiellonian dynasty, who became Queen of Poland and later the wife of King Stephen Batory. Among the ancient monuments of the city may also be mentioned the Florian Gate, built in the year 1498. It is the only surviving gate of the old city fortifications and once formed part of the defensive system protecting Krakow from invasion. Nearby stands the Museum of Prince Ladislaus Czartoryski, a member of one of Poland's most distinguished noble families. This museum contains some of the most valuable relics of old Polish life, including portraits, manuscripts, and personal memorials connected with Polish kings and with the leading writers and thinkers of the nation. Adjoining the city of Krakow rises a great artificial mound, erected by the Polish people in honor of Tadeusz Kosciuszko. He was born in the year 1746 and became a national hero who led the final uprising against foreign domination in the year 1794. This mound, raised by the hands of ordinary men and women, stands as a symbol of national memory and resistance, overlooking the ancient city as a silent reminder of sacrifice, struggle, and the enduring spirit of Poland. Moving eastward through the lands of the Polish crown, the story reaches regions where cultures, languages, and faiths met and often collided. Among the treasures preserving the memory of old Polish life were countless relics, portraits, and memorials of kings and of the foremost men of letters, whose works shaped the national spirit. Near the city of Krakow rose the great mound built by the hands of the Polish people themselves in honor of Tadeusz Kosciuszko, born in the year 1746, the national hero who led the final uprising against foreign domination. This mound stood not merely as earth and stone, but as a silent declaration of loyalty to a lost homeland. Within the Palatinate of Sandomierz lay districts of both political and personal drama. In one of these districts, George Nisak served as castellan, a royal official entrusted with the administration and defense of a castle and its surrounding territory. He was the father of Marina Nisak, a woman whose fate would draw her into the violent turmoil of Russia. She became the wife of the so-called false Dmitri, an impostor who claimed to be the rightful heir to the Russian throne during the chaotic period known as the Time of Troubles at the beginning of the 17th century. Further north stood Lublin, a city whose name is inseparable from one of the most decisive moments in Polish history. It was here, in the year 1569, that the complete political union between the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania was formally concluded. This act created the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, a vast state governed jointly by a shared monarch and a common parliament, binding together diverse peoples under a single political system. Beyond Lublin lay the lands known as Little Russia, in the Polish and more restricted sense of the term, a region rich in history and tension. Within this Palatinate stood the city of Lwów, known in German as Lemberg, a city that would be mentioned again and again in the unfolding story. Lwów presented the appearance of a handsome and relatively modern town. It was the seat of a university, founded in the year 1784, an institution that became a center of learning in the eastern provinces. Of even greater importance was the Osolinsky Library, an extraordinary repository of manuscripts and early printed books in Slavonic languages, preserving the intellectual heritage of Eastern Europe. In the same city stood the Staropedjan Institute, an institution devoted to encouraging the study of the Malo-Russian language, now more commonly called Ukrainian. This institute published significant scholarly works, including editions of ancient South Russian chronicles, and maintained a valuable library of its own. Within its walls could be seen portraits of hetmans, the military leaders of the Cossacks, and other heroes of Little Russia, figures who embodied both loyalty and rebellion within the Polish state. The location of Lwów was of immense strategic and economic importance. For centuries, it served as one of the principal centers of Poland's trade with the East, linking Western Europe with the markets of Asia. In later times, its streets became crowded with Armenians and Jews, communities drawn by commerce and opportunity, adding further layers to the city's diverse character. The Palatinate of Little Russia also included Halych, known historically as Gallic, once the capital of an old Russian principality. This territory was annexed by Casimir III, called Casimir the Great, in the year 1340, expanding Polish influence eastward. Nearby lay the districts of Bielsko and Podolia, fertile yet often contested lands exposed to invasion and unrest. Podlasie formed another region of interest. In ancient times, it had been inhabited by a pagan tribe known as the Jadzwings, who eventually disappeared as a distinct people. Geographically, Podlasie belonged to Lithuania, but during the reign of Sigismund I, who ruled from the year 1507 to the year 1548, it was incorporated into Poland proper, reflecting the gradual merging of the two states. Volhynia followed, a land that had originally been a Russian province before being conquered by Gediminas, the Grand Prince of Lithuania, in the early 14th century. Braclaw came next, another frontier region shaped by war and migration. Then came the Palatinate of Kiev, a name heavy with history. Originally a Russian province, it was taken by Gediminas around the year 1320. Soon afterward, in the following year, a Roman Catholic bishop was appointed there, marking the extension of Western Christianity into the region. Although Kiev originally belonged to Lithuania, it became a province of the Polish crown in the year 1569, following the Union of Lublin. Its fate, however, was far from settled. By the Treaty of Andrusovo, concluded in the year 1667 between Poland and Russia, the part of the province lying beyond the Dnieper River, including the ancient and historic city of Kiev itself, was ceded to Russia. According to the terms of the agreement, Kiev was to be returned to Poland after 2 years, but this promise was never fulfilled. The Russian ruler, Tsar Alexis, retained the city, claiming that the Polish side had failed to observe the conditions of the truce. In the year 1686, Poland finally relinquished its claim, sealing the loss. The Palatinate of Chernihiv shared a similar fate. It too was lost to Poland by the Treaty of Andrusovo. Its chief town, known in Russian as Chernigov, appears frequently in the dramatic adventures of the false Dmitri, the pretender whose rise and fall shook both Poland and Russia. Beyond the lands of the crown stood the second great division of the Commonwealth, Lithuania, known in Polish as Litwa. Among its palatinates was Vilnius, called Wilno in Polish and Vilna in other tongues, the ancient capital of the Lithuanian princes. This city lay on the banks of the rivers Vilnia and Vileika. It was founded by Gediminas in the year 1322, when he built a castle and established a temple to preserve the sacred fire of the old pagan faith. Even in later centuries, the ruins of these early structures could still be seen, silent witnesses to the city's origins. The defensive walls dated from the year 1506, and within them rose many churches, reflecting the city's later Christian character. From the year 1578 until the year 1833, Vilnius possessed a university founded by King Stephen Batory. This institution was entrusted to the Society of Jesus, known as the Jesuits, a Catholic religious order dedicated to education and scholarship. Through this university, Vilnius became a major intellectual center of the Eastern Commonwealth, shaping generations of clergy, scholars, and statesmen in a land where cultures and empires constantly pressed against one another. From the ancient foundations of Lithuania, the narrative moves onward to the city known as Brest of Lithuania, later called Brest-Litovsk. In earlier centuries, this city contained a temple built to preserve the sacred fire of the old Lithuanian faith, a flame believed to symbolize the life and protection of the people. Though the worship has long vanished, the ruins of those early buildings could still be seen, standing as mute witnesses to a pagan past. Around the city rose strong defensive walls, already standing by the year 1506, built to guard the settlement against invasion and unrest. Within these walls stood many churches, reflecting the growing power of Christianity in the region. From the year 1578 until the year 1833, the city was home to a university founded by King Stephen Bathory, ruler of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. This university was placed under the care of the Society of Jesus, known as the Jesuits, a Roman Catholic religious order renowned for discipline, learning, and influence in education across Europe. Nearby lay the Palatinate of Trakai, a land closely tied to the early Lithuanian rulers, whose castles and lakes formed a natural stronghold of the Grand Dukes. To the northwest extended the province of Samogitian, known as Muds, inhabited by the Samogitians, a people who spoke a distinct dialect of the Lithuanian language. This dialect was so fully developed that it possessed its own translation of the Holy Bible, a rare achievement that reflected both deep religious devotion and strong local identity. Further east lay the Palatinate of Nowogródek. Part of this territory had come under Polish influence, but the city of Novgorod followed a different fate. Novgorod, one of the oldest and wealthiest cities of medieval Russia, was taken in the year 1478 by Ivan III, Grand Prince of Moscow. This conquest marked a decisive step in the rise of Moscow as the center of a growing Russian state, absorbing lands that had once enjoyed independence and commercial power. The land known as Brest of Lithuania, or Brzesko-Litewska, became a focal point of intense political and religious struggle. The story now turns to the land of Smolensk, a territory that was Russian in its earliest origins and deeply bound to the fate of Eastern Europe. In the year 1403, Smolensk was taken by Vytautas the Great, known in Polish as Witold, the powerful Grand Duke of Lithuania. His conquest was not accidental, for Smolensk stood as a prize of immense strategic value. The city lay on the river Dnieper, one of the great arteries of Eastern Europe, controlling the upper course of that river and commanding the major roads that led directly toward the heart of the Russian lands. Whoever held Smolensk held the gate through which armies, merchants, and influence passed. For this reason, Smolensk was fought over with relentless determination. In the reign of Tsar Vasily III, son of the formidable Ivan III of Moscow, the Russians launched a powerful campaign to reclaim what they considered a rightful possession. In the year 1513, Smolensk fell back into Russian hands. Yet victory did not come without resistance. The very next year, near the town of Orsha, close to Smolensk itself, the Russian forces suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Polish and Lithuanian armies, a reminder that control of the region remained fiercely contested. Nearly a century later, chaos opened another door. Russia descended into the period remembered as the Smutnoye Vremya, the time of troubles, marked by civil war, foreign invasion, famine, and the collapse of central authority. Taking advantage of this confusion and weakness, King Sigismund III of Poland succeeded in recovering Smolensk for the Polish crown in the year 1613. Yet this triumph was not to endure. By the Treaty of Andrusowo, concluded in the year 1667 between Poland and Russia, Smolensk was finally and permanently transferred to Russian rule. Even today, the ancient walls of the city, massive and imposing, continue to draw the attention of travelers. These fortifications, recently repaired, stand as silent witnesses to centuries of war and ambition. From Smolensk, the narrative passes northward to Livonia, known in Polish as Inflanty, a land shaped by crusade, conquest, and shifting loyalties. In earlier centuries, Livonia had belonged to the Order of the Sword-Bearing Knights, a military religious order founded to Christianize and control the Baltic regions. In the year 1237, this order was absorbed into the more powerful Teutonic Knights, who combined religious zeal with territorial ambition. Livonia entered the Polish sphere in the year 1561, when Poland asserted control over the region amid the decline of the Teutonic Order's power. Yet peace was short-lived. During the reign of King Sigismund III of Poland, the Swedish crown seized Livonia, exploiting internal weakness and foreign war. Poland managed to recover only part of the territory, and this partial restoration was confirmed in the year 1660. The final blow came with the rise of Russia as a great imperial power. Tsar Peter I, known to history as Peter the Great, defeated Sweden in a long and brutal struggle for dominance in the north. By the Treaty of Nystad, concluded in the year 1721, Russia acquired the Swedish portion of Livonia. With this act, Livonia passed definitively into the Russian sphere, marking another step in the steady expansion of Russian power toward the Baltic Sea and another retreat of Polish influence from lands once fiercely contested. The course of the story now follows the great river Vistula and the lands that once moved within the wide and fragile orbit of Polish authority. Among the provinces that acknowledged the suzerainty of the Polish crown was Eastern Prussia, a territory that Poland finally released from its feudal obligations in the year 1657. Another was the Principality of Courland, which entered the Polish sphere in the year 1561. Courland was ruled as a hereditary duchy by the Kettler family, whose fate became entwined with the great dynasties of Northern and Eastern Europe. The last duke of this line died without heirs in the city of Danzig in the year 1737. He had succeeded his nephew, a man whose marriage carried the family into the very heart of Russian power, for he married Anna of Russia, daughter of Ivan V, the elder brother of Peter I, known to history as Peter the Great. When Anna rose to become Empress of Russia in the year 1730, she did not forget the politics of Courland. Using her immense influence, she secured the election of her favorite courtier, Ernst Johann von Biron, often called Biron, as Duke of Courland. Thus, a territory once bound to Poland by feudal ties was drawn decisively into the gravitational pull of the Russian Empire, another quiet but irreversible shift in the balance of power in Eastern Europe. To understand Poland itself, one must look not only at its politics, but at the shape of the land. Poland was, as its very name suggests, a vast plain spread across the great central depression of Europe. It possessed few natural frontiers to shield it from invasion. To the north lay the Baltic Sea, and to the south rose the Carpathian Mountains, forming a partial barrier against Hungary. To the southeast, access to the Black Sea was blocked by the presence of the Tatars and the Ottoman Turks, leaving Poland exposed on nearly every side. The lifeblood of this open land was the river Vistula, known in Polish as the Wisła. Rising in the Carpathian Mountains, the river flowed northward through the heart of the country, passing the ancient royal city of Krakow, the historic town of Sandomierz, the capital city of Warsaw, the river port of Plock, and the medieval trading center of Thorn, now called Turynia. Near its mouth, the Vistula divided into two arms. The right branch, called the Noget, flowed past Elblog, known in German as Elbing, and emptied into the Vistula Lagoon, historically called the Kirch's Half. The left branch passed the great port of Danzig and reached the sea near the fortress of Weichselmund. In this way, the basin of the Vistula formed the true core of the Polish kingdom, binding together its cities, its trade, and its political life. After the destruction of the Polish state in the late 18th century, even this river was divided. The upper reaches near its source fell under Austrian control. The central course passed into the hands of Russia, and the lower portion, near the Baltic, belonged to Prussia. Thus, the river that had once unified the country was itself broken apart by the powers that dismembered Poland. The Carpathian Mountains stood as the only mountain range of real importance, separating Poland from Hungary and marking the southern edge of the Polish world. From north to south, the former kingdom stretched approximately 713 English miles. From east to west, it extended about 693 English miles. Its total area covered roughly 282,000 English square miles. By the year 1880, this vast territory contained a population of about 24 million people. The land was varied in character. Much of it offered good pasture and fertile fields, capable of producing wheat, barley, rye, and other cereals that sustained both the population and the export trade. Yet there were also bleak and difficult regions, especially in the eastern parts of the country, where sand and swamp made cultivation hard and settlement uncertain. Beneath the soil lay modest deposits of iron, copper, and lead, but the most remarkable natural treasure was salt. Near Krakow lay the immense salt mines of Wieliczka, worked for centuries and famed throughout Europe for their scale and richness. The population of the former Polish kingdom was composed of many peoples, but at its core stood the Poles themselves, belonging to what 19th century scholars classified as the Aryan race. They formed the great majority of the inhabitants. Among them were the Kashubs, a distinct group numbering about 110,000 people, living along the Baltic coast near Danzig. The Kashubs were chiefly fishermen, bound to the sea by their livelihood and their traditions. According to the calculations published with the ethnological map of Merkovich in the year 1877, the Polish population was scattered across the empires that had partitioned their homeland. Within the Russian Empire, there lived 4,633,378 Poles. In Prussia, there were 2,404,458 Poles, not including the Kashubs. In Austria, there lived 2,444,200 Poles. Beyond these lands, about 10,000 Poles were found in the territories of the Ottoman Empire. Together, these figures produced a total of 9,492,036 Poles, and when the Kashubs were included, the number rose to 9,602,036 souls, a nation divided by borders, yet bound by language, memory, and history. The story of the languages spoken in the lands of Poland reveals as much about its people as the rivers and cities that trace the contours of its former greatness. The Polish language, belonging to the western branch of the Slavonic race, carries within its syllables the echo of centuries, the strength of a people who once commanded vast territories from the Baltic to the Black Sea. Its character is vigorous and proud, preserving peculiarities of the ancient Paleo-Slavonic tongue, some of which have been lost in other surviving languages, leaving only traces in the Church Slavonic used in the sacred liturgies of Eastern Europe. Among these features are two nasal vowels, one pronounced like the on in the French word bon, the other like the n of fin, a subtle echo of a linguistic past first revealed by the Russian scholar Alexander Vostokov. Yet even the Polish tongue was not untouched by foreign influence. German words crept into its vocabulary over the centuries, and Latinisms, often introduced by the macaronic tendencies of the Jesuits, lent it a solemn and learned air. Still, the poet Casimir Brzezinski captured the essence of his mother tongue with fiery patriotism, declaring that the manly roughness of Polish should be worn as a badge of pride. He urged his countrymen to embrace it, to feel satisfaction when foreigners struggled to pronounce it, and to recognize in its rhythm and its murmur the sound of an oak 300 years old, not a fragile reed swayed by every wind. Within Poland's lands lived other peoples with languages of equal fascination. The Kashubs, a people of the Baltic coast near Danzig numbering about 110,000, spoke a variant of Polish marked by a fluctuating accent, unlike the penultimate stress of Standard Polish, and enriched by nasal sounds. Their literature consisted of a small collection of songs, but their language was carefully documented. A grammar was published by Dr. Florian Sinova, and a dictionary by Father Zavirius G. Poblocki in the town of Chelmno in the year 1887. More comprehensive records appeared in the philological journal Praise Philologicsen, preserving their voice for future generations. To the east lived the Malo-Russians, sometimes called Red Russians, who belonged to the eastern branch of the Slavonic family. In Austrian Galicia and the Bukovina, including the mountain-dwelling Guzuls and Boyki, they numbered approximately 2,149,000, while in northern Hungary they were 625,000, and in the Russian Empire, over 10,370,000. Their language, essentially the same as that spoken by other Red Russians, carried some local dialectic variations, reflecting the distinct character of the mountainous and forested regions they inhabited. Relations with their Polish overlords were often fraught with tension, particularly among the Cossack communities, whose restless spirit and fierce independence led to frequent conflict. These tensions erupted in violent excesses, as seen in the atrocities committed by Gonta and Zelyeznikov against Polish and Jewish communities in the town of Human, a chilling reminder of the combustible mix of oppression and resistance. The Red Russians' culture was rich in song and poetry. In the year 1878, the collector Golovatsky compiled their folk songs in Moscow. Among the poets of note was Yuri Godinsky, who wrote under the pen name Joseph Fedkovich, using the Guzul dialect. Born in the Bukovina, Godinsky chronicled the lives and struggles of his people until his death in the city of Chernowitz in the year 1889. His work remains a testament to the resilience and creativity of the Red Russians within the vast Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. To the north and west lived the White Russians, inhabiting the provinces around Minsk and Grodno. They were considered the most civilized of the inhabitants of the old Lithuanian Principality, a region that had once been ruled by Lithuanian princes but was shaped and codified by the Poles through legal documents and statutes. In their language survive official documents issued to Lithuanian subjects by Polish kings, such as those of Vladislav II in the years 1420 to 1423, the statutes of Casimir the Great in 1468, and the celebrated Lithuanian statute of the year 1529. The dialect of the White Russians has been meticulously studied. A grammar was compiled by Karski, and a dictionary by Nosevich, preserving the written heritage of a people who lived at the crossroads of empires and languages. In this mosaic of tongues, the proud, forceful Polish of the West, the mountain-born voices of the Malo-Russians, and the codified, sophisticated speech of the White Russians, we begin to sense not only the cultural wealth of the former Kingdom of Poland, but also the tensions and dramas that were written into its very soil, its rivers, and its cities, echoing through the words of its people. The lands of Lithuania, together with those of the Lets and Samogitians, were home to approximately 3 million souls. The Lithuanians and Samogitians occupied the Russian administrative regions of Kovna, Grodno, and part of Wilno, spreading their presence across a landscape of rolling forests and rivers. They also extended over a narrow strip of Prussia, bordering the Kurish's half, a bay on the southeastern coast of the Baltic Sea. The Lets, by contrast, held dominion over the entire Duchy of Kurland, with the exception of enclaves settled by Germans who had migrated into the region over previous centuries. The culture and folklore of the Lets were recently chronicled in a study published in the year 1890 in St. Petersburg by the scholar E. Walter, shedding light on their ancient songs, customs, and beliefs. The history of the Lithuanians before the 13th century is shrouded in legend, a tapestry of myth interwoven with the first verifiable rulers. The crowning of Mindong, the Prince of Lithuania, in the year 1252 marked the beginning of a new political era. Mindong's son, Gedimin, ascended to power in the year 1315 and ruled until 1340, demonstrating remarkable skill and ambition as a sovereign. He extended Lithuanian influence into western Russian provinces and secured the city of Kiev in the year 1320. Gedimin appears to have installed his sons as rulers over these territories, consolidating a Lithuanian state of formidable power. He passed away at an advanced age in the city of Wilno, the capital he had founded, leaving a legacy of expansion and governance that would echo for centuries. The formal union of Poland and Lithuania began with the marriage of the Ladislaw Jagiello, the Grand Duke of Lithuania, and Queen Jadwiga of Poland at the close of the 14th century. This dynastic alliance was later reinforced at the city of Lublin, where a comprehensive political agreement codified the integration of the two states. Warsaw, centrally located and strategically significant, was chosen as the capital. Yet the process of Polonization in Lithuania was slow and incomplete. The majority of its people remained adherents of the Greek Orthodox Church, while powerful families, such as the Radziwills and the Chodkiewicz, maintained a strong sense of Lithuanian patriotism and a desire for autonomy. During periods of interregnum, when the throne of Poland was vacant, many Lithuanian magnates advocated for the election of a Russian czar as their ruler, hoping to restore Volhynia, Kiev, and other territories under Lithuanian authority, so that Lithuania would not be seen merely as a subordinate part of Poland. On the death of King Sigismund Augustus in the year 1572, the Lithuanian national faction expressed their wish for independence, and again, after the death of King Stephen Batory in 1606, some magnates desired to place a Russian sovereign on the throne. Documents preserved in the archives of Prince Adam Jerzy Czartoryski, studied by the historian Professor Perwolf, reveal the persistence of these ambitions. King Sigismund III, in his dealings with the false Demetrius in the year 1605, demanded that the claimant ensure the perpetual union of the Polish and Lithuanian states, referred to in the records as Unigsvaning. Despite these efforts at union, much of the population remained faithful to the Orthodox Church, fostering a degree of estrangement from their Catholic neighbors. White and Malarussian languages continued in judicial and official use as late as the year 1697. The Lithuanian Statute, a comprehensive legal code, remained in full force, governing daily life and law in the Grand Duchy. This information is meticulously recorded in the work of Professor Daskovich, published in Kiev in the year 1885 under the title Zemiecki 20 Historiae Litowsko-Ruskiego, Gospodarstwa, or Remarks on the History of the Lithuano-Russian State. Meanwhile, the German settlers, who had begun arriving in the 13th century, became prominent in the urban centers. Numbering approximately 2 million, they largely formed the burgher class, the merchants, artisans, and city officials who shaped the economy and civic life. Their influence was so pervasive that even Polish kings took notice. Leszek the Black, who reigned from the year 1290 and died in 1297, was noted for adopting German customs in dress and grooming, a reflection of the deep cultural integration of German settlers in Polish urban society. Thus, Lithuania, its northern neighbors, and its cities were a mosaic of languages, faiths, and loyalties. The tensions between Orthodoxy and Catholicism, between local magnates and the monarchy, between the desire for independence and the pressures of union, painted a complex and often turbulent human landscape, echoing the drama that would shape the destiny of the region for centuries. The lands of Poland, with their shifting borders and diverse peoples, were also home to small yet remarkable communities whose presence added color and complexity to the kingdom. Among them were the Armenians, who had arrived in Poland as early as the 13th century, drawn by the lure of trade and the promise of prosperity. For centuries, they retained their devotion to the Orthodox Christian faith, following the ancient rites and speaking their own language in religious observances. Yet the tides of history swept over them, and after the year 1626, many Armenians embraced the doctrines of the Uniats, a branch of the Catholic Church that recognized the authority of the Pope while preserving Eastern rites. The historian Marcin Cromer, a learned chronicler of the 16th century, observed of these Armenians, Armeniae sui ridibus, swac lingua in sacris utuntur, non abhorrent tutamen, sicit ex sepimus, a Romana ecclesia et Romano pontifex, quin principitum aegis in universa Christi ecclesia agnoscut, meaning that while they preserved their own rites and language in sacred matters, they did not reject the Roman Church or the Pope and acknowledged a spiritual primacy throughout Christendom. Their descendants could still be found in great numbers in the region of Galicia, where in some villages, a distinct Armenian dialect survived into modern times. The young scholar Hannes devoted himself to the study of this dialect, composing a learned treatise, though he was taken from the Slavonic world far too soon, leaving his work as a testament to the enduring legacy of this community. Among the peoples of the northern and Baltic provinces were the Esthonians, the only representatives of the Ugro-Finnish race in Poland. Their numbers were small, and their literature exceedingly scanty, yet offers a fascinating glimpse into a cultural world often overshadowed by the grand empires around them. Until the late 19th century, The earliest known specimens of Esthonian literature were a handful of poems composed to celebrate marriages. Two by Rainer Brockmann in the years 1634 and 1638, and a third by Joachim Salmon in the year 1651. Later discoveries, however, revealed several sermons in the Esthonian language, preserved among the archives of the city of Revel, now known as Tallinn. These sermons pushed the documented literature of the Esthonians back to the very beginning of the 17th century, illuminating the devotional and literary practices of a people living on the fringes of European empires. The Esthonians, like their distant linguistic relatives, the Finns, were destined to inherit a national epic, a literary work that would capture the imagination of future generations. The Epic of the Esthonians, known as Keelwapoeg, was assembled by Dr. Friedrich Robert Fehlmann and later by Friedrich Reinhold Kreutzwald from fragments of genuine popular poetry collected from the oral tradition. In this sense, it resembled the way James Macpherson had composed the Ossianic poems in Scotland, weaving together fragments of folklore into a continuous narrative. Kreutzwald himself recognized the partially constructed nature of the epic, acknowledging in his letters that although some passages could be considered authentic folk poetry, others were clearly supplemented by his own hand to create coherence and narrative flow. He wrote, Einzelns mag for folkpoesie gelten, aber selbst tritt ein Naturalfan handherver, warend andier stellen aufstossen, die offenbar Fremds element enthalten. Meaning that while individual parts may belong to the people's poetry, an assisting hand intervened, and some passages contain elements clearly foreign or composed. Thus, the Ugro-Finnish inhabitants of the Baltic provinces, though small in number and overshadowed by their neighbors, played a quiet but enduring role in the cultural tapestry of the Polish-Lithuanian realms. Their songs, their sermons, and their epics stand as a testament to the persistence of identity, the shaping of language, and the power of narrative to preserve a people's memory, even on the peripheries of history. The history of the Jewish people in Poland is a story of endurance, commerce, and cultural influence that stretches back many centuries. The Jews, belonging to the Semitic race, arrived in Poland in very early times, drawn by the promise of opportunity and the safety of a welcoming land. Many of the earliest Jewish immigrants are believed to have come from the regions along the lower Danube, a river that flows from the Black Forest of Germany through Central and Eastern Europe, and from the Kingdom of the Khazars, a Turkic people who had famously converted to Judaism in the 8th century. These early settlers carried with them the skills and traditions of commerce, becoming essential participants in the trade of the country. They moved goods along river routes and overland paths, connecting towns and markets from Krakow to Lublin, from Danzig to Lwow, facilitating the flow of money, food, and ideas across the realm. The influence of the Jews in Poland was not merely economic. Their presence permeated the legends and national sagas, and their lives became intertwined with the chronicles of the Church. By the end of the 11th century, another wave of Jewish immigrants arrived, this time from the German states. These newcomers settled in the towns and villages of Great Poland, where they introduced new trades, crafts, and intellectual pursuits. In the year 1264, Boleslas the Pious, a devout and politically astute ruler, granted these communities certain privileges, recognizing both their value to the economy and their need for protection. These privileges included rights to live under their own laws, to trade freely, and to practice their religion without undue interference. The reach of these privileges expanded in the year 1334 under the reign of Casimir the Great, one of the most celebrated kings in Polish history. Casimir, ever pragmatic and often in need of revenue for the state, codified a Jewish statute that regulated their lives, property, and interactions with the wider population. Some historians suggest that Casimir may have been inspired by a similar privilege granted in the year 1244 by Frederick, Duke of Austria, a ruler whose policies toward Jewish communities became a model for subsequent monarchs across Europe. The statute provided protections, but also defined limitations, balancing royal authority, Jewish autonomy, and the interests of Christian subjects. By the late 19th century, the Jewish population in the territories that once formed the Polish kingdom was estimated to number approximately 2,200,000 souls. They remained a distinct and vibrant community, preserving their traditions, faith, and language. Unlike other groups within the kingdom, the Jews largely resisted assimilation into Polish society, speaking primarily German rather than Polish, maintaining their own religious, educational, and communal institutions. Their synagogues, schools, and marketplaces became centers of life, thought, and trade, reflecting a people deeply rooted in both faith and the practical necessities of daily survival. The story of the Jews in Poland is therefore not simply a story of migration or economic activity. It is a tale of resilience, adaptation, and enduring identity. From their earliest arrival along the Danube to their flourishing in the towns of Great Poland, their presence shaped the cultural, economic, and social contours of the kingdom, leaving an indelible mark on the history of Eastern Europe. Chapter 2. In tracing the beginnings of Poland, one does not encounter firm records, but rather a dense tapestry of tradition, woven from memory, imagination, and national pride. The earliest centuries of Polish existence come down to us through legend rather than documented fact. Modern historical scholarship, after careful examination, has reached broad agreement that these early tales cannot be treated as reliable history. Only with the reign of Mieszko I, who ruled from 962 to 992, does the ground grow firmer beneath our feet. The first chroniclers of Poland were churchmen, educated in the learning of the medieval church and writing in Latin, the scholarly language of Europe. Among them were Gallus Anonymous, Winceny Kadlubek, Jan de Lugas, and Marcin Cromer. Skilled in rhetoric and devoted to their country's past, they recorded the ancient stories as though they were authentic accounts. Their works shaped the historical imagination of Poland for centuries. Yet later generations, applying stricter standards of evidence, began to separate legend from verifiable record. The historian Joachim Lelewel, among others, played a central role in this reassessment, placing these narratives in the realm of national myth rather than factual chronicle. Among the figures who populate this shadowy age stands Duke Lech, regarded in tradition as the eponymous founder of the Polish people. Beside him appears the Princess Wanda, celebrated for her beauty and virtue and said to have lived in the 8th century. There is also Krakus, described as the founder of the city that would become Krakow. These names, however, bear the marks of symbolism. They seem less like individuals who once walked the earth and more like personifications of tribes, places, or collective identities transformed into heroic characters over time. The legendary narratives attached to these early rulers often echo stories told in many lands. One tale describes the hero Przemysław, also known as Przemysław, who in a moment of peril fashioned figures of warriors from clay, equipping them with lances, swords, and shields. As sunlight struck these figures, their gleam frightened the advancing Hungarians, who mistook them for a real army and fled in confusion. Variations of such stratagems appear in the folklore of other regions, where clever deception wins the day without battle. These parallels remind us that medieval storytellers drew from a common treasury of motifs shared across Europe. Another familiar theme concerns a contest in which a royal crown is awarded to the victor of a horse race. Such competitions for sovereignty are rooted in classical antiquity and recur throughout legendary history. In Poland's tradition, Leszek, sometimes called Leskis, rose from humble origins to become a wise and capable ruler. Though elevated to princely dignity, he retained the garments of his youth, keeping them as a reminder of his modest beginnings. This image of the ruler who remembers his former poverty finds an echo in Bohemian legend. There, the peasant Przemysl, husband of the prophetess Libius, was said to have had his rustic shoes preserved in the royal stronghold of Prague Castle, symbolizing the memory of simple origins even within royal splendor. Leszek was succeeded by a son bearing the same name. At this point, the Chronicle of Wincenty Kadlubek abandons all restraint in chronology. In his account, this Polish prince defeats Julius Caesar in 3 battles and receives Caesar's sister Julia as his bride. The same narrative claims that he subdued Crassus, identified as king of the Parthians, despite the historical impossibility of such events. Here, Polish legend rivals the extravagant tales of Geoffrey of Monmouth, whose writings on Britain's past similarly blend imagination with patriotic invention. Equally striking is the story of Duke Popiel. According to tradition, he was a cruel and corrupt ruler who inspired hatred among his people. A conspiracy arose against him, led by his own uncles. Discovering the plot, Popiel concealed his knowledge and invited the conspirators to a feast where he had them poisoned. He then denied them burial, leaving their bodies exposed. From these corpses, the legend says, swarms of rats emerged in vast numbers. The creatures pursued Popiel relentlessly, invading his refuge and ultimately devouring him and his entire family. In this grim narrative, moral judgment is unmistakable. Tyranny and impiety bring their own destruction. Thus, before the documented age begins, Poland's early history unfolds as a cycle of heroic founders, miraculous stratagems, improbable victories, and divine retribution. It is a realm where national memory and poetic imagination intertwine, awaiting the clearer light that dawns with the first historically attested ruler. This story belongs to a family of old legends, much like the famous tale of Bishop Hatto, which the English poet Robert Southey transformed in a verse with great energy and emotion. In the same legendary world stands the story of the Holy Peasants, said to be the parents of Piast, a figure remembered as the founder of a ruling house. According to the tale, these humble villagers received a visit from divine beings, sometimes described as gods. Their simple cabin, though poor, never ran out of supplies, as their store of food was said to be miraculously renewed again and again. From this extraordinary beginning comes the moment of destiny. Their son Piast is chosen to rule, rising from obscurity to sovereignty. However uncertain the origins of this story may be, and however much truth or invention it contains, one fact belongs firmly to recorded history. The family known as the Piasts ruled the land for no less than 630 years. Tradition places their half-mythical ancestor in the year 842 after Christ. Beyond this approximate date, certainty fades. What can be stated with confidence is only that the Piasts first rose to power sometime during the 9th century of the Christian era. Having dealt briefly with these early sagas, it is now necessary to pause before entering the clearly historical age, which begins with the reign of Mieczyslaw I. Before that turning point, scholars of language and human origins have attempted to trace the beginnings of the people later known as the Poles. There is good reason, following the views of the scholar Schaferik, to believe that the name of the Poles can be traced back to a people called the Bulans. These Bulans are mentioned by Ptolemy, a geographer who lived during the 2nd century after Christ. The name itself suggests people who lived on open plains, since the word pole means a field. Geography supports this idea. Poland is largely a flatland. In its more fertile regions, it resembles the agricultural heartlands of central England, while dramatic natural features are rare. Another early writer, Jordanes, writing in the year 552 after Christ, speaks of Slavic peoples living along the banks of the Vistula River. He does not, however, give them a specific name. In the 6th or 7th centuries, the inhabitants of this river region appear under the name Lex, a term whose meaning has never been fully explained. Linguists believe the earliest form of the word contained a nasal sound. From this older form came several variations. The Latin chroniclers wrote of the Lencidi. The Lithuanians used the word Lenkas, and the Hungarians, or Magyars, spoke of Lenual. Over time, the name Lex slowly gave way to Polian or Polaki. Nestor, the early Russian chronicler, or at least the historical work attributed to him, describes the Polian Lyakov living along the Vistula River and the Polian Ruzov settled along the Dnieper River. When the Poles first clearly enter history, they appear not as warriors or city builders, but as villagers. They lived in close rural communities, devoted almost entirely to agriculture. Their settlements were clustered around places that would later gain importance, such as Gniezno, Kruswica, and Krakow, forming the quiet foundations of a people whose story was only beginning to unfold. We can only briefly refer to the opinion of Karol Szynocha, a 19th-century Polish historian, who believed that the early organization of the Polish people began in a manner similar to that of the Russians, through colonies established by Norse settlers from Scandinavia. The Norse were seafaring warriors and traders from the northern lands of Europe, often known in other contexts as Vikings. Szynocha attempted to support his theory by interpreting certain ancient names as being of Scandinavian origin. However, most scholars did not accept that he had fully proved his case. Even so, many modern historians acknowledge that in the case of the Russians, known in early medieval sources as the Ruskians, Scandinavian influence played a significant role in the formation of their early state. In the old Polish stories, just as in the early Russian tales, there are moments when the narrative seemed to echo the ancient sagas of Scandinavia. Sagas were traditional stories preserved in the north, recounting the deeds of heroes, rulers, and founders. Yet when these Polish legends are examined closely, a large portion of them can be shown to resemble the old legends of Bohemia. Bohemia was the historical name for a region in Central Europe that now forms part of the modern Czech Republic. For example, the legendary Polish figure Krakus, who is said to have founded the city of Krakow, closely resembles Krak, a legendary ruler of Bohemia. Likewise, the Polish figure Przemysl recalls his Bohemian namesake, a foundational ruler in Czech tradition. These similarities are recorded in the writings of Cosmas of Prague, an early 12th century Bohemian chronicler who composed a detailed Latin history of his people. In his pages, one finds accounts of legendary rulers and events that bear striking parallels to the earliest Polish traditions. The resemblance between the two bodies of legend becomes even more convincing when we observe that much of the earliest surviving Polish literature was shaped by Bohemian models. The Polish hymn dedicated to the Virgin Mary, one of the earliest known Polish religious songs, has a clear counterpart in Bohemian religious poetry. Furthermore, the earliest Polish translations of the Bible were not original compositions, but were closely modeled upon earlier Bohemian versions. This literary dependence reveals how closely connected the two neighboring peoples were during the formative centuries of their history. We now turn to the rise of Polish nationality. Beginning with the reign of Mieczysław I in the year, some writers have maintained that traces of an earlier Greek Christianity once existed in Poland, suggesting that influences from the Byzantine sphere may have reached the land before the final adoption of the Latin Rite. It was the Latin Church that prevailed. The ruler Mieczysław, having accepted this faith, brought his subjects into the same religion. He did not act alone. He was assisted by Saint Adalbert, who was the Bishop of Prague, a leading churchman of Central Europe and a missionary figure of great renown. In the year 977, his wife Dubravka died. 5 years later, in the year 982, he married Oda, the daughter of a German markgraf. A markgraf, or margrave, was a military governor of a border province in the Holy Roman Empire, entrusted with defending frontier territories. By this marriage, Mieczysław strengthened his ties with the German world. He acknowledged himself the feudatory of Otho, the German emperor. To be a feudatory meant that he recognized the emperor as his overlord within the feudal system, owing allegiance and certain obligations in return for recognition and protection. Mieczysław died at Posen, a principal city of his realm, and was buried there at the age of 61. In that same city, in the year 968, he had founded a bishopric, establishing an official seat of ecclesiastical authority. This bishopric was regarded as dependent upon the Archbishopric of Magdeburg in Germany, thus linking the Polish church structure to the German ecclesiastical hierarchy. The first bishop appointed to this new see was a man named Jordan. Upon the death of Mieczysław, his son Boleslas, also known as Boleslaw and surnamed the Brave or the Great, succeeded him. His reign extended from the year 992 until the year 1026. During his rule, an event of great symbolic importance occurred. Otho III, King of Germany and Holy Roman Emperor, visited Boleslas. This meeting between the German emperor and the Polish ruler marked a turning point. The duchy ruled by Boleslas was raised into a kingdom, elevating its status among the states of Europe. Polish chroniclers describe in full detail the splendor of the ceremonies that accompanied the encounter between the two rulers. The historian Cromer recounts how Otho III was received by Boleslas with magnificence that surpassed royal display. The emperor and all those who accompanied him were treated with extraordinary generosity. Boleslas presented him with splendid gifts. Among these gifts was an abacus, a counting board used for calculation, symbolizing wealth and order. He also gave all the gold and silver plate that had been set upon the table for the feast. Each day, a new service of plate was brought out, demonstrating inexhaustible abundance. Valuable curtains and costly robes were also bestowed upon the emperor. In response, Otho III, wishing to grant equal honor to his host and friend, held council with the advisors who had accompanied him. After consultation, he publicly addressed Boleslas as king and his ally and friend of the Roman Empire. He declared him free from all tribute and from imperial jurisdiction, meaning that he was released from obligations of payment and from subjection to the emperor's direct authority. In a solemn act, the emperor placed a diadem, a royal crown, upon the head of Boleslas. The ceremony was presided over by Gaudentius, the archbishop, who acted as the highest ecclesiastical authority present. The emperor further proclaimed that the honors and dignity of a king should remain with Boleslas and with his descendants who would reign in Poland. As an additional gift, Otho III presented to him the lance of Saint Maurice. Saint Maurice was a revered Christian martyr, and the lance associated with him was regarded as a sacred relic and a symbol of imperial power. This lance, it was said, could still be seen in the Cathedral of Krakow, the city that held the bishop's seat and would become one of the principal religious centers of Poland. In return, the emperor received from the newly crowned king the arm of Saint Adalbert, preserved as a holy relic. Saint Adalbert had for a short time served as the second archbishop of Nezin, the leading ecclesiastical center in Poland. Feeling it his sacred duty to preach the gospel among the heathen Prussians, meaning the pagan tribes who lived along the Baltic coast, he journeyed into their lands as a missionary. There he met martyrdom, being killed for his faith. His death made him a figure of sanctity and reverence. Boleslas was able to purchase his body only at a great price, so that it might be brought back and preserved as a sacred relic at Nezin. The events of Saint Adalbert's life were later depicted upon the bronze gates of the cathedral, where they stood as lasting testimony to his mission and his sacrifice. When the Emperor Otto III died in the year 1002, the political balance between the Polish ruler Boleslaw and the German Empire shifted at once. Otto III had been Holy Roman Emperor, sovereign over a vast realm in Central Europe that included the German duchies and exercised influence over neighboring lands. With his death, disputes broke out among the German princes over who should succeed to the imperial throne. These quarrels weakened imperial authority, and Boleslaw seized the opportunity. Taking advantage of the confusion, he moved swiftly to extend his power westward. He conquered Lusatia, a region lying between the Oder and Elbe rivers, and also Meissen, a frontier territory that had long been contested between Slavic peoples and German rulers. These lands had strategic importance, forming a border zone between Poland and the German states. At the same time, Boleslaw intervened in the affairs of Bohemia. He recalled from exile Boleslaw III, Prince of Bohemia, a member of the ruling house who had been driven from his throne. Yet when this restored prince failed to keep faith with him, Boleslaw of Poland acted decisively. He occupied Bohemia itself and also took possession of Moravia, a neighboring region forming part of the Bohemian lands. Thus, within a short period, he extended his influence far beyond the traditional borders of Poland. These actions led to a prolonged and exhausting struggle with the new German ruler, the Emperor Henry II, who had ascended the imperial throne after the death of Otto III. The conflict was not merely territorial. It was sharpened by personal resentment. At a meeting held at Merseburg, a city in Saxony that frequently hosted imperial assemblies, Boleslaw had narrowly escaped death through what he believed to be treachery. From that moment, his hostility toward Henry II became intense. Determined to oppose the emperor, Boleslaw sought alliances with all who were dissatisfied with imperial rule. He attempted to build a coalition among neighboring rulers and discontented princes. Yet his first campaign in this renewed struggle brought disappointment. His allies gave him only weak support. The region of Meissen was lost, then temporarily regained, and lost again. Bohemia was retaken from him. Lusatia was devastated by war. The conflict dragged on, draining strength and resources on both sides. At last, in the year 1013, peace was concluded at Merseburg. By this agreement, the Slavic territories lying beyond the Oder River were freed from direct German control. Although neither side achieved complete domination, Boleslaw secured recognition of his authority over important lands. Having settled matters with the empire for the moment, Boleslaw turned his attention northward and eastward. He sought to subdue the Pomeranians, a Slavic people living along the Baltic coast, and the Prussians, who at that time remained outside the Christian faith. After defeating them, he left missionaries among these populations to instruct them in the doctrines of Christianity. As a visible sign of his authority, an iron pillar was erected between the places known as Rogacno and Lasksen. This pillar stood as a symbol of conquest and dominion. From this emblem, the nearby city of Slupsk derived its name. From the Polish language, the word slup means pillar. Yet the most renowned of Boleslaw's wars was fought farther to the east. In the lands of Kievan Rus, a powerful federation of Eastern Slavic principalities centered on the city of Kiev, a struggle had broken out between two brothers, Yaroslav and Svyatopolk. Yaroslav, known later as Yaroslav the Wise, had expelled his brother from power. Boleslaw chose to support the displaced Svyatopolk. In the year 1016, a decisive battle took place on the banks of the River Bug, a significant river marking part of the frontier between Poland and the Eastern Slavic lands. Boleslaw achieved victory. A tradition relates that, before the battle, a Russian soldier mocked the Polish ruler's physical stoutness. The insult stirred Boleslaw to immediate action, and he ordered the attack. Svyatopolk was restored to his position, but he soon proved unfaithful to his benefactor. On a later campaign, Boleslaw is said to have marched into Kiev itself. According to legend, he struck the city's Golden Gate, the principal entrance to Kiev's fortifications, with his sword as a sign of triumph. The ruins of that gate were still visible in later centuries, preserving the memory of the event. The principal written accounts of these events come from two chroniclers. One was Thietmar of Merseburg, a German bishop whose chronicle provides valuable information about the empire and its neighbors. The other was Gallus Anonymous, an early Polish historian who recorded the deeds of the Piast rulers. Boleslaw died in the year 1025 in the city of Poznan, one of the earliest political centers of Poland. He was buried there. He was 58 years old at the time of his death and had ruled for 33 years. During his reign, he assumed the title of King of Poland, raising his position from that of Duke to that of Crown Monarch. His central aim had been to establish Poland as a strong and independent state, capable of standing in opposition to the German Empire. His government brought notable advancement. New cities were founded, strengthening administration and trade. Commercial activity expanded, and merchants from the Byzantine Greek world were encouraged to visit and conduct business. Coinage was introduced, marking an important step in economic development and state organization. To strengthen Christianity within his realm, Boleslaw invited Benedictine monks from France. The Benedictines were members of a monastic order founded in the 6th century by Saint Benedict of Nursia, devoted to prayer, learning, and disciplined communal life. Monasteries were established for them on Lisa Gora, at Sisicho, and at Tyniec. In his time, schools were also founded, contributing to the intellectual and spiritual formation of the kingdom. The chronicles tell us that all the people wore mourning for him for an entire year, a sign of how deeply his death was felt throughout the land. He was, in truth, one of the few truly vigorous monarchs in the early history of Poland. This ruler was Bolesław the Brave, a man whose reign was marked by constant struggle, expansion, and ambition. Through warfare and political skill, he greatly enlarged the territory of Poland. He added the region known as White Croatia, also called Bialo-Croatia, including the important city of Krakow, and pushed his authority as far as the Carpathian Mountains. He also brought under his control the towns of Galicia and secured access to the Baltic Sea, giving Poland a vital coastline. One of his most decisive achievements was religious and political. By founding the Archbishopric of Gniezno, he created an independent Polish church. This new ecclesiastical authority stood free from foreign control and held supremacy over the other bishoprics he had established. Among these was the Bishopric of Posen, which had originally been created by his father. Through this act, Bolesław strengthened both the unity of the church and the independence of the state. Yet his reign was not without loss. During his long and exhausting wars with the Germans, the Polabes were lost to the Slavic world. The Polabes were a powerful Slavic tribe that inhabited lands now included within the region later known as Hanover. Over time, they became increasingly Germanized. Although their language survived for many centuries, it finally disappeared in the earlier part of the 19th century. Even so, traces of it lived on in place names and in a small number of preserved vocabularies. A grammar of this remarkable language was later written by August Schleicher, preserving what remained of a vanished people. By the beginning of the 11th century after Christ, Poland had absorbed nearly all the Western Slavic states, including Bohemia. Despite these sweeping changes, we know very little about the internal condition of the country during this period. As Scheeman correctly observed, the historical record is thin and uncertain. Unlike Russia, where popular assemblies known as Veches played a role in public life, Poland shows no trace of such institutions. Power rested firmly with a monarch, who governed through consultation with his Kalmites, meaning his noble companions and military followers, and with the bishops of the church. Society was organized entirely on a military foundation. The land was divided into administrative districts known as Opolj or Vicinii. The chronicler Thietmar of Merseburg refers to these divisions using the Latin terms pagi and provincii. In each district, the king placed governors, also called castellans, who were stationed in towns or fortified strongholds. Most towns were maintained primarily as defensive centers and often served as the seats of bishoprics. Political power lay in the hands of a privileged class known as the Slachta, a term believed to derive from the German word Geschlecht, meaning lineage or family. Of the condition of the rural population during this time, the sources say almost nothing. Yet it is clear that the constant wars fought by Bolesław must have filled the land with captives. According to the laws of warfare at that time, these captives became slaves, a reality that would later have profound effects on the agricultural population. After the death of Bolesław the Brave, the throne passed to his son Mieczysław II, who reigned from the year 1026 until the year 1034 after Christ. He was the second of the three sons of Bolesław, his brothers being Bezprym and Dobromir. His reign was largely insignificant when compared to that of his father. His most notable act was the division of Poland into palatinates, administrative regions governed by royal officials. Beyond this reform, his rule left little mark on the course of Polish history, as the tensions and instability inherited from the previous age continued to unfold. It is not clearly known whether Bolesław had divided his kingdom among his sons, as was so often the custom among rulers of that age, when lands and authority were treated as inheritance to be portioned rather than as a single, indivisible state. It is possible that Mieczysław had succeeded in driving out his brother Bezprym. The sources do not speak with certainty, and in this uncertainty we see the instability that followed the death of a powerful ruler. Very soon, Mieczyslaw became involved in a serious quarrel with Conrad II, the German emperor. Conrad II was the head of the Holy Roman Empire, the political union of German and Italian territories that claimed the legacy of the ancient Roman Empire in Western and Central Europe. It is likely that Conrad was displeased that Mieczyslaw had assumed the title of king without seeking or obtaining his approval. In that era, the title of king carried not only honor, but also implied independence from imperial authority, and such an act could be interpreted as defiance. Conrad appears to have given assistance to Bezprym in his attempt to gain the Polish throne. With imperial support, Bezprym returned to Poland and secured supremacy. In order to confirm his position, he sent an embassy to the German emperor, openly acknowledging his subordination. An embassy in those times was not merely a diplomatic visit, but a formal declaration of loyalty and dependence, often accompanied by symbolic gestures of submission. Yet Bezprym's triumph was short-lived. Soon after gaining power, he was murdered. Mieczyslaw, who had fled during these struggles, returned once more. In the year 1034, he died. Some writers have described him as a very weak king. Whether this judgment is entirely fair may be debated, but it is certain that during his reign Poland lost much of the strength and influence it had possessed under his father. The territories along the Baltic coast were lost. Moravia, a significant region in Central Europe, was no longer under Polish control. In the east, lands that had been taken at the expense of Russia were also surrendered. According to Dr. Schiemann, a historian who studied these early periods, it is during this troubled reign that we can first clearly trace the growing power of the Polish szlachta. The szlachta was the Polish nobility, a class of landowning warriors and magnates who would in later centuries play a decisive role in shaping the political life of the kingdom. Their rise during a time of weak royal authority suggests that central power was fragmenting, and that the nobles were beginning to assert their own influence. At the same time, because of the weakness of the government, there was a strong resurgence of paganism. Paganism refers to the pre-Christian religious beliefs and practices that had existed among the Slavic peoples before their conversion. Christianity had been introduced only a few generations earlier, and it had not yet taken deep root in all regions. Without firm leadership and stable institutions, many people reverted to older traditions. After the death of Mieczyslaw, he was succeeded by his son Casimir, known in Polish as Kazimierz. Casimir reigned from the year 1040 to the year 1058. During his minority, when he was still too young to rule in his own right, his mother acted as regent. The Polish annalists call her Rixa, though the correct form of her name was Richiza. She was of German origin, the daughter of a nobleman known as Pfalzgraf Ego. The title Pfalzgraf, or Count Palatine, referred to a high-ranking noble attached to the imperial court. Richiza, however, soon became unpopular in Poland. It is likely that her German background and her connections to the German Empire aroused suspicion and resentment among the Polish nobles. Eventually, she was forced to leave the country. In Masovia, a region in central Poland, the heathen party had established its stronghold. This faction was led by a man named Morfill, who represented resistance to the Christian and royal order. To confront this challenge, Casimir sought external support. He formed an alliance with Yaroslav, the Prince of Kiev. Yaroslav ruled over the powerful state known as Kievan Rus, centered on the city of Kiev, an important political and cultural center in Eastern Europe. To strengthen this alliance, Casimir married Yaroslav's sister Maria, who was also known by the names Dobrynua or Dobroniga. In the year 1041, as a result of this alliance, Casimir received assistance from Russian troops. However, such help did not come without cost. It was probably a condition of their support that Casimir formally ceded to Kiev certain Red Russian cities, territories in the eastern borderlands that Poland had previously acquired. Through his marriage to the Russian princess, who renounced the Greek faith in order to unite with him, Casimir established himself within a network of European dynastic ties. The Greek faith refers to Eastern Christianity, practiced in the Byzantine tradition. By entering into this marriage, Casimir became the brother-in-law of Henry I of France, the King of France, thereby connecting the Polish royal house to the broader system of Christian monarchies in Western Europe. The authority of the German Empire over Poland, which had once been shaken, was again firmly established. The ruler Casimir strengthened his position not only through political submission, but also through religious reform. Seeking to renew the spiritual life of his land, he invited monks from the great monastery of Cluny in France. The monastery of Cluny was a powerful center of religious reform within the Latin Church, known for discipline, learning, and loyalty to the authority of the Pope in Rome. Casimir founded two monasteries for these monks, one near the city of Krakow and the other in the region of Silesia, which at that time formed part of the Polish kingdom. Through these foundations, he tied Poland more closely to Western Christendom. Casimir died in the year 1058 and was buried at Posen, a city that had long served as a principal seat of Polish rule. He was succeeded by his eldest son, Boleslas II, one of four sons born to Casimir. The moment of his accession proved favorable. Germany was in a state of deep disturbance following the death of the Emperor Henry III, Holy Roman Emperor. Internal struggles weakened imperial authority, and this disorder opened opportunities for neighboring rulers. Boleslas II acted boldly. He formed alliances with the Russians and with other enemies of the Germans. Strengthened by these alliances, and taking advantage of the instability within the German Empire, he assumed the royal crown on Christmas Eve in the year 1076. By this act, he proclaimed himself king, raising Poland once more from a duchy to a kingdom. Yet his reign soon entered into grave conflict with the spiritual power of the Church. The figure at the center of this struggle was Stanislaus, the Bishop of Krakow. A bishop was not merely a religious leader, but also a man of moral authority over both clergy and people. A dispute arose between king and bishop, and the tension deepened until it became open hostility. The bishop placed all the churches of Krakow under an interdict. An interdict was a severe ecclesiastical penalty by which the public celebration of religious services was suspended. The sacraments could no longer be freely administered, and the life of the Christian community was placed under spiritual restriction. In the midst of this conflict, Boleslas killed Bishop Stanislaus with his own hand. Such an act, the slaying of a bishop by a king, was regarded in that age as an enormous crime against the Church and against God. It was not likely to go unpunished. Pope Gregory VII, known before his elevation to the papacy as Hildebrand, was one of the strongest defenders of papal authority in the Middle Ages. He extended the interdict to the entire kingdom of Poland. The whole land felt the weight of spiritual condemnation. The result was swift and decisive. Boleslas was driven out of his country. Stripped of his crown and authority, he sought refuge in Hungary. There he died in the year 1082, and, as far as is known, he made no attempt to regain the throne that he had lost. After his exile, the Polish nobles called to the throne his brother Ladislaus, known in Polish as Vladislav. Anxious to have the interdict removed and to restore peace with the Church, the new ruler immediately sent ambassadors to the Pope. Although the Pope allowed the churches of Poland to be reopened, he refused to confirm the royal title. From the year 1079 until the year 1295, a period of more than 200 years, Poland remained what it had originally been, a simple duchy rather than a kingdom. Ladislaus was married twice. His first wife was Judith, daughter of the Bohemian Duke Vratislav. By her he had a son, Boleslas, who would later succeed him. His second wife was Sophia, daughter of the German emperor, thus further connecting the Polish ruling house with Imperial Germany. During his reign, Ladislaus was engaged in wars with the Bohemians and the Pomeranians, tribes and principalities situated to the west and north of Poland. Even before his father's death, his son Boleslas had already distinguished himself in military action, showing ability and courage. Ladislaus died at Plock in the year 1102. It was suspected that his death was caused by poison. Shortly before his death, he had arranged the marriage of his son Boleslas to the daughter of Sviatopolk, the Grand Duke of Kiev. The Grand Duke of Kiev was the supreme ruler of the powerful principality centered in the city of Kiev, a leading state among the Eastern Slavic lands. Boleslas III reigned from the year 1102 until the year 1139. He bore the surname Krzywosti, meaning the wry mouth, because his mouth was slightly twisted as the result of a wound. Like many rulers of medieval Europe, he carried a distinctive nickname that marked his person in history. He proved to be a formidable warrior. He conquered the Pomeranians, whose lands stretched from the river Oder to the river Vistula. With the aid of Saint Otho, he also converted them to Christianity. Saint Otho was a missionary bishop who undertook the task of bringing the pagan populations of Pomerania into the Latin Christian faith. In the short period of about 9 months, Otho induced all the important towns in their territory to accept Christianity. He baptized 22,166 persons. On the 11th day of February in the year 1125, he returned to Poland, his mission accomplished. Yet despite his strength in war and his success in spreading Christianity, Boleslas III made a decision that would weaken his realm. Like the princes of Russia, he divided his dominions among his 4 sons, parcelling out the kingdom instead of preserving its unity. The growth of a united Polish nationality, which had begun with strength and promise, was gradually weakened by internal division and political fragmentation. Among the most serious consequences of this decline was the loss of Silesia, a rich and important region in the southwest. Over time, Silesia passed out of effective Polish control. It became partly Germanist under the rule of princes belonging to the elder branches of the Piast dynasty, who themselves had adopted German customs and influences. Yet despite these political and cultural changes, the Polish language continued to be spoken in several districts of Silesia, preserving a reminder of its earlier connection to the Polish realm. The extensive dominions once ruled by Bolesław eventually passed to his youngest son, Casimir. This prince reigned from the year 1178 until the year 1194. His period of rule is remembered less for conquest than for institutional development. Casimir convened a council composed of bishops and nobles at the town of Lexica, a significant gathering in the political history of Poland. The bishops represented the higher clergy of the Roman Catholic Church, while the nobles formed the leading lay aristocracy of the kingdom. By bringing these 2 powerful groups together in deliberation, Casimir laid the groundwork for what would later become the Polish Senate, an enduring element in the governance of the realm. During his reign, the order of Cistercian monks was also introduced into Poland. The Cistercians were a Catholic monastic order founded in the 11th century in Burgundy, in what is now France. They emphasized strict observance of the rule of Saint Benedict, manual labor, and agricultural development. Their arrival in Poland contributed to the cultivation of land, the spread of religious discipline, and the strengthening of ecclesiastical organization. The reigns that followed, those of Leszek V, known as the White, the Ladislaw III, and Bolesław V, offer comparatively little that stands out in the broader narrative. Their periods of rule did not produce events of the same magnitude as those of earlier generations. Political fragmentation continued, and the unity of the kingdom remained fragile. A more consequential decision was made by Conrad, Duke of Masovia, a brother of Leszek. Masovia was a region in central Poland, often exposed to raids from pagan tribes living to the north and east. Seeking assistance in defending his lands and extending Christian influence, Conrad invited the Order of Teutonic Knights to settle within Polish territory along the Baltic coast. The Teutonic Knights were a German military and religious order founded during the Crusades in the Holy Land. Originally established to care for Christian pilgrims and to defend Christian interests, the order had evolved into a powerful military organization. Conrad granted them the territory of Chelmno and authorized them to retain whatever lands they could conquer from the heathen Prussians, a Baltic people who had not yet embraced Christianity. This grant had lasting consequences. The Teutonic Knights established a strong and independent power on the Baltic frontier. From their state would later emerge the Kingdom of Prussia, which in future centuries would become one of the principal adversaries of the Polish Commonwealth. At the time, however, the arrangement appeared to offer a practical solution to the immediate problem of defending Masovia and subduing hostile neighbors. The Teutonic Knights were originally a religious and military order founded in the city of Jerusalem, created to care for Christian pilgrims who traveled there. Their formal establishment was confirmed by the Pope in the year 1191 after Christ. This Pope was the supreme head of the Roman Christian Church, whose authority extended across much of Europe. The members of this order followed a strict and austere rule of life. Their clothing consisted of a black coat and a white cloak marked with a black cross, a symbol of their religious mission. Their weapon was a large sword, deliberately left without ornament, reflecting discipline rather than display. They slept on beds of straw, and in their early years their diet was limited to bread and water alone. Every man who sought entry into the order had to swear a solemn oath. He declared that he was of German blood, that he belonged to a noble family, and that he would live a life of chastity. As soon as the order received papal confirmation, 40 German nobles immediately became members. In later history, these Teutonic Knights would be united with another military order, the Sword Bearers of Livonia, extending their power and influence in northeastern Europe. During the reign of Boleslav V, who ruled from the year 1227 until the year 1279 after Christ, Poland faced a devastating Mongolian invasion. These invaders, often described by European writers as barbarians, came from their strongholds in the vast steppes along the banks of the Volga River and from the region of Crimea. They poured into Polish lands, spreading destruction. After their victory at the Battle of Lignica, fought in the region of Silesia in the year 1241, they turned away from Poland and moved toward Hungary. In their passage, they carried off vast plunder and many prisoners. Chroniclers record, with grim emphasis, that 9 sacks were filled with the ears of the slain, a measure meant to count the dead. This same reign saw another transformation of the country. Large colonies of Germans settled in Poland. These settlers were established as free inhabitants of the land, unlike the Polish peasantry, who were becoming increasingly bound to the soil and burdened by compulsory labor known as corvée. A whole series of German towns arose across the country. Because the native population showed little inclination toward trade, a trait often attributed to Slavic peoples by medieval writers, commerce in these towns passed almost entirely into the hands of the German colonists. These settlers enjoyed special privileges and were governed by their own legal system, known as the Jus Magdeburgicum, or the Law of Magdeburg. Until the reign of Casimir the Great, they even possessed the right to appeal legal cases directly to the magistrates of that German city. From this period onward, many German words entered the Polish language. It was also in the 13th century that the Armenians first appeared in Poland. These people, originating from the ancient lands of Armenia, became highly influential as traders. Under their commercial activity, the city of Lemberg, also known as Lwow, reached notable prosperity. After the death of Boleslav V, power passed to Leszek the Black, who ruled from the year 1279 until the year 1289. His reign was largely uneventful. He was followed by Przemysław II, who began to rule in the year 1295. Przemysław restored Poland as a kingdom, acting without seeking approval from papal authority. He received the royal crown from his own nobles and clergy in the city of Gniezno, marking a decisive moment in the political history of the realm. In the year 1295, a new chapter opened with the rise of Przemysław II, a ruler who appeared ready to restore strength and unity to a land long troubled by division. His accession brought hope that Poland might once again stand firmly under a capable sovereign. Yet fate intervened with sudden and brutal force. After only 7 months upon the throne, his reign was cut short. He was murdered at Rogacno, a town not far from Poznan, and dangerously close to the frontier of Prussia, where foreign powers and hostile interests pressed constantly against the borders of the Polish realm. His violent death did not merely remove a king. It reopened uncertainty, leaving the throne vulnerable and the future of Poland once again in question. After this tragedy, the succession did not immediately bring stability. The claims of Wenceslaus II, known in Polish as Wacław, who was already king of Bohemia, complicated the political landscape. His position as ruler of a neighboring and powerful kingdom gave him influence, yet his rule did not resolve the deeper tensions within Poland. It was then that attention turned to Ladislaus Lokitek, a figure whose very name carried a reminder of his physical stature. He was called Lokitek, meaning the dwarf, a name derived from the Polish word lokiek, which referred to a unit of measure known as an ell. This nickname reflected his short height, but his physical appearance concealed a determined and enduring will. The most significant struggle of his reign was he became the first Polish monarch to be crowned in this city, marking Krakow's emergence as the permanent heart of the Polish kingdom. Ladislaus strengthened his position through marriage. He married Jadwiga of Kalisz, the daughter of Bolesław, the Prince of Kalisz, thereby reinforcing alliances among the noble families of Poland. His life had been filled with struggle, exile, war, and persistence. Yet he endured through these trials. In the year 1333, at the age of 73, he died after a long and troubled reign. His death marked the end of a life defined by constant effort to preserve and restore the Polish state. He was buried in the cathedral at Krakow, now known as Wawel Cathedral, the sacred burial place of Polish kings. Above his remains was placed a monument of granite, bearing a life-size statue of the king, preserving the image of the ruler who, despite weakness in body, had struggled with unyielding determination to hold together a kingdom surrounded by powerful enemies and threatened by forces both within and beyond its borders. As for the internal condition of the kingdom during this period, its fuller description belongs to a later examination. Yet certain essential features must be understood. Excluding the ecclesiastics, meaning the clergy of the Roman Catholic Church who formed a distinct and influential body, the population was broadly divided into two principal classes. These were the szlachta, that is to say, the nobility, and the národ, meaning the people at large. In the towns, the burghers, or urban inhabitants engaged in trade and crafts, were predominantly Germans. Their presence reflected the strong commercial and cultural ties between Poland and the German lands to the west. These townspeople often enjoyed privileges granted under German municipal law, which shaped urban life across Central Europe. The národ, or common people, were themselves divided into two groups. There were the free peasants, known in Latin documents as liberi, meaning free men. These cultivators paid rent to the landowner whose estate they worked, but they retained the right to leave the land if they so chose. Alongside them stood those described in Latin as adscriptii, adscripti, or servi glebe. These terms referred to peasants attached to the soil. They were legally bound to the land and regarded as the property of their lords. They could not depart at will and were obligated to render service and dues. Around this time, the word kmito, or kmetho, began to appear in official documents. Some scholars have traced its origin to the Latin word comes, meaning companion or count. In its earliest usage, the term appears to have encompassed both free and unfree peasants, before later distinctions hardened social boundaries. There are also indications, as noted by Dr. Schiemann, that something resembling a parliamentary system began to emerge. Councils were convened to deliberate upon the affairs of the kingdom and to administer justice. These gatherings marked an early stage in the development of representative institutions, bringing together leading figures of the realm for consultation and decision. The Ladislaus was succeeded by his son, Casimir III, who reigned in the 14th century and earned from his countrymen the title the Great. He was also called the King of the Peasants, in Polish Król Klapo, a name reflecting his concern for the lower orders of society. Under his rule, the material prosperity of Poland advanced significantly. Commerce expanded. The cities of Krakow an ancient royal capital in southern Poland, and Danzig, the important Baltic port known today as Gdansk, became members of the Hanseatic League. This league was a powerful commercial confederation of northern European towns that dominated trade across the Baltic and North Seas. Membership connected these Polish cities to a vast network of merchants and markets stretching from the Low Countries to Scandinavia and beyond. It is during this period that Warsaw begins to be mentioned with increasing frequency. Though not yet the capital, it was destined in later centuries to assume that central role in the political life of the nation. The Ladislaw had earlier convened what is regarded as the first known Sejm, or Diet, at Chesney. This gathering was described in Latin as Generalum Omnium Terrarum Conventum, meaning a general assembly of all the lands. It consisted of princes, referred to in documents as principes, leading men or magnates, described as prosaires, nobles or nobiles, as well as prelates, barons, and knights. This assembly represented a significant step in the formation of a structured political order in which different ranks of the elite participated in deliberation. In the year 1364, Casimir laid the foundation of the University of Krakow. He established, in the village of Wawel, now known as Kazimierz, which later became a suburb of Krakow, a Studium Generale. A Studium Generale was a medieval institution of higher learning recognized as open to students from various regions. The university was organized with 3 faculties: law, medicine, and philosophy. However, the initial attempt did not succeed. There was a shortage of qualified professors, and no sustained course of instruction took root. The institution failed to produce lasting results. During the reign of Louis, the successor of Casimir, the university ceased to function, and Polish students traveled instead to the University of Prague, a prominent center of learning in Central Europe. It would later fall to Queen Jadwiga and her husband, the Ladislaw Jagiello, to revive and firmly establish the university in accordance with Casimir's original vision. In the year 1340, the Principality of Galicia was united to Poland. The last duke of that territory had died in the preceding year, leaving no strong successor. His lands, lacking protection and leadership, lay exposed to invasion. Casimir seized the opportunity to incorporate Galicia into the Polish realm, extending the kingdom's frontiers and strengthening its position in Eastern Europe. The Poles, therefore, were not long in seizing this territory. It must be remembered that in earlier times, several of its towns had already belonged to them, and this earlier connection made their action appear natural and justified in their own eyes. Yet the land was never completely Polonized. Even down to the present day, the greater part of its population continued to speak the Malo-Russian language, a Slavic tongue closely related to Russian and Ukrainian, showing that cultural and linguistic change lagged far behind political control. In the year 1347 after Christ, a celebrated national assembly, known as a Diet, was held at Wislica, near the important royal city of Krakow. At this gathering, a legal code known as the Statute of Wislica was enacted. This statute stands as the first great monument of Polish jurisprudence, meaning the organized system of laws in the Polish state. The code was divided into 2 distinct parts. The first part dealt with Great Poland and was enacted at Piotrkow. The second part concerned Little Poland and was enacted at Wislica itself. These 2 bodies of law were later united into a single code in the year 1368. Throughout Polish history, the provinces of the kingdom were marked by separate laws and special privileges, reflecting the lack of complete legal unity. The statutes were written in the Latin language, which at that time was widely used in Poland for legal, religious, and scholarly purposes. At this period, the National Diet had already become a regular institution of the state. It was composed of the barons, meaning the great nobles, and the upper clergy, meaning the highest-ranking church officials. There is no mention of burghers or town citizens being admitted to this assembly. Indeed, nothing resembling a native middle class existed in Poland at that time. The rural population was divided into free peasants and serfs in the strict sense, the latter possessing no legal rights. These serfs were sometimes called parobki or originarii, in addition to other names already in use. By this time, both free peasants and serfs were gradually being merged into a single class of dependent laborers bound to the land. The large number of peasants captured in wars and reduced to slavery had a deeply harmful effect on the condition of those who had previously been free. As the historian Boris Shishirin observed, wherever such social relations exist, they almost always lead to the enslavement of the free peasantry. The same process can be seen in Russia, where the peasant class lost its freedom slowly and primarily for economic reasons. Within the Statute of Wislicka itself, there are many laws favorable to the peasant, showing that the law at least attempted to offer protection. The miserable condition into which the Polish peasantry later fell will be examined in detail at a later stage of this history. During the reign of Casimir the Great, there was a continuous influx of German artisans and traders into Poland. These immigrants played a major role in urban life and commerce. However, in the year 1364, Casimir took a decisive step by abolishing the right of appeal to Magdeburg, which had long allowed German settlers to refer legal cases to that foreign city. In its place, he established a special court for citizens in Krakow, strengthening royal authority and bringing urban justice more firmly under Polish control. During the reign of Casimir III the Great, Poland entered a period of strengthening and renewal. Across the kingdom, many impressive buildings were erected. These were not merely symbols of wealth or pride, but instruments of order and protection. Fortresses rose in strategic locations. Towns were carefully constructed, and defensive structures were placed where danger might arise. The purpose was clear. The kingdom was to be made secure. Life and property, which had so often been exposed to destruction during earlier invasions, were now protected under firm authority. The chronicler Jan of Zarnkow preserved a detailed record of these achievements. He listed the many fortresses and towns built under Casimir's direction, providing evidence of the king's tireless effort to strengthen his realm. His writings reveal not only the scale of construction, but also the deliberate planning behind it. These fortifications were the backbone of national security, ensuring that Poland would not easily fall before foreign threats. Although Casimir was married 3 times, he had only one child, and that child was a daughter. This created a dangerous question. Without a male heir, the future of the throne was uncertain. To prevent conflict after his death, Casimir took a decisive and unprecedented step. On the 8th day of May, in the year 1339, he summoned a great assembly, known as a Diet, at Krakow. A Diet was a formal gathering of nobles and leaders, where matters of national importance were decided. At this assembly, Casimir proposed that his successor should be his nephew, Louis I of Hungary, the son of his sister Elizabeth. This decision was of immense importance. By presenting his proposed successor to the Diet, Casimir granted the nobles a powerful privilege. He allowed them the right to approve and elect their sovereign. This act changed the balance of power within Poland. The monarchy was no longer entirely hereditary. The nobles now possessed a voice in determining who would rule them. The nobles did not forget this concession. When the time came for Louis of Hungary to succeed, they used their new authority. Before granting him the throne, they demanded important conditions. These conditions became the foundation of what would later be known as the Pacta Conventa, agreements that bound future kings to respect the rights and privileges of the Polish nobility. This marked the beginning of a political system in which the king's authority would be limited by formal agreements with his subjects. Casimir's reign was not peaceful. He was engaged in constant wars against powerful and determined enemies. He fought against the Russians, the Lithuanians, and the Mongols. Each of these adversaries represented a serious threat. The Russians were expanding their influence in the east. The Lithuanians were rising rapidly in strength. The Mongols, known for their devastating invasions, had already brought destruction to many parts of Eastern Europe. To defend his kingdom, Casimir introduced an organized system of military readiness. This system was established by an ordinance similar to what in other countries was called a commission of array, a method of mobilizing the population for war. In Poland, the call to arms was known as the Wysai. This was a formal summons that required immediate obedience. At the first summons, every man capable of bearing arms had to prepare himself for war. Weapons were gathered, equipment was made ready, and men prepared to leave their homes. At the second summons, each man mounted his horse and traveled to the designated place of assembly. This ensured that the army could gather quickly when danger threatened. At the third summons, the gathered men were organized into proper military order. This task was carried out by officials known as castellans. A castellan was a governor responsible for a fortress and its surrounding district. After organizing the men, the castellan handed command over to a higher official known as the wojewód. The wojewód was a military and administrative leader responsible for an entire province. When all forces had been assembled, supreme command belonged to the king himself. This system ensured unity, discipline, and readiness in the face of invasion. In the year 1334, Casimir enacted an important law concerning the Jewish population of Poland. This law defined their rights and protections. Later, in the year 1357, another law was issued, known as the Privilegia Judcorum, meaning the privileges of the Jews. These laws provided security and legal recognition to Jewish communities within the kingdom. Some stories claimed that Casimir showed special favor to the Jews because of his affection for a Jewish woman named Esther. However, this tale was rejected by the historian Caro, who did not accept it as true. Regardless of the legend, Casimir's policies had real and lasting consequences. His laws encouraged Jewish communities to settle and prosper in Poland, contributing to the economic strength of the kingdom. Casimir's success was visible not only in war, but also in rebuilding the country. Many cities and villages had been destroyed by the Tatars, a name used to describe the Mongol invaders and by other enemies. To restore these areas, Casimir granted privileges based on the Jus Magdeburgicum, or Magdeburg Law. This was a legal system originally developed in the German city of Magdeburg. It provided towns with rights of self-government, encouraging settlers to establish new communities. As a result, German settlers, Armenians, and Jews came to live in Poland. They rebuilt towns, revived agriculture, and strengthened commerce. Trade expanded rapidly. Polish merchants established commercial connections with the cities of Nuremberg and Augsburg in Germany, with Venice in Italy, with Hungary, with southern Russia, and even with England. These trade routes brought wealth and stability. Yet Casimir was also remembered for his enjoyment of royal splendor. Jan of Zarnkow, who was also the archdeacon of Gniezno, described the magnificent events that took place at Krakow in December of the year 1363. During this time, Casimir, together with Boko II of Schweidnitz, acted as mediator in a dispute between Charles IV and Louis I of Hungary. Charles IV, the Holy Roman Emperor, married Elizabeth, the granddaughter of Casimir. To celebrate this marriage, great festivities were held at Krakow. The gathering was extraordinary. The emperor himself was present, for kings attended. Numerous princes and nobles came from distant lands. This assembly of rulers and leaders demonstrated the importance and prestige that Poland had achieved under Casimir's rule. The ancient city of Krakow stood at the center of European political life, as monarchs and nobles gathered within its walls under the authority of a king who had transformed his kingdom into a respected and powerful state. Yet there were darker aspects to this reign. Casimir, though capable in government, was a man of very irregular life, and he found no happiness in his matrimonial alliances. His father, Vladislav, had arranged for him a marriage with Anna Aldona, the daughter of Gedimin, the Prince of Lithuania. Gedimin was the powerful ruler of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, a rising state to the north and east of Poland. This marriage had clear political meaning. It linked Poland with Lithuania at a time when alliances were essential for security against powerful neighbors. After the death of Anna Aldona, Casimir entered into another union. He married Margaret, the daughter of John of Bohemia. John of Bohemia was a king who would later be killed at the Battle of Crécy in the year 1346. The Battle of Crécy was one of the early and decisive engagements of the long conflict between England and France, known as the Hundred Years' War. Margaret, his daughter, is said to have died of grief as her marriage to Casimir approached, for she disliked the man she was destined to wed. Thus, even before it was fully established, this alliance ended in sorrow. In the year 1341, Casimir married Adelaide of Hesse. Hesse was a German principality within the Holy Roman Empire. Adelaide is described as a woman of no personal attractions, and the marriage soon deteriorated into open quarrel. Casimir banished her to the castle of Jarnowiec. There she remained for 15 years, separated from her husband and deprived of her position at court. The conduct of Casimir became increasingly licentious. His behavior offended the moral authority of the church. After repeated and useless remonstrances, the Archbishop of Krakow pronounced against him the sentence of excommunication. Excommunication was the gravest penalty the church could impose upon a Christian ruler. It cut the offender off from the sacraments and from the community of the faithful. The archbishop sent a priest to inform the king of this punishment. The priest fulfilled his duty, but paid for his courage with his life. He was immediately thrown into a dungeon, and during the night he was cast into the river Vistula. In this fate he resembled Saint John Nepomuk, who had suffered death for administering a rebuke to Wenceslaus, king of Bohemia, when that ruler was in a drunken rage. The comparison underscored the gravity of the act and the danger faced by those who opposed royal misconduct. Casimir, however, did not remain permanently in rebellion against the church. He later submitted himself to the authority of the pope and received absolution, thereby restoring his standing within the Christian community. His third wife was Jadwiga, daughter of the Prince of Glogo, another Silesian ruler within the complex network of Central European principalities. In foreign policy, Casimir did not always display his usual prudence. On his deathbed, his father had warned him to make no concessions to the Margrave of Brandenburg and none to the Teutonic Knights. The Margrave of Brandenburg was a powerful German prince ruling a frontier territory of the Holy Roman Empire. The Teutonic Knights were a military religious order founded during the Crusades. They had been invited into the region by the Poles to defend against pagan tribes, but had established a strong and independent state of their own along the Baltic coast, becoming a formidable neighbor. Despite these warnings, Casimir, in order to recover the regions of Kujavia and Dobrzin, which had been seized by the Teutonic Knights, surrendered Pomerania to them. Pomerania was a valuable territory along the Baltic Sea. He did this in spite of the remonstrances of the Pope. Furthermore, he settled the claims of the King of Bohemia to the crown of Poland by ceding the whole of Silesia. Silesia, once closely connected with Poland, had by that time become almost completely German in character. Yet the Polish tongue could still be heard in the neighborhood of Apeln and even in some parts of Breslau, which is also known by its Polish name Wrocław, although the city itself had become thoroughly Germanized. Casimir's life ended not in battle or intrigue, but in accident. While hunting near Krakow, he fell from his horse on the 3rd day of November in the year 1370. The injuries from that fall caused his death. He was buried in the Cathedral of Krakow, a church that contains many monuments of the kings of Poland. His tomb is made of reddish-brown marble. The king is represented as lying beneath a baldachin, a canopy supported by pillars. He is clothed in his royal mantle. His crowned head rests upon a cushion. In one hand he holds the scepter and the globe, symbols of sovereign authority, and at his feet lies a lion, emblem of royal strength. Thus rests the great king in his capital, a capital that in later times would pass into the hands of his enemies. The monument provides an authentic likeness of him. Contemporary writers describe him as a man of compact build, with a broad forehead and curly hair. Casimir was succeeded by Louis I of Hungary, who came to the Polish throne in the year 1370 and died in the year 1382. His reign holds little prominence in the national history of Poland, except in one significant respect. During his rule, the power of the nobility continued steadily to expand. In the year 1374, at the Diet of Kazis, a formal assembly of the leading estates of the realm, Louis sought to secure the succession for his daughter, Jadwiga, because he had no male heir. The Diet was a political gathering composed primarily of nobles and high clergy, whose consent had become increasingly necessary in matters of succession and governance. In order to obtain their agreement, Louis was compelled to grant extensive privileges. These concessions foreshadowed what would later be known as the Pacta Conventa, formal agreements limiting royal authority and defining obligations between king and nobility. Among the most important of these privileges was the near exemption of the szlachta, the Polish nobility, from taxation. By reducing their fiscal burdens, Louis strengthened their position within the state while weakening the financial independence of the monarchy. Thus, even though his reign may appear uneventful in outward action, it marked a decisive stage in the growth of aristocratic power. Louis died in the year 1382. With his death, the male line of the Piast dynasty, the ancient ruling house of Poland, came to an end. His passing ushered in one of the earliest interregnums in Polish history. An interregnum is a period between reigns when a throne stands vacant. In Poland, such intervals were often marked by uncertainty, rivalry, and political instability, bringing danger to the unity of the realm. After deliberation, Jadwiga, the daughter of Louis, was recognized as sovereign. However, her position was not unconditional. The Diet required that she marry the Ladislaw II Jagiello, known before his conversion as Jogaila, the Grand Duke of Lithuania. This decision was guided by a broader political aim: the union of Poland with Lithuania, thereby strengthening both states against external threats. Lithuania at that time was a vast but comparatively little-known land. The origin of the name Litwa remains uncertain. Historical records mention the Lithuanian people only from the beginning of the 13th century. They were regarded by their neighbors as pagan and culturally distant, occupying a remote region in the northeastern corner of Europe. In the 13th century, one of their leaders, Mindaugas, consolidated various territories under his authority and formed them into a principality. This marked the emergence of Lithuania as a significant political entity. The power of the state reached a new height under one of his successors, Gediminas. Through military skill and political strategy, Gediminas extended Lithuanian influence over many Russian cities. Among the territories brought under Lithuanian control was Kiev, an ancient and historic center of Eastern Slavic civilization. The capital of this Lithuanian state was Wilno, a city that served as the political center of a power stretching across vast distances. The territory of Lithuania extended from the shores of the Baltic Sea in the north to the Black Sea in the south. Despite the Lithuanian rulers, the official language of the state was White Russian, a Slavic language spoken by much of the population, and it was in this language that the laws of the country were written and proclaimed. As early as the year 1240 after Christ, the Lithuanians had already come into contact with the Teutonic Knights, a powerful military order that would become their most formidable and persistent enemies. Jadwiga was a woman renowned for both beauty and strength of character. Jagiello, by contrast, is described in the sources as a man of harsh and savage manners. Despite this, Jadwiga consented to a union with him, even though she had already partly given her affection and promise to an Austrian prince, a member of the ruling house of Austria. Through this marriage, Lithuania was annexed to Poland, bringing the two states under a single ruler. This union would later be strengthened into a more complete federation at Lublin in the year 1569. At the time of this marriage, Jagiello was a pagan, meaning that he did not follow the Christian faith. However, he was willing to accept Christianity, and his decision was made easier by the fact that his mother had herself been a Christian. Among his subjects were also many followers of the Orthodox Church, a form of Christianity distinct from Roman Catholicism. Neither Jagiello nor the Lithuanian rulers before him appear to have interfered with the religious beliefs of these Orthodox Christians. This marriage was not the first connection between the ruling houses of Poland and Lithuania. Earlier, a union had already taken place between their sovereigns. The first wife of Casimir the Great, named Anna Aldona, was a daughter of Gedimin, the prince and founder of the Lithuanian ruling line. This earlier marriage had laid the groundwork for closer political ties between the two realms. The Austrian archduke, to whom Jadwiga had previously pledged herself, arrived at Krakow with a magnificent retinue, hoping to press his claim. When he realized that his suit was hopeless and that the political decision had already been made, he withdrew and departed without success. In the year 1386 after Christ, Jagiello married Jadwiga. Upon his conversion to Christianity, he took the name Ladislaus, also known as Vladislav. With him begins the dynasty of the Jagiellos, a ruling house that would govern for nearly 2 centuries. This dynasty came to an end in the year 1572 with the death of Sigismund Augustus. It may even be said that the influence of this dynasty extended almost a century longer if one sets aside the short but brilliant reign of Stephen Batory, who ruled from the year 1576 until the year 1586. Sigismund III was the son of Catherine, the sister of Sigismund Augustus, and his own sons, Vladislav IV and John Casimir, continued the line, showing how the legacy of the Jagiellos endured through blood and succession even after the formal end of their dynasty. Poland was now steadily advancing in prosperity. Its strength increased year after year, and it gradually assumed its place as the great power of Eastern Europe. This rise was not sudden, but steady and determined. From this period forward, Poland would remain one of the dominant political forces in Eastern Europe until nearly the close of the 17th century. Its influence extended across wide lands, and its rulers commanded respect among the monarchs of Europe. A decisive turning point came after the baptism of Vladislav, the second Jagiello, the ruler who had originally been the Grand Duke of Lithuania. His baptism was not simply a personal religious act. It was a political transformation that reshaped the destiny of entire nations. When Jagiello accepted Christianity, his Lithuanian subjects followed his example. Their conversion was compulsory, meaning it was required by royal authority. This was similar to what had happened centuries earlier among the Russians, when their ruler Vladimir the Great had ordered his people to adopt Christianity. Yet conversion in name did not mean immediate change in belief. Many Lithuanians continued to practice their ancient pagan customs long afterward. These customs were part of their ancestral traditions, rooted in earlier forms of worship that existed before Christianity arrived. Evidence of this survival appears in the accounts of travelers. Among them was Sigismund von Herberstein, an Austrian diplomat who visited Russia at the beginning of the 16th century. He recorded unusual and revealing stories about the persistence of pagan traditions. His observations showed that beneath the official acceptance of Christianity, older beliefs continued to influence the people. This pattern had already been seen earlier among the Poles themselves, when pagan practices re-emerged during times of weak authority. The conversion of Lithuania had another profound consequence. The Teutonic Knights found themselves in a position of growing weakness. This powerful military order had justified its existence by claiming to fight against pagan peoples in the name of Christianity. Their campaigns had been presented as sacred missions to convert or subdue non-Christian populations. But now, with Lithuania officially converted, their purpose was undermined. Their mission, once seen as necessary, appeared to have lost its justification. Surrounded by enemies who were now both powerful and united, the position of the Teutonic Knights became increasingly insecure. They turned to political intrigue, seeking ways to preserve their power. There were even signs that their Grand Master had formed plans to break apart the Polish state. They looked for support among neighboring peoples who were hostile to Poland, hoping to weaken their growing rival through division and manipulation. At the same time, within Poland itself, the nobles strengthened their position. They gained important concessions from King Jagiello. The union between Poland and Lithuania was not easily accepted by all. It brought tensions and suspicions, as different groups feared losing their influence. The nobles used this situation to increase their own power. They secured exemption from taxes when called to serve in military campaigns beyond the borders of the kingdom. They also obtained payment of 5 marks a day for every mounted warrior they provided. Furthermore, they ensured that members of the royal family would be excluded from holding the highest offices of the state. These positions were reserved for the nobles themselves, increasing their authority and influence over the government. Jagiello's decisions also created resentment among his Lithuanian subjects. He moved his royal residence to Krakow, the capital of Poland. This shift symbolized the growing dominance of Poland within the Union, and many Lithuanians saw it as a sign that their interests were being subordinated. Resistance soon emerged. Both pagan Lithuanians, who resisted Christian conversion, and Orthodox Lithuanians, who followed the Eastern Christian tradition, rose in opposition. The Orthodox believers feared the growing influence of Roman Catholicism, which was the dominant religion in Poland. They feared losing their religious identity and political autonomy. These opposing groups united under the leadership of Vytautas the Great, known in Polish as Vitovt. He was the grandson of Gediminas, the powerful ruler who had built Lithuania into a major state. Under Vitovt's leadership, resistance became organized and determined. His forces stood firmly against Jagiello's authority. The resistance was so strong that Jagiello was forced to compromise. In the year 1392, he granted Lithuania a special status. Lithuania became an appanage of the Polish crown. An appanage was a territory granted to a ruler who governed it with considerable independence, while still recognizing the authority of the king. Vitovt was appointed to rule Lithuania under this arrangement. He governed until his death in the year 1430 at the age of 80. The union between Poland and Lithuania soon demonstrated its strength in war. Together, their combined forces launched a powerful attack against their old enemy, the Teutonic Knights. This conflict reached its decisive moment in the year 1410 at the Great Battle of Grunwald, near Tannenberg in Prussia. This battle was one of the most important military confrontations in medieval Europe. The combined Polish and Lithuanian army faced the disciplined forces of the Teutonic Order. The outcome would determine the balance of power in the region. During the battle, the Teutonic Knights suffered a devastating defeat. Their leader, Ulrich von Jungingen, the Grand Master of the Order, was killed. His death symbolized the collapse of their military dominance. The order that had once threatened Poland and Lithuania now faced decline. These conflicts attracted attention from across Europe. Among those who participated in campaigns against the Lithuanians was Henry IV of England, who at that time was known as Henry Bolingbroke. Before becoming King of England, he had traveled abroad and fought in these distant wars. His participation was remembered even in English literature. The poet Geoffrey Chaucer referred to such campaigns in his famous work, describing a knight who had fought honorably in Prussia, Lithuania, and Russia. These references showed how the struggles between Poland, Lithuania, and the Teutonic Knights were not isolated conflicts, but events of international importance, drawing warriors, rulers, and attention from across the European world. Yet there were darker aspects to this reign. Casimir, though capable in government, was a man of very irregular life, and he found no happiness in his matrimonial alliances. His father, Vladislav, had arranged for him a marriage with Anna Aldona, the daughter of Gedimin, the Prince of Lithuania. Gedimin was the powerful ruler of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, a rising state to the north and east of Poland. This marriage had clear political meaning. It linked Poland with Lithuania at a time when alliances were essential for security against powerful neighbors. After the death of Anna Aldona, Casimir entered into another union. He married Margaret, the daughter of John of Bohemia. John of Bohemia was a king who would later be killed at the Battle of Crécy in the year 1346. The Battle of Crécy was one of the early and decisive engagements of the long conflict between England and France, known as the Hundred Years' War. Despite these warnings, Casimir, in order to recover the regions of Kujavia and Dobrzen, which had been seized by the Teutonic Knights, surrendered Pomerania to them. Pomerania was a valuable territory along the Baltic Sea. He did this in spite of the remonstrances of the Pope. Furthermore, he settled the claims of the King of Bohemia to the crown of Poland by ceding the whole of Silesia. Silesia, once closely connected with Poland, had by that time become almost completely German in character. Yet the Polish tongue could still be heard in the neighborhood of Apeln and even in some parts of Breslau, which is also known by its Polish name Wrocław, although the city itself had become thoroughly Germanized. Casimir's life ended not in battle or intrigue, but in accident. While hunting near Krakow, he fell from his horse on the 3rd day of November in the year 1370. The injuries from that fall caused his death. He was buried in the Cathedral of Krakow, a church that contains many monuments of the kings of Poland. His tomb is made of reddish-brown marble. The king is represented as lying beneath a baldachin, a canopy supported by pillars. He is clothed in his royal mantle. His crowned head rests upon a cushion. In one hand he holds the scepter and the globe, symbols of sovereign authority, and at his feet lies a lion, emblem of royal strength. Thus rests the great king in his capital, a capital that in later times would pass into the hands of his enemies. The monument provides an authentic likeness of him. Contemporary writers describe him as a man of compact build, with a broad forehead and curly hair. He had urged the Ladislaw III of Poland, known also as Ladislaus, to undertake the expedition that ended in the disaster of Varna. This campaign, fought against the advancing forces of the Ottoman Turks, culminated in the Battle of Varna in the year 1444. The young king was only 21 years of age. His reign had been brief, and although he had nearly exhausted the royal treasury in financing military expeditions, his memory, as recorded by March and Cromer, remained long cherished among his countrymen. The circumstances of his death were described in a work known as the Memoirs of a Polish Janissary, in Polish Pamiętniki Janczara Polaka. The author claimed to have been a Polish soldier who had become a member of the Ottoman Janissaries, the elite infantry corps of the Ottoman Empire. However, the Bohemian scholar Konstantin Jarsek demonstrated that the writer was in fact a Serb, Michael Konstantinovich from Ostrowica. He composed his narrative while residing in Poland. An old version of this account exists in the Bohemian language, preserving the story for readers beyond Poland's borders. After a short interregnum, during which the throne again stood vacant, Casimir, the brother of the fallen king, was chosen to succeed him. Casimir IV Jagiellon reigned from the year 1447 until the year 1492. During his long rule, Poland continued its protracted struggle with the Teutonic Knights, the German military order that had established a powerful state along the Baltic coast and remained a persistent adversary. The conflict finally concluded with the signing of a peace treaty at Thorn in the year 1466. Thorn, known today as Taormina, was an important city on the Vistula River. The treaty's provisions were significant. Western Prussia, including the region of Pomerania and the cities of Danzig and Thorn among others, was assigned to Casimir and incorporated into the Polish crown. Eastern Prussia was left to the Teutonic Knights. However, they were required to hold it as a fief of the Polish crown. This meant that the territory was no longer independent, but subject to Polish overlordship. Each subsequent Grand Master of the Teutonic Order was obliged to act as a vassal in Polish Holdonic to the King of Poland and to the Senate. Following the death of the Ladislaw in 1444, the unions that had briefly linked Poland with both Bohemia and Hungary dissolved. These political unions, often described as unnatural due to their instability and divergent interests, came to an end. The Bohemians elected as their King George of Podbrady, a native of their own land and regarded as one of their wisest rulers. The Hungarians chose Matthias Corvinus, the son of the celebrated military leader John Hunyadi. In the year 1485, Stephen, the voivode of Moldavia, a regional ruler governing a principality to the southeast of Poland, was compelled to acknowledge the suzerainty of the Polish crown, thereby recognizing its overlordship. Yet while Poland confronted German, Hungarian, and Bohemian rivals, another power was rising on her eastern frontier. The Grand Duchy of Moscow was consolidating into what would become the Muscovite Empire under the rule of Ivan III of Russia. Ivan III proved to be an astute and determined ruler. He strengthened central authority, extended his territories, and laid the foundations of a powerful Russian state. From this period onward, Polish history would increasingly reveal recurring struggles with Muscovy to the east and with the Turks and Tatars pressing from the south. The reign of Casimir IV was of particular importance from a constitutional perspective. During his rule, the nobles for the first time elected deputies, known in Polish as poslowie, to attend sessions of the Diet when they themselves could not be present. The Diet was the national assembly that deliberated on legislation, taxation, and matters of state. This development strengthened representative practices within the political system. At the same time, however, certain laws were enacted that intensified the bondage of the serfs. Previously, a serf who had suffered mistreatment could flee from his lord in search of relief. New legislation required that such a fugitive be surrendered upon demand. Anyone who sheltered him faced penalties. Thus, while the political rights of the nobility expanded, the condition of the peasantry deteriorated. By this period, the constitution of the Polish state, known as the Rex Pospolita, meaning the Commonwealth or Republic, had become firmly established. From the reign of Casimir IV onward, the authority of the Diets began to assume a decisive role in the governance of the country. In the year 1454 after Christ, the Statute of Nicaea, situated not far from Thorn, was enacted. This statute has often been called the Polish Magna Carta, meaning that it served as a great charter defining the rights and privileges of the Polish nobility. It formally limited royal authority and strengthened the political power of the noble class, making it one of the most important legal landmarks in the history of Poland. The king at this time was Casimir IV, whom many writers have described as an indolent sovereign, meaning a ruler inclined toward inactivity rather than decisive action. During his reign, momentous events were unfolding beyond Poland's borders. Ivan III, ruler of Russia, incorporated the ancient Republic of Novgorod into the expanding Russian state, bringing an end to its long tradition of independence. Later, as history would show, Ivan's successor, Basil III, would seize Novgorod, Seversky, and Smolensk, the latter being of exceptional importance because of its strategic military position on the western approaches to Russia. Casimir IV died in the year 1492 at Troki, a castle not far from Wilno. His illness was dropsy, a condition involving severe swelling caused by the accumulation of fluid in the body. When his physician informed him that there was no longer any hope of recovery, the king received the news with calm resignation. His reply was brief and expressed in Latin, the language of learning and the church. Moriendum ergo, meaning, then I must die. Even so, before his death, he found time to address matters of state. He urged the Polish and Lithuanian nobles to secure the throne for his son, seeking to preserve continuity and stability in the realm. Some historians have judged Casimir not to have been a bad king, but they argue that his strengths lay more in the virtues of a private individual than in those of a commanding monarch. In physical appearance, Casimir was above middle height. He had a long and slender face, features that are known to us from the representation on his monument. This monument, carved from red porphyry, was erected in his honor in the Cathedral of Krakow, where it still stands as a lasting reminder of his life and reign. The sculptor who created the great royal monument was a citizen of Krakow, named Witstwash. His name, in this Polish form, concealed his German origin, for many recognized it as the same as Weizstas, a renowned sculptor from the German lands. His work stood as a permanent tribute to the king, preserving his likeness for future generations. From this sculpture and other accounts, historians learn much about the appearance of Casimir IV Jagiellon. He was thin in form, and his physical appearance reminded observers strongly of his contemporary, Henry VII of England, the English monarch who ruled during the same era. Another detail preserved in historical memory was that Casimir had a lisp, a manner of speaking in which certain sounds were pronounced imperfectly. His queen was Elizabeth of Austria, the daughter of Albert II of Germany, the ruler of the Holy Roman Empire. This marriage strengthened ties between Poland and the powerful imperial dynasty of Central Europe. When Casimir died, the question of succession immediately caused serious tension. The union between Poland and Lithuania, though strong, was not fully unified. Lithuania still retained its own political institutions and independence in important matters. The Lithuanians convened their own national assembly, known as a Diet. A Diet was a formal gathering of nobles and leaders who possessed the authority to make decisions concerning the state. At this Lithuanian Diet, they elected Alexander Jagiellon, one of Casimir's sons, as Prince of Lithuania. Alexander, in order to secure loyalty and unity within his realm, granted an important privilege in the year 1492. By this act, he declared that the prelates, meaning high-ranking church leaders, as well as the princes, barons, nobles, and cities of Lithuania, would enjoy the same rights and privileges as the Polish nobility. This was a major political step. It placed the Lithuanian nobles on equal footing with the powerful Polish noble class, strengthening their position and influence. Meanwhile, in Poland itself, fierce disagreement arose over who should inherit the throne. Those who wished to preserve the union between Poland and Lithuania supported Alexander. They believed that placing him on the Polish throne would maintain unity between the two states. However, Alexander was known to be a young man who lacked strong energy and determination. This made some nobles doubt his ability to rule effectively. Others supported John Albert, the eldest son of Casimir. They believed that his position as the firstborn gave him the strongest claim. Still others favored Sigismund I, the youngest son, who would later become one of Poland's most capable rulers. Amid this conflict, a new and unexpected claimant emerged. Janusz II of Masovia, Duke of Masovia, saw an opportunity to advance his own claim to the throne. Masovia was a region within Poland that had long maintained a degree of independence under its own dukes. Janusz appeared at Piotrkow Trybunalski, where the royal election was to take place. He did not come alone. He arrived with 1,000 armed men. This display of military force was not merely ceremonial. It was a clear demonstration of strength and intent, and it foreshadowed the armed retinues that would accompany many future royal elections in Poland. Janusz based his claim on his ancestry. He declared that he was a direct descendant of Casimir III the Great and Boleslaw I the Brave. Both of these rulers belonged to the ancient Piast dynasty, the original royal family of Poland. Janusz argued that his bloodline made him a true Piast, unlike the Lithuanian princes, whose connection to Polish royalty came only through female descent. His candidacy gained powerful support. The Archbishop of Gniezno, the highest church authority in Poland, supported his claim with determination. With such backing, Janusz stood close to achieving the throne. But at this decisive moment, another powerful figure intervened. The old queen, Elizabeth of Austria, the widow of Casimir, acted to secure the crown for her favored son, John Albert. She sent 1,600 well-armed horsemen to support his cause. This intervention shifted the balance of power. The presence of this strong military force discouraged opposition and ensured the success of her chosen candidate. On the 27th day of August, John Albert was elected King of Poland. Less than a month later, on the 23rd day of September, he was formally crowned. His elevation to the throne ended the immediate struggle, but the dramatic contest revealed the growing power of the nobility, the influence of royal dynasties, and the fragile balance upon which the future of Poland rested. Both brothers, each ruling in his own dominions, proved themselves weak sovereigns. Authority slipped from their hands at the very moment when firmness was required. The balance of power within the kingdom was shifting, and the nobility, known in Poland as the Szlachta, were steadily becoming the masters of the state. At the diet held at Piotrkow in the year 1496, King John Albert made concessions that astonished many. A diet was an assembly of nobles and clergy summoned to deliberate on matters of law, taxation, and national policy. In Poland, this institution was growing in strength, and it increasingly limited the authority of the crown. At this gathering, not only were the former privileges of the nobility renewed, but the king's own judicial powers and his rights in matters of taxation were restricted. The monarchy surrendered ground. At the same time, the condition of the peasantry was fundamentally altered. The peasants were now completely bound to the soil. This meant that they were legally tied to the land on which they were born and worked, unable to leave without permission. Existing laws concerning the surrender of fugitive serfs were extended and made even more severe. A fugitive serf was a peasant who had fled from his lord's estate in search of freedom or better conditions. Under the new regulations, these laws were applied also to the children of plebeians, meaning those of the lower social orders. It was decreed that not more than one son from a peasant family might be allowed to go to a town in order to study or to practice a trade. If only one son had been born to his parents, that son was required to remain on the land to perform agricultural labor. Thus, mobility was deliberately restricted. Special clauses were enacted against the kmetans, that is, the peasant farmers. They were forbidden to wear better clothing or to adopt modes of dress that did not befit their class. The intention was to maintain visible distinctions between social ranks and to prevent any outward sign of equality. In illustrating these enactments, Dr. Schiemann cites several legal articles bearing titles such as De Kmethana Mission, concerning the sending away of peasants, De Fugitivis Kmethanibus, concerning fugitive peasants, De Filius Kmethanum, concerning the sons of peasants, and De Kmethanum Debitis Apod Civs Contractus, concerning the debts contracted by peasants with townspeople. The language of the law itself reveals the spirit in which it was framed. One passage declares that because of the disorder of the peasants, who, being bound by no strict law, had grown proud, they clothed themselves in costly garments, incurred extravagant expenses, and engaged in conduct unsuited to their condition, contracting debts with citizens beyond what was proper to peasants. The statute portrays these actions as excesses that required correction. Up to this point, when all circumstances are considered, the Polish peasant had been on a fair path toward prosperity. Opportunities had existed for gradual improvement. From this statute, however, his real bondage may be dated. The legal framework hardened into a system that fixed him independence. The restrictions did not end there. No burgher, meaning a townsman, nor any peasant was eligible for the higher offices of the church. Advancement within ecclesiastical hierarchy was effectively reserved for the nobility. The peasantry were required to bring all legal matters in which they were concerned before tribunals presided over by their own masters. Justice, therefore, was administered by those who held direct authority over them. They were also forbidden to possess landed property. The law expressed this prohibition in precise Latin terms. It declared that citizens and plebeians, wherever they might be, were not permitted to buy, hold, or permanently possess towns, villages, estates, or any other property subject to the jurisdiction of the land. Those who had already occupied such landed property were required to sell it within a fixed period, under penalties to be imposed according to the judgment of the king and of the palatine of the territory in which the property lay. The palatine was a high provincial official representing royal authority within a district. The penalties were to be exacted without remission. At the same time, the authority of the crown was further curtailed. The king was not to enact laws, nor to declare war, without the consent of the Diet. In these measures, one can observe the gradual formation of what would later be known as the Pacta Conventa, the binding agreements imposed upon each newly elected king of Poland, defining and limiting his powers from the beginning of his reign. John Albert's weakness was soon exposed in foreign affairs. In the year 1497, he undertook an expedition against Stephen, the Hospodar of Moldavia. The title Hospodar signified the ruler of Moldavia, a principality situated to the southeast of Poland. The campaign ended in defeat. The disaster made a deep impression upon the nation. A song was composed to mark the event, and it was preserved by the chronicler Bielski. Two of its lines declare that under King Albert, the nobility perished. The verse captured the bitterness of the moment. The burden of failure fell heavily upon the Slakta, and the memory of the campaign remained as a reproach against the king. Beyond this single catastrophe, the kingdom endured repeated invasions from the Turks and the Tatars. The Ottoman Turks, advancing from the southeast, and the Tatar forces, often associated with the Crimean Khanate, carried out incursions that placed continual strain upon the defenses of the realm. The pressure from these enemies compounded the internal difficulties of the state. In his struggle against the growing encroachments of the nobility, the king received assistance from an Italian scholar and statesman, Filippo Buonaccorsi, commonly known as Buonaccorsi. He had served as the king's tutor and remained his trusted advisor. A man of subtle intellect and political skill, Buonaccorsi encouraged the monarch to strengthen his authority and to strive toward becoming an absolute ruler. His counsel aimed at curbing the excessive power of the nobles, whose privileges had steadily expanded. It was to Buonaccorsi and to his advice that the discontented portion of the population attributed the disaster that occurred in Bukovina in the year 1497. That campaign, directed against Moldavia, ended in failure and further weakened royal prestige. In the year 1501, the king died suddenly of an apoplectic stroke at Thorn, the city known today as Turnya, situated on the Vistula River. At the time of his death, he was preparing to undertake yet another expedition against the Teutonic Knights, the military order that continued to hold Eastern Prussia as a fief of the Polish crown while remaining a persistent source of tension. He was succeeded by his brother, Alexander Jagiellon. Alexander had married Helen, a daughter of Ivan III of Russia. Her mother was Sophia Paleologina, a member of the Byzantine imperial family. Through her marriage to Ivan III, Sophia brought to Moscow the prestige and ceremonial traditions of the fallen Byzantine Empire. This union strengthened Ivan's claim to be the successor of Byzantine authority, reinforcing the idea that Moscow was inheriting the legacy of Constantinople. Ivan III, who reigned for 43 years, stands as the true architect of Russian greatness. By more than 2 centuries, he anticipated the ambitious designs later associated with Peter the Great. Rather than relying chiefly upon warfare, he preferred diplomacy and the careful construction of alliances. He consolidated territories, subdued rival princes, and extended the influence of Moscow. The union between Poland and Lithuania, as previously observed, remained fragile. Though joined under a common ruler, the two lands retained distinct institutions and interests. Ivan III did not overlook the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Within its borders lived many people of the same Slavic blood and language as his own subjects. This ethnic and cultural connection offered him both motive and opportunity. Circumstances increasingly favored his designs upon Lithuanian territory, setting the stage for future conflict. The Grand Duke Alexander Jagiellon was by nature a timid man. He believed that an alliance with a powerful neighbor might shield him from the constant incursions of 2 dangerous enemies: the Hospodar of Moldavia, meaning the ruler of that principality, and the Khan of Crimea, the leader of the Crimean Tatars. From both of these powers, he suffered repeated attacks. Seeking protection, Alexander entered into negotiations to marry the eldest daughter of Ivan III, the ruler of the growing Russian state. Ivan readily accepted these proposals, seeing in the marriage a means to extend his influence westward. The chief obstacle was religion. Alexander was a Roman Catholic, a member of the Western Christian Church under the authority of the Pope, while Ivan's daughter Helen belonged to the Orthodox Church, the Eastern Christian tradition centered in Constantinople and Moscow. Ivan, however, succeeded in securing a vital concession. By a clause in the treaty signed on the 26th day of October in the year 1494, Alexander formally agreed that Helen should enjoy the free exercise of her Orthodox faith. It was further agreed that in Wilno, the Lithuanian capital, a Russian Orthodox church would be built beside the ducal palace. There, on the 18th day of January in the year 1495, the marriage was celebrated with great ceremony. The matter was far less easily resolved with the Pope. An ambassador was sent to Rome, and the mission attracted widespread attention, for the Poles were renowned for the splendor and importance of their embassies. The Pope at this time was Alexander VI, a notorious figure in church history. He presented the Grand Duke with a harsh choice. Helen must either be repudiated as a wife or converted to Roman Catholicism. At the same time, Helen herself was placed under intense pressure. Her father Ivan repeatedly instructed and warned her, while her mother Sophia added her own exhortations. Yet Helen, in her letters, denied that she was suffering any persecution at the hands of her husband. At last, relations between Ivan and his son-in-law collapsed, and war broke out between them. The conflict produced few decisive results, with one major exception. On the 14th day of July in the year 1500, the Battle of Wadrasa was fought, and the Russians won a significant victory, killing large numbers of their enemies. Soon afterward, Alexander was elected to the Polish throne, becoming king as well as Grand Duke. Helen then used her influence to bring about a reconciliation between her father and her husband. As a result, a truce lasting 6 years was concluded, running from the 25th day of March in the year 1503 to the 25th day of March in the year 1509. In agreeing to this truce, Ivan demanded new and explicit guarantees that his daughter's religious faith would not be interfered with. After the death of Pope Alexander VI, he was succeeded by Julius II, who once again directed the authority and threats of the papacy against the troubled Alexander. Despite this pressure, Alexander refused to quarrel with his wife, and all attempts to convert her failed. Helen appears to have been sincerely devoted to her husband. She died at Wilno in the year 1513. Much new understanding of the reign of Ivan and his relations with Roman Catholicism has been gained through the research of Father Pierling, particularly in his work La Russie et l'Orient, published in Paris in the year 1891. During this reign, the Polish nobility sought to extract such extensive concessions from the king that his role would have been reduced to that of a mere president of the Senate, while the entire power of government would have passed into their own hands. The king, Alexander Jagiellon, appeared at first to accept the demands that had been forced upon him. He gave his consent, at least in outward form, and withdrew from the immediate center of political struggle. He retired to Lithuania, the vast eastern realm that he also ruled as Grand Duke. There, removed from the direct pressure of the Polish nobles, he regained his strength and authority. When he returned, he used his royal power to cancel many of the concessions he had earlier granted. His apparent submission had been temporary. His intention had been to preserve his authority until the moment was favorable to reclaim it. Yet during his reign, an idea emerged that would shape the future of Poland in ways few could yet fully understand. This idea was the principle that would later be known as the Liberum Veto. Its early form appeared in a great national assembly, known as a Diet, held in the city of Radom in the year 1505. The Diet was the central political assembly of the kingdom. It brought together the king, the great nobles called magnates, and the lesser nobles, who sent representatives known as deputies. These deputies spoke in the name of their local regions. In theory, the Diet represented the political will of the country. During this historic meeting, which lasted from March 23rd to May 29th in the year 1505, a decision was made that would transform the balance of power forever. It was declared that no decision of the deputies could be valid unless every deputy agreed. A simple majority was no longer enough. Absolute unanimity was required. This principle had deep roots in older Slavic traditions. Among ancient Slavic peoples, assemblies had often required complete agreement before action could be taken. This same principle had existed in the great assemblies of Russia, known as Sabori, where unity was seen as essential for legitimacy. Now, this ancient tradition entered the formal political system of Poland. At Radom, a law was proclaimed in the name of the king himself. It was written in Latin, the official language of law and scholarship at the time. The words were, Nihil novi constitui debet per nos et successors nostros sine communi conciliarum et nuniorum terrestrium consensu. This meant that nothing new could be established by the king or his successors without the common agreement of the councils and the deputies of the land. In simple terms, the king could no longer create new laws by his own authority. He was now dependent upon the agreement of the nobles assembled in the Diet. This was a turning point of enormous importance. The legislative power of the kingdom passed, in practice, from the king into the hands of the Polish nobility. The nobles believed themselves to be the true embodiment of the nation. In their view, they were not merely one class among many. They were the political nation itself. The peasants, the townspeople, and others had no voice in this system. Only the nobles possessed political rights. The Diet of Radom was therefore remembered as one of the most decisive assemblies in the history of Poland. It created a system in which royal authority was permanently limited and noble authority permanently strengthened. But this victory of the nobles did not bring peace or unity. At the end of the Diet, King Alexander entered into bitter conflict with the Lithuanian magnates. These were the powerful noble families of Lithuania, men of great wealth and influence, who guarded their own privileges and independence. Their language toward the king was bold and defiant. They spoke in ways that challenged his dignity and authority. The king, already weakened by the long political struggle, was overcome with anger. His emotional strain was so great that he suffered an apoplectic stroke, a sudden and severe medical crisis affecting the brain. As he struggled with illness, even worse news arrived. Messengers reported that the Tatars had invaded Lithuanian territory. The Tatars were nomadic warriors from the eastern steppes, known for their fast and destructive raids. Their purpose was not to conquer land permanently, but to capture prisoners. These prisoners would be taken away and sold as slaves. The scale of the disaster was enormous. 100,000 people were captured and carried away. Entire communities were emptied. The loss was not only a human tragedy, but a political humiliation for the kingdom. Yet Lithuania still possessed capable defenders. A commander named Michael Glinski, a nobleman of great skill and ambition, organized a military response. He pursued the Tatars and caught them near the town of Kletsk. There, he defeated them in battle. Many prisoners were freed. The victory restored some measure of honor and stability. News of this success was brought to King Alexander, but by then, he was already dying. He lay in the city of Torin, his body weakened by illness and political exhaustion. The message of victory reached him at his deathbed. It was a final report of triumph in a reign filled with struggle. On August 19th, in the year 1506, King Alexander died. His contemporaries did not regard him as a great ruler. They described him as slow in thought and limited in ability. He had also been excessively generous in granting lands and privileges to nobles, weakening the royal treasury and the strength of the crown. After his death, many of his grants were canceled by the Diet. This was done through a legal measure known as the Statute of Alexander, or Statutum Alexandrinum. The nobles, having gained legislative authority, now used it to reshape the political and economic structure of the kingdom according to their own interests. With his death, a historical era was ending. The early rulers of the Jagiellonian dynasty had belonged to the medieval world. But now, Europe itself was changing. The Middle Ages were passing away. A new era, the modern age, was beginning. New forces were emerging that would reshape society, religion, and government. Poland stood at the threshold of these changes, but its internal structure was already deeply unequal. At the beginning of the 16th century, Poland was governed not by a strong monarch, but by an oligarchy. An oligarchy is a system in which power belongs to a small group. In Poland, this group was the nobility. These nobles continuously increased their power while reducing the authority of the king. There was no strong national middle class. In many Western European countries, townspeople known as burghers were becoming wealthy and influential through trade and commerce. They formed a balance between the nobles and the king. But in Poland, the burghers were often foreigners, especially Germans and Jews. They were economically active but politically weak. The peasantry, who formed the majority of the population, had lost their freedom. They were bound to the land, unable to leave without permission. They had no legal protection against their masters. Their lives were controlled by the will of the nobles. Even in culture and literature, the nation lacked a unified voice. There was no developed national literature in the Polish language. Those who wrote histories and intellectual works were mostly churchmen, members of the clergy. They wrote in Latin, the universal language of educated Europe, rather than in Polish. Among these writers were important chroniclers such as Gallus Anonymous, one of the earliest historians of Poland, Winceny Kadlubek, a bishop who recorded the nation's past, Jan de Lugas, whose detailed chronicles preserve the political and military history of the kingdom, and Marcin Cromer, who contributed to the understanding of Poland's place in Europe. These men wrote important works, but they wrote in Latin, which limited their influence among ordinary people. The popular songs and ballads of the people, which must once have existed, were mostly lost. Their memory survived only in titles and fragments. One rare example endured. A manuscript preserved in a library in Warsaw contained an old Polish poem. It was later printed by the scholar the Ladislaw Nering in the city of Berlin in the year 1887. This manuscript stood as a fragile witness to a cultural tradition that had largely disappeared, overshadowed by political struggle and foreign influence. The song preserved by the chronicler describes an event of the year 1461. This incident, though earlier in date, belongs to the same troubled period and reveals much about the manners and tensions of the age. In that year, the Castellan of Krakow, Jan Teksinski, a member of a family long distinguished in Poland, refused to accompany the king on a military expedition against the Teutonic Knights. The Teutonic Knights were a powerful military religious order that had established their own state along the Baltic coast and had often been at war with Poland. The office of Castellan was a high dignity, originally connected with the command of a castle and later associated with important administrative and military authority. Although Jan declined to serve in this campaign, his brother Andrew Teksinski was willing to go. Before departing, Andrew found that his armor was not in proper condition. Armor in that age was essential for a nobleman who fought on horseback, and its maintenance was a serious matter. He therefore entrusted it to an armor maker in Krakow named Clement, a craftsman of the city, to be repaired. When the work had been completed, Andrew went personally to the smith's workshop to collect it. Master Clement demanded 2 gulden as payment. The gulden was a gold coin used widely in Central Europe. Andrew, however, offered only 18 groschen, which amounted to a quarter of the demanded sum. The groschen was a silver coin of smaller value. The smith refused to reduce his price. He insisted upon the agreed payment. Enraged at this refusal, Andrew Teksinski struck the armor maker in his own house, boxing his ears. Not content with this, Andrew immediately went to the Rathaus, the town hall of Krakow, and brought a formal complaint against the smith concerning the armor. At the same time, he admitted that he had assaulted him. The town council, which governed the city and represented its burghers, instructed Andrew to wait while they sent a beadle, a municipal officer, to summon the smith. Andrew, however, grew impatient. He left the town hall and stationed himself with his friends opposite the house of one of the councilors. When Master Clement was being escorted to the town hall by the beadle, he called out to Andrew that he had beaten him shamefully in his own house and boxed his ears, and that now he would suffer for it. At these words, Andrew Teksinski, together with his son and his retainers, attacked the smith in the public street and severely beat him. The disturbance spread rapidly. A loud cry arose. The city bell was rung, summoning the townspeople. The crowd gathered and pursued Teksinski. At first, he sought refuge in the house of a tax collector. From there, he fled to a church. Even there, he was not spared. He was seized and murdered within the sacred building. This event took place on the 16th day of July in the year 1461. The historian Jan de Lugas adds that the body of Teksinski was dragged through the streets and left exposed for 3 days. Yet his account is suspected of exaggeration, for he was personally connected. The aristocratic party appears to have feared that a public execution might provoke unrest among the townspeople. Even writers of that period described the proceeding as a most cruel and unjust judgment, using the Latin words judicium crudelissimum et iniquum. The course of events recalls another tragic episode that would occur much later in Polish history, the tragedy of Thorn in the year 1724. In that later case, as in the earlier conflict now under consideration, an aristocracy armed with excessive and unreasonable privileges came into collision with peaceful townspeople. The nobles, secure in their legal advantages, employed their authority with severity. The pattern was one of a dominant class confronting citizens who lacked equal power, and the result was harsh and destructive. For such privileged rulers, whose authority rested upon imbalance rather than justice, the path led ultimately to ruin. Thus, while one may deeply lament the sufferings of Poland as a nation, it is difficult to feel the same sorrow for the disasters that befell a nobility whose own conduct had contributed to their downfall. The period that follows is associated with the dynasty known as the Jagiellons. The line begins here with Sigismund I the Old, who reigned from the year 1507 until the year 1548, and continues with his son Sigismund II Augustus, who ruled from the year 1548 until the year 1572. After them came elected sovereigns, among whom were Henry III of France, known in Poland as Henry of Valois, who reigned from the year 1574 until the year 1575, and Stephen Bathory, who ruled from the year 1576 until the year 1586. Sigismund I, who ascended the throne in the year 1507, was the youngest son of Casimir IV. He had been born in the year 1467 and was therefore 40 years old when he became king. His reign coincided in large measure with that of Henry VIII of England, who ruled England during roughly the same period. Sigismund appears to have been a ruler of moderate ability and cautious temperament. He managed to navigate the difficulties that surrounded him without plunging his kingdom into reckless ventures, yet he displayed little in the way of bold initiative or original reform. During his reign, Poland faced renewed disturbances from Tatar and Turkish forces pressing from the south and southeast. At the same time, conflict with Russia intensified. The long-standing rivalry between the two great Slavic powers, described by the Russian poet Alexander Pushkin as an ancient domestic feud between kindred nations, now began to unfold in earnest. From this point forward, Poland and Russia would be drawn into repeated struggles for influence and territory. The contrast between the two states was striking. Poland was governed by an oligarchy of nobles, a political system in which power rested largely in the hands of the szlachta, the aristocratic class. The king's authority was limited by their privileges and by the decisions of representative assemblies. Russia, by contrast, was ruled by an autocrat whose authority was unchecked by comparable institutions. The Russian ruler exercised centralized and direct control. Even in the condition of the peasantry, there were differences. In Russia, harsh as serfdom might be, certain communal structures offered limited protection. The mir, the village commune, held land collectively, and possession was guaranteed to the community as a whole. This arrangement preserved elements of an older Aryan system of land tenure, in which the village functioned as a corporate body. In Poland, whatever remnants of such communal tenure may once have existed had long since disappeared. The Polish peasantry, subject to the authority of individual lords, lacked the collective safeguards found in the Russian mir. Moreover, Although the burghers in Russia were not summoned to the Duma, meaning the council of nobles that advised the ruler, they did appear in the Sobor, which was a broader assembly representing different elements of society. In Poland, however, no such development occurred. We never hear of the burghers, meaning the townspeople engaged in trade and crafts, being summoned to the diets, the national assemblies of the Polish kingdom. Political power remained firmly in the hands of the nobility and the clergy, and the urban population was excluded from participation in government. Sigismund I the Old was married twice. His first wife was Barbara Zapolia, of whom very little is recorded. She was the sister of John Zapolia, a celebrated nobleman who made an attempt to obtain the crown of Hungary. Barbara Zapolia died in the year 1515 after Christ. Sigismund's second wife was Bona Sforza, the daughter of one of the dukes of Milan, a powerful and cultured Italian state. In Poland, however, she made herself deeply unpopular. She was widely disliked because of her political intrigues and her greed for wealth. An epigram was composed about her, reflecting the hostile opinion held by many toward her character. After the death of her husband, she left Poland and carried with her large sums of money to Italy. There she died in the year 1558. The only beneficial influence that Bona Sforza can be said to have exercised on Poland was in the field of culture. She introduced painters and artists of many kinds to the royal court. Through their work, the Polish court, which had previously been regarded as somewhat barbarous, acquired greater refinement and elegance. It is in this way that the existence of several beautifully decorated missals can be explained. These religious books were illuminated for the personal use of Sigismund and adorned with the arms of Poland. One such manuscript is preserved in the Bodleian Library, one of the great libraries of Europe. In the year 1524 after Christ, Albert of Prussia, the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights and ruler of Eastern Prussia, took a momentous step. Albert, who was the nephew of King Sigismund, accepted the Lutheran religion, the new form of Christianity associated with the Reformation. As a result, his dominions were secularized, meaning they were transformed from lands ruled by a religious order into a hereditary secular state. Despite this change, Albert continued to acknowledge the suzerainty of Poland, recognizing the Polish king as his feudal overlord. On the 25th day of April in that same year, Albert appeared in Krakow, still wearing the black cross that symbolized his former order. There he made peace with Poland and was recognized as Duke of Prussia. The terms of this arrangement were formally agreed upon, and in the marketplace of the city, he publicly swore an oath of fidelity to the Polish king, marking a decisive moment in the political and religious history of the region. In the long and difficult struggle between the Kingdom of Poland and the rising power of her northern neighbor, a moment came when the balance of authority shifted in a decisive and irreversible way. This change was formally acknowledged in the year 1666 in a solemn agreement made in the small town of Walo, a modest settlement located not far from the great Baltic city of Königsberg. This agreement became known as the Treaty of Walo. By this treaty, Poland surrendered a supremacy that she had long claimed over the lands of Prussia. Supremacy meant political superiority. It meant that the rulers of Prussia had once been subordinate, owing loyalty and obedience to the Polish crown. But now, through this treaty, that relationship was formally abandoned. Poland no longer held the commanding position. Prussia was released from its former dependence. This surrender opened the way for a transformation of enormous importance. In the year 1701, Prussia, which had once been a subordinate territory, rose to a new and higher rank. Under the leadership of a powerful and determined ruler known to history as Frederick William, the Great Elector, Prussia became a kingdom. The title of Great Elector referred to his position as one of the princes who had the right to elect the Holy Roman Emperor. But his ambitions went beyond this traditional role. He strengthened his state, increased its independence, and laid the foundations for its elevation. The creation of the Kingdom of Prussia marked the emergence of a new political power, one that would grow stronger in the years ahead. Yet even before this political transformation was complete, another force had begun to reshape the land. This force was religious change. New religious doctrines, known as the Reformation, began to appear within Poland. These doctrines had originated in the teachings of the German reformer Martin Luther, who had challenged the authority and practices of the Roman Catholic Church. His followers formed a movement that came to be known as Lutheranism. This movement rejected certain traditions and insisted upon a different interpretation of Christian belief and authority. The ruler of Poland at this critical moment was Sigismund I the Old, a cautious and thoughtful monarch. Sigismund faced a dangerous and delicate situation. On one side stood the supporters of the new religious teachings, who demanded recognition and freedom. On the other side stood the defenders of the ancient authority of the Roman Catholic Church, who feared that these new ideas would destroy the unity of the kingdom. Sigismund adopted a hesitant and careful policy. He did not immediately resort to force. He understood that open violence could weaken his authority and deepen divisions within his realm. Instead, he moved cautiously, watching and waiting. The conflict soon reached a critical point in the great port city of Danzig, Gdansk. This city was one of the most important commercial centers in the kingdom. It was wealthy, influential, and proud of its independence. Its citizens were deeply involved in trade across the Baltic Sea. Many of them had embraced the new Lutheran teachings. The spread of these teachings alarmed the king. He knew that religious division could lead to political rebellion. Determined to assert his authority, he made a formal entry into the city. His purpose was clear. He intended to suppress the new religious movement and restore obedience to the established order. At first, Sigismund acted with caution. He attempted to negotiate with the powerful faction within the city that had adopted Lutheranism. These men were influential citizens, merchants, and leaders. They possessed wealth and support. The king understood that he could not act recklessly against them without risking greater unrest. But the situation soon changed. Roman Catholic nobles, loyal to the traditional faith and to the king, began to arrive in the city with armed forces. Their presence strengthened Sigismund's position. With this new support, his confidence grew. He became more determined, more decisive. He gave a direct and unmistakable order. A prominent citizen named Salasides, along with 20 of the principal leaders of the Lutheran movement, was to be arrested. These men were not ordinary citizens. They were leaders, voices of influence, figures who represented the new religious order. They were brought before the authorities. Salasides spoke in his own defense. He delivered an eloquent speech, defending his actions and his beliefs. He attempted to persuade the authorities of the justice of his cause, but his words did not save him. 15 of the prisoners, including Salasides himself, were sentenced to death. The remaining prisoners were driven into exile, forced to leave their homes and their country. This act was intended to serve as a warning. It was meant to demonstrate the power of the king and the consequences of defiance. In the year 1526, Sigismund departed from Danzig. He had acted with determination. He had punished the leaders of the religious movement. He had asserted his authority, yet he had not achieved his ultimate goal. The new doctrines were not destroyed. They survived. They spread beyond Danzig into other important cities, including Thorn, Thuringia, and Elbląg, and into many other urban centers. These cities were centers of commerce, education, and communication. Ideas traveled quickly within them. The authority of the king was more difficult to enforce in such places. The government of Poland faced a serious weakness. Its political structure belonged to an earlier age. It lacked the strength and efficiency necessary to control the rapidly changing life of these modern cities. The towns possessed wealth, independence, and confidence. They were not easily subdued. As the religious movement continued to grow, these cities began to feel less connected to the authority of Poland. Their loyalty weakened. Their interests began to diverge from those of the kingdom. They became increasingly distant in spirit and allegiance. Thus, alongside political difficulties, religious division created a second and equally dangerous challenge. The unity of the kingdom was no longer secure. Forces were emerging that would test the strength, authority, and survival of the Polish state. In the year 1537 there occurred what is recorded as the First Rokosz, that is to say, a rebellion of the nobility against the king. The term Rokosz came to signify an armed confederation of nobles formed in opposition to royal authority. It revealed how powerful the Polish nobility had become and how ready they were to resist their sovereign when they believed their interests threatened. The immediate cause of this rising lay in the affairs of Wallachia. Wallachia was a principality situated to the south of Poland, beyond the Carpathian Mountains, in the region that now forms part of modern Romania. Political disturbances there led King Sigismund to undertake an expedition against that country. 150 nobles assembled at Lemberg, a major city in the eastern part of the kingdom, refused to take part in the campaign. Instead of marching to war, they presented their grievances directly to the king. This Rokosz was later mockingly described as Wojna Kakasa, meaning the war against the fowls. The name arose because no great battle was fought and no significant bloodshed occurred. The only victims, according to the sarcastic expression, were the poultry consumed at Lemberg by the assembled nobles. The similarity between the words Rokosz and Kakash, the latter meaning a hen or fowl, likely contributed to the spread of this mocking title. Meanwhile, tensions persisted within the union between Poland and Lithuania. The Grand Duchy of Lithuania had been joined to the Polish crown, but not all Lithuanians were reconciled to this arrangement. Glafiski, one of their leading men, sought to restore Lithuania to full independence. Failing in his attempt, he fled to Russia. There he was warmly received and persuaded the Grand Duke of Moscow to invade Lithuania. In the year 1514, Russian forces captured the important city of Smolensk. Smolensk was a fortified border city of great strategic value, situated between Lithuania and Russia. In that same year, however, the Russians suffered a defeat at the Battle of Orsha. The Polish commander who led the forces against them was Ostrowski, a distinguished military leader. Smolensk would remain a contested possession for generations. The Poles regained it by the Treaty of Delino in the year 1618, but the Russians finally secured it permanently in the year 1667. In the year 1526, upon the death of the last Duke of Masovia, also known as Masos, that duchy was reunited to the crown of Poland. Masovia had long been ruled by its own line of dukes, but with their extinction it passed directly under royal authority. In the year 1533, King Sigismund concluded a treaty with the Turks. The Turks were represented by the Ottoman Empire, a major power in southeastern Europe and Western Asia. This agreement was important because it secured the southern provinces of Poland from invasion and provided a measure of stability along that frontier. At this time, Poland stood in a condition of considerable prosperity. Its reputation was enhanced by the genius of Nicholas Copernicus, known in Polish as Mikołaj Kopernik. He was born in the year 1473 in the city of Thorn, a town situated on the river Vistula. Copernicus would later become renowned for his revolutionary theory that the Earth moves around the sun, a doctrine that profoundly altered the understanding of the universe. He died in the year 1543. In the year 1529, Sigismund issued a code of laws for Lithuania. This legal compilation was published in the White Russian language, meaning the Ruthenian language used in the eastern territories of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. By issuing the laws in the local tongue, the king acknowledged the distinct character of the Lithuanian lands while maintaining their union with Poland. Sigismund died at Krakow in the year 1548 and was buried in the cathedral of that city, a building rich in monuments of Polish history. His reign, despite his personal weakness of character, proved important for the country. During this period, the doctrines of the Reformation spread widely. The Reformation was the religious movement that began in the early 16th century in Germany and challenged the authority and teachings of the Roman Catholic Church. In Poland, These new ideas first took root in regions bordering Germany. Later, they extended into Little Poland and into Lithuania. According to Professor Kallenbach, writing in his work Les Humanis Polonaises published at Fribourg in the year 1891, the growth of the Reformation in Poland was greatly assisted by what might almost be called a social reorganization of the state. The Polish nobility, encouraged by the extensive privileges already granted to them, had turned their chief attention towards strengthening their control over the towns and the peasantry. It has already been observed that, until the earlier part of the 15th century, the Polish burgher and the Polish peasant had enjoyed a condition that was, comparatively speaking, one of freedom. Over time, however, this condition steadily declined. Social and economic forces combined to reduce their independence. A decisive turning point came with the Peace of Thorn in the year 1466. By this treaty, concluded after prolonged conflict with the Teutonic Knights, Poland recovered control of the mouth of the river Vistula. This great river, flowing from the south of the country to the Baltic Sea, formed the principal artery of Polish commerce. Its outlet to the Baltic opened a direct route to maritime trade. With access to the Baltic Sea secured, trade in wheat and timber expanded rapidly. These were the two natural sources of wealth in Poland. The vast plains of the country were well suited to grain cultivation, and its forests supplied abundant timber. Previously, agricultural production had been moderate, largely adjusted to the needs of the domestic population. Now, with foreign markets accessible through Baltic ports, cultivation intensified. Landowners sought to produce grain in quantities sufficient not only for local consumption, but for export. This economic transformation altered the character of the Polish nobility. The nobleman became increasingly an agriculturist, intent above all on extracting the largest possible harvest from his estates. To accomplish this, he required a large and dependable labor force. Thus, from economic causes rather than from immediate political design, peasants were drawn more and more into service on noble lands. The system known as the corvée, that is to say compulsory labor owed by the serf to his lord, became increasingly entrenched. This obligation, confirmed and strengthened by various sessions of the Diet, the National Assembly, evolved into one of the principal sources of noble wealth. The serf was required to work a specified number of days on the lord's domain, contributing directly to the agricultural surplus destined for export. Through these developments, profound changes took place within the country. The Polish nobility, who until the 15th century had generally lived in a manner marked by relative simplicity, began to accumulate considerable riches. Wealth derived from agricultural exports transformed their mode of life. Luxury replaced former restraint. In earlier times, only the sons of the wealthiest magnates had possessed the means to pursue studies abroad at foreign universities. In the 16th century, however, the prosperity of the nobility widened access to education. The sons of the lesser gentry now traveled to universities in other lands, participating in the broader intellectual currents of Europe. This alteration in Polish habits and standards of living is attested by the historian Marcin Kromer. In his funeral oration delivered in the year 1548 upon the death of Sigismund I the Old, he described the transformation in striking terms. He declared that the great wealth and resources of the Polish people, their flourishing commerce with foreign lands, the splendor, indeed even the luxury, and the elegance displayed in buildings, in food, in dress, in speech, and in manners, surpassed anything that had existed in Poland before the reign of that king. In the year 1534 after Christ, Sigismund I the Old attempted to prevent the young men of Poland from pursuing their studies at foreign universities. This measure was intended to protect learning within the kingdom, but it soon revealed deeper problems at home. In the year 1543, the king was forced to withdraw this order because of the evident decline of the University of Krakow, the principal center of higher learning in Poland. The university remained stubbornly attached to an ancient system of education, resistant to intellectual renewal. Its professors were for the most part men of humble social origin, and they received very small and inadequate salaries. These conditions weakened the institution further. To this must be added the indifference shown by the Polish nobility. The noble class regarded the university with little respect, seeing it merely as an institution for the middle class and nothing more, unworthy of serious attention from the ruling elite. Seeking to demonstrate his goodwill toward the university, and at the same time yielding to the social prejudices of his age, Sigismund took a remarkable step in the year 1535. He ennobled all the doctors, masters, and professors of the University of Krakow, raising them legally into the noble estate. On this occasion, he pronounced words that have been rightly described as grand by the scholar Kallenbach. The king declared, in a Latin language of learning and authority, that it is better to flourish through one's own deeds than to rely on the reputation of one's ancestors, and that nobility gained through personal virtue is no lesser nobility than that inherited by birth. In judging the character of Sigismund I, it must always be remembered in his favor that he was capable of expressing such sentiments, affirming the value of merit and learning at a time when birth alone was often considered the sole foundation of honor. The crown of the Kingdom of Poland now passed to a new ruler, the son of the late king, a man who bore the same name as his father. He is known in history as Sigismund II Augustus. His succession marked the continuation of the powerful Jagiellonian dynasty, a royal family that had shaped the destiny of Poland and Lithuania for generations. Before he ascended the throne, Sigismund Augustus had already entered into marriage. His first wife was Elizabeth of Austria, the daughter of Ferdinand I, Holy Roman Emperor. Ferdinand I was one of the most powerful rulers in Europe, serving as Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, a vast political union of territories in Central Europe. This marriage had not been merely a personal union, but a political alliance, linking Poland to the great imperial house of the Habsburg dynasty. However, this marriage did not last long. Elizabeth died at an early age, leaving Sigismund Augustus a widower. After her death, the young king entered into another marriage. This time, however, he acted in secrecy. Without public announcement or formal approval, he married Barbara Radziwill, a noblewoman from one of the most powerful and respected families of Lithuania. The Radziwill family was among the greatest noble houses in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, a state united with Poland under the same crown. Barbara herself had already been married once before and had been left a widow. This secret marriage carried great political risk. The nobles of Poland expected their king to marry in a way that would strengthen the kingdom's alliances with other royal houses of Europe. A marriage to a foreign princess could bring political advantage, military support, and prestige. But Barbara Radziwill, though noble, was not a foreign princess. She was a subject of the crown. When Sigismund Augustus became king, he openly declared that Barbara was his lawful wife. He no longer concealed the truth. He acknowledged her publicly as queen. She accompanied him to the royal city of Krakow, the ancient capital of Poland, where he attended the funeral of his father. This declaration caused immediate and serious conflict. The Polish nobles, who had grown powerful over many generations, no longer regarded their king as an absolute ruler. They saw him instead as something closer to a chief magistrate, a figure who governed with their consent rather than by his own independent authority. They believed that they had the right to influence his decisions, even in matters of marriage. At a national assembly known as the Diet, which was held in the city of Piotrkow, Trybunalski, the nobles made a bold and direct demand. The Diet was the central legislative assembly of the Polish kingdom, composed of nobles and clergy who exercised great political influence. Here, they required that the king annul his marriage to Barbara Radziwill. To annul a marriage meant to declare it invalid, as though it had never existed. Their motives were political. They believed that Poland would benefit more from a marriage alliance with a foreign imperial or royal family. Such a union could strengthen Poland's position among the great powers of Europe. But Sigismund Augustus refused to surrender. He did not confront his opponents directly with force. Instead, he used political skill. He weakened their unity by creating divisions among them. He introduced proposals designed to win support from certain groups while isolating others. Among these proposals was the suggestion that pluralities in church and state should be abolished. Pluralities meant that a single person could hold multiple offices at the same time, accumulating wealth and power. Many nobles and clergy benefited from this practice. By threatening to end it, the king created uncertainty and disagreement among his opponents. Through these careful and deliberate actions, he succeeded in preserving his marriage. In the year 1550, Barbara Radziwiłł was formally crowned queen. This ceremony confirmed her position as the lawful queen of Poland. But her triumph was brief. Within 6 months of her coronation, she died. Her death gave rise to dark suspicions. Many believed that she had been poisoned. Suspicion fell upon her mother-in-law, Bona Sforza, the widow of the previous king and the mother of Sigismund Augustus. Bona Sforza was an Italian princess, born into a powerful, noble family in Italy. She had brought with her to Poland many elements of Italian culture, including new ideas in government, art, and court life. But along with these influences came darker rumors. She was widely disliked and feared. Some believed that she possessed knowledge of secret poisons, a practice that had become associated in popular imagination with the political intrigues of Italian courts. It was even suspected by some that she had played a role in the death of her son's first wife, Elizabeth of Austria. Whether these suspicions were true or false, they reflected the deep tensions and mistrust that surrounded the royal court. Barbara herself was remembered as a woman of beauty and gentle character. Her portrait, preserved for later generations, showed a figure admired for her dignity and grace. Many believed that she deserved a better fate than the one she received. Her tragic story seemed to confirm the ancient truth expressed by the Roman poet Ovid, who had written that greatness and love do not easily remain together in the same place. The Poles are said to have loved her during her short reign, and in later years, she became the subject of many graceful poems composed by the writers of her country. Her memory lingered in song, and affection for her was preserved in verse. 3 years after her death, King Sigismund married again. His new wife was Catherine, the sister of his first wife. Catherine had previously been married to Francis Gonzaga, Duke of Mantua. The Duchy of Mantua was an Italian principality ruled by the Gonzaga family, a house of high rank and influence in northern Italy. Thus, Sigismund's marriage once more connected the Polish crown with powerful European dynasties. Yet this union proved unhappy. Catherine and Sigismund did not live together in harmony, and she resided apart from her husband. The king sought to obtain a divorce from the Pope, who, as head of the Roman Catholic Church, possessed authority in such matters. Despite his efforts, he did not succeed in securing the desired annulment. During this time, religious conflict again flared in Poland. The Protestants, who were often referred to in the country as dissidents, engaged in sharp disputes with their opponents. These dissidents were followers of the Reformation, the religious movement that had arisen in the early 16th century in Germany and had spread across Europe, challenging the authority and teachings of the Roman Catholic Church. The brother of Barbara, who had been Sigismund's second wife, was an ardent Protestant. He exercised great influence in Lithuania, where he held the office of Palatine of Wilno. The title Palatine signified a high provincial governor, entrusted with administrative and military authority. His wealth and position gave him considerable power, and he used it to promote the spread of Reformed doctrine in Lithuania. At his expense, in the year 1563, the first Protestant Bible in the Polish language was printed. This publication marked a significant moment in the religious history of the country, for it provided access to Scripture in the vernacular tongue according to Protestant interpretation. In later years, the book became exceedingly rare. The reason was that his son, who had been converted to Roman Catholicism, destroyed every copy of his father's Bible that he could obtain. Thus, a work intended to advance one faith was nearly erased by the zeal of another. The court of Nicholas Radziwiłł at Wilno is described in vivid detail by Jerome Horsey, an English ambassador to Russia. Wilno, now known as Vilnius, was the chief city of Lithuania. Nicholas Radziwiłł was a prince of great rank, power, and influence, and a prominent supporter of Protestantism. Jerome Horsey's account offers a valuable glimpse into the magnificence of a Polish nobleman in the 16th century. His spelling was irregular and capricious, but his narrative conveys the grandeur he witnessed. Horsey records that when he came to Wilno, he presented himself with letters patent from the Queen of England. These documents declared his titles and his status as her representative. He delivered them to the great Duke and Voivode, Radziwill. The term voivode signified a military governor or provincial ruler of high standing. Radziwill, described as a prince of great excellence, prowess, and power, and as a devoted Protestant, received him with marked respect and generous hospitality. Radziwill told him that although he bore no message directly addressed to him from the Queen of England, he so honored and admired her virtues and graces that he would nevertheless treat Horsey as her ambassador. This, Horsey observed, was a form of political prudence, so that Radziwill's subjects might believe that negotiations were taking place between them. Radziwill took Horsey to his church, where he attended divine service. There were psalms, songs, a sermon, and the sacraments administered according to the rites of the Reformed churches. During this service, Radziwill's brother, who was a cardinal of the Roman Catholic Church, murmured in disapproval, reflecting the tension between confessions even within the same noble family. Radziwill then invited Horsey to dine. He was honored with an escort of 50 halberdiers as he passed through the city. Gunners were stationed, and a guard of 500 gentlemen conducted him to the palace. The host himself, accompanied by many young noblemen, received him upon the terrace and led him into a very large chamber. Their organs were playing and singers performing. A long table was set, at which palatines, lords, and ladies were seated. Radziwill himself sat beneath a cloth of estate, the ceremonial canopy that symbolized princely dignity. Horsey was placed before him in the middle of the table. Trumpets sounded and kettle drums resounded. The first course was brought in. Guests and poets discoursed merrily. Soft instruments played music. A group of dwarfs, men and women finely attired, entered, performing with harmonious yet solemn pipes and songs of art. They were compared to the timbrels of David and the sweet-sounding bells of Aaron, names drawn from the Hebrew Scriptures to describe instruments associated with sacred ceremony. The variety made the time pass pleasantly and swiftly. His Highness drank to the health of the majestic and angelic Queen of England, praising her greatness and her virtues. They sought refuge at the newly founded University of Königsberg, established within the dominions of Albert of Prussia. Although Königsberg had by that time become thoroughly German in character, its origin was Slavonic. It had been founded in the year 1255 by Ottokar II of Bohemia, and its earlier Slavonic name was Krolwijk. Duke Albert established the University of Königsberg in the year 1554. From this center issued the first edition of the Gospels printed in the Polish language, along with numerous anti-Romanist treatises. It was also at Königsberg that a significant translation of Luther's Catechism into Old Prussian was published, preserving in written form a language that has since become extinct. Duke Albert entertained ambitious designs. Upon the death of King Sigismund, he hoped to ascend the throne of Poland. To advance this aim, he endeavored by every means to make himself popular within the country. He accepted the dignity of a Polish senator, integrating himself into the political life of the realm. It is believed that he might well have achieved his objective had he not died before Sigismund, passing away in the year 1568. His only son proved to be of weak character and lacked the capacity to pursue or fulfill his father's plans. Meanwhile, within Poland itself, the contest between the Roman Catholic Party, often referred to as the Papists, and the Reformers deepened in severity. The divisions were no longer confined to theological debate. A priest was burned to death for administering the sacrament in both kinds, that is, offering both bread and wine to the communicants, a practice associated with Protestant teaching. A noblewoman met the same fate for denying the doctrine of the real presence, the belief that the body and blood of Christ are truly present in the Eucharist according to Roman Catholic doctrine. The religious conflict had thus reached a stage of grave and tragic intensity. A large number of the Polish nobles were drawn into the new religious teaching that was spreading across Europe, and even some members of the clergy went so far as to take wives, in direct opposition to the long-established discipline of the Roman Catholic Church. Throughout these changes, Sigismund I the Old showed himself uncertain and inconsistent in matters of faith. He is believed to have been inclined toward the doctrines of the Reformation, the religious movement that challenged the authority of the Roman Church. He even permitted John Calvin to dedicate one of his theological works to him, and allowed Martin Luther to dedicate to him an edition of his German translation of the Bible. Yet at the same time, Sigismund granted the bishops authority to suppress all forms of heresy with strict severity, revealing a policy marked by contradiction rather than clarity. The religious question was taken up more fully at a diet, meaning a national assembly, held at Walla, near Warsaw, in the year following Sigismund's death. At this gathering, it was declared that religious disputes were not to be settled by violence. Universal toleration was proclaimed as a principle of the state. Yet history would show that these enlightened principles were not faithfully observed in practice. From a statute enacted on this occasion, it becomes clear that the Polish nobility claimed authority not only over the material lives of their serfs, but also over their spiritual condition. It was explicitly stated that their power was to be unlimited, both in secular matters and in spiritual ones, expressed in a Latin phrase meaning authority as much in worldly things as in religious things. In his wars with Ivan the Terrible, Sigismund met with misfortune. The Russian forces succeeded in capturing Polotsk, an important strategic stronghold. On the other hand, the Poles achieved success in another theater of war by conquering Livonia from the sword-bearing knights, a military order that had long ruled there. As a result, Livonia was divided between two powerful neighbors. Revel and part of Estonia were annexed to Sweden, while the remainder of Livonia passed into the possession of Poland. The agreements governing this transfer were known as the Pacta Subjectionis, and they were concluded on the 28th day of November in the year 1561. By these agreements, all political privileges of the Livonians were guaranteed, and they were permitted to practice the Protestant religion freely. Under these arrangements, the Grand Master of the sword-bearing knights was to receive the title of Duke. The hereditary succession to the duchies of Courland and Semigallia was secured to his male heirs, although these lands were to remain fiefs held under the Crown of Poland. He was also declared perpetual governor of the rest of Livonia. In this way, the Order of the Sword-bearing Knights, which had existed for more than 300 years, was brought to an end. Among the Grand Masters of this order, Walter Plettenberg deserves special remembrance. He was regarded as one of the most distinguished military commanders of his age. In the year 1500, he won a great victory over Ivan III of Russia, and the chronicles record almost unbelievable numbers of the slain, emphasizing the scale and significance of the conflict. In the year 1572, the Kingdom of Poland faced a momentous turning point. Sigismund II Augustus, the last male ruler of the Jagiellonian dynasty in Poland, died. He left no children to inherit the crown. With his death, the direct rule of the Jagiellonian family in Poland came to an end, though, as history would show, a branch of the family through female descendants would continue to influence the throne in later years. During this period, a new cultural and intellectual movement began to emerge. The rise of a Polish literature became evident. The laws of the kingdom, once written exclusively in Latin, began to be promulgated in the Polish language. Latin, the traditional language of the church, scholarship, and international diplomacy, was still occasionally used, but Polish had now become the language of the royal court. This shift reflected the growing identity and cultural unity of the nation. In the year 1569, a significant political development occurred. The Diet of Lublin was convened in the region known as Lesser Poland. A diet, the legislative assembly of the kingdom, brought together nobles and leaders from across the realm to deliberate on matters of law, governance, and the union of states. The primary objective of the statute enacted at Lublin was the closer union of the Kingdom of Poland with the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. This law sought to abolish what was known as home rule in Lithuania, effectively bringing the governance of Lithuania under the same legal and administrative framework as Poland. Until this time, the connection between Poland and Lithuania had been tenuous. There were significant differences in language, culture, and especially religion. Many of the Lithuanian nobility had embraced the doctrines of the Reformation, adopting new Protestant beliefs, while many others remained faithful to the Orthodox Church, the traditional faith of Eastern Christianity. These religious and cultural divisions had made closer political union challenging. The city of Warsaw was chosen as the permanent seat of the Diet because of its convenient location at the heart of the combined realms. Over time, Warsaw would grow in importance, and, under the reign of Sigismund III Vasa, it became the official capital of the country. The city itself had a long history. It is said to have been founded in the year 1269 by Conrad, Duke of Masovia. The old dukes of Masovia had traditionally resided at Chersk, a fortress town not far from the emerging political center. With the death of Sigismund II Augustus and the extinction of the direct male Jagiellonian line, Poland entered a period of interregnum, a time without a crown monarch. This created a tense and uncertain political atmosphere. Several candidates came forward to claim the vacant throne. Among the most prominent was Ernest, Archduke of Austria. The Habsburg dynasty, rulers of Austria and the Holy Roman Empire, had long sought to place one of their own on the Polish throne. Though they were not always successful in their ambitions, the Habsburgs consistently attempted to secure influence by marrying Polish kings to archduchesses of their house, thereby intertwining dynastic power and political strategy across Europe. This period of interregnum was fraught with intrigue, uncertainty, and the high-stakes maneuvering of European dynasties, each eager to secure the crown and influence over one of the most powerful states of Eastern Europe. The remaining candidates for the vacant Polish throne were Henry of Valois, Duke of Anjou, brother of the King of France, John, King of Sweden, who had married Catherine, the sister of the late Polish king, and Ivan IV of Russia, commonly known as Ivan the Terrible, Tsar of Moscow. The choice lay chiefly between the first two. The proposed alliance with Sweden was not regarded as offering substantial advantage to Poland, and the Tsar Ivan was too widely disliked to command serious support. It was Montluc, the French ambassador at the Polish court, who secured the throne for his master's brother. The candidate thus chosen was the son of King Henry II of France, of the royal house of Valois, and of Catherine de' Medici, the influential queen mother who had long guided French politics. He stood next in succession to his brother Charles IX, who was then reigning over France. At the time of his election, he was 23 years of age, yet uneasiness lingered among many of his future subjects. On the 24th day of August in the year 1572, the massacre of St. Bartholomew had taken place in France. On that day, thousands of Protestants, known in France as Huguenots, were slain in Paris and in other cities. Since a considerable portion of the Polish nobility adhered to Protestant beliefs, news of this massacre caused anxiety in Poland regarding the religious disposition of the French prince. For a time, however, these suspicions were quieted. The Polish ambassadors were dispatched to Paris to offer him the crown. Detailed accounts of this embassy are preserved by the historian Jacques-Auguste de Thou and by other writers. Their narratives contain so many striking details that they deserve to be recalled. On the 19th day of August in the year 1573, the Polish ambassadors, charged with offering the crown to the brother of King Charles IX of France, arrived in Paris. They were 12 in number. In their retinue were more than 150 young noblemen drawn from the greatest families of Poland. The French king sent distinguished nobles to meet them. Among those who went forth were François de Bourbon, the eldest son of the Duke of Montpensier, the Dukes of Guise, of Mayenne, and of Aumale, and the Marquises du Maine and d'Elbeuf. Paul de Foix, a member of the French Privy Council, addressed the ambassadors with formal compliments on behalf of the court. The Poles entered the city through the Porte Saint-Martin. Their procession filled 50 carriages. Some were drawn by 4 horses, others by 6. The crowds that gathered along the route were immense. The pavement, the windows, and even the roofs were crowded with spectators eager to behold this foreign embassy. The Parisians watched with admiration these men of lofty stature and proud bearing. Their caps were adorned with costly furs. Their scimitars were set with precious stones. To the astonishment of the French, they carried bows and arrows as part of their customary equipment. When they removed their caps, it was observed that, in accordance with Polish fashion, their heads were closely shaven except for a single tuft of hair. Their loose and flowing robes gave them, in the eyes of the Parisians, an almost oriental appearance. Such attire was the customary dress in which Polish sovereigns appeared before their subjects. In later generations, it was said that the Poles had expressed indignation towards Stanislaus Poniatowski, their last king, because he appeared before them dressed in French costume rather than in the traditional national garb. The magnificence of the ambassadors' robes, the splendor of their carriages, and the rich harness of their horses combined to produce a spectacle that seemed strange and dazzling to the inhabitants of Paris. When conversation began, the French were struck by another accomplishment of their guests. The Polish nobles spoke Latin with ease, as well as French, German, and Italian. Their command of languages reflected the education and cosmopolitan character of the Polish aristocracy in the 16th century. Some among them spoke the French language with such remarkable fluency that, according to a contemporary chronicler, they might easily have been mistaken for natives of the riverbanks of the Seine or the Loire in France, rather than men born in the lands watered by the Vistula and the Dnieper rivers in Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. The nobility of the court of Charles IX of France could scarcely conceal their embarrassment, for only 2 among them, the Baron de Milan and the Marquis de Castellane-Mauvissiere, were capable of responding in Latin, the universal language of diplomacy. These 2 had been dispatched expressly to uphold the honor of the French aristocracy. The remainder of the French nobles, confronted with the eloquence of the Polish envoys, could respond only with gestures or halting, stammered words. 2 days following their arrival, the Polish ambassadors were granted an audience with Charles IX of France himself. Upon entering the royal presence, they kissed the king's hands in accordance with courtly custom. Konarski, Bishop of Posen, speaking on behalf of the entire delegation, delivered a discourse extolling the intentions and honorable purpose of their mission. The king, moved by the words, replied that he would remember for all his life the magnificent offer that the Poles had made at his recommendation to a brother whom he tenderly loved. He further declared that he would never fail to demonstrate his gratitude to them, so that not only Poland, but indeed the entire world and all future generations would know that no prince had ever felt a greater friendship for any nation than he would always bear for the Poles. After leaving the king, the ambassadors visited the Queen Mother, Catherine de' Medici, and other royal ladies. They postponed their audience with the new sovereign until the following day, reserving a special occasion to confer upon him the highest honor. On Saturday, the 22nd day of the month, in the afternoon, the ambassadors mounted their horses, each clad in long robes of cloth of gold. Each envoy was preceded by a retinue composed of young gentlemen dressed in silk and by bearers carrying enormous iron maces. The lords of the French court escorted them in this stately fashion to Henry III of France, known in Poland as Henri de Valois, who received them in the great hall of the Louvre Palace in Paris. Once the letters of credence had been formally read, Konarski, Bishop of Posen, addressed King Henry. He explained that the crown which they had come to offer him was owed entirely to his personal merit, and expressed confidence that the king would add to his existing virtues all those qualities which honor and duty would soon require of him. He further stated that the diploma of election could not be relinquished until both the king and his brother had taken oaths to confirm all the articles previously agreed upon between the French diplomats and the Senate and Republic of Poland. Henry responded in Latin, offering his heartfelt thanks for the choice they had made, and then extended his hand for the ambassadors to kiss in accordance with diplomatic custom. With this gesture, the audience concluded and the ambassadors departed. Following their departure, extensive debates ensued regarding the promises previously made and signed before the election by the French diplomatic representatives. The king, observing the vigor and insistence with which the ambassadors defended the terms of the convention, began to feel a growing sense of discontent and apprehension toward his foreign crown. Tensions ran high when one of the Polish nobles, Zborowski, was questioned by King Henry III of France regarding the article in the election treaty that guaranteed liberty of conscience, the right of individuals to follow their own religious beliefs. Zborowski cried out sharply, "I affirm, sire, that if your ambassador had not stipulated that you would consent to this article, you would never have been elected king of Poland. I even say more. If you do not accept this clause as you do all the others, you shall never be king." Murmurs of disapproval arose among the French courtiers, yet Henry, with calm authority, silenced them with a graceful gesture, concealing his displeasure beneath a courteous smile. Once the principal points of the agreement had been settled, a grand banquet was held in honor of the new sovereign. The date for taking the oath was fixed as the 11th day of September. The ceremony took place with immense pomp in Notre Dame Cathedral. After the Mass had been celebrated, the two kings, Henri de Valois as sovereign of Poland and Charles IX of France as guarantor of the promises made on his behalf by the envoys Montluc de Noailles and Saint-Gelais, knelt together before the high altar. Their hands were placed upon the Gospels as they swore to uphold their respective commitments. 3 days later, in the great hall of the Palais de Justice, the public reading of the decree of election took place. The entire royal court and the leading functionaries of the state were present. The number of spectators was estimated at approximately 10,000. The ambassadors arrived half an hour after Charles IX, deliberately emphasizing their dignity. They received the decree of election in a silver gilt box, itself wrapped in green velvet and enclosed within a covering of cloth of gold. The castellan, the official responsible for the city's fortresses, read the articles slowly, while Tamiki and Gorka held the two ends of the document, which was sealed with 26 wax seals. Speeches followed by Konarski and Radziwill were answered by the chancellors. The Te Deum, a hymn of thanksgiving, was then sung, the cathedral bells rang, and salvos of artillery resounded throughout the city. On the following morning, by order of Charles IX, the new sovereign made a grand ceremonial entry into Paris. Fully armored and mounted on horseback, Henri de Valois was preceded by the Duc de Guise, who carried the scepter. They departed from the Porte Saint-Antoine, where the keys of the city were formally presented, and proceeded toward the royal palace. At his side rode the King of Navarre and the Duc d'Alençon, Henry's brother. The procession included other princes of the royal bloodline, ambassadors of the Republic with their retinues, the French Parliament in their red gowns, and foreign ministers. Throughout the journey, the brilliant and imposing cortege was welcomed by immense crowds shouting, "Vive le roi de Pologne!" Long live the King of Poland! At intervals along the route, magistrates had constructed triumphal arches adorned with statues, paintings, and inscriptions. Some celebrated Poland itself, while others commemorated the union of the two brothers and the loyalty of their subjects, creating a spectacle of political grandeur and theatrical display that reflected both the ambitions and tensions of the age. On the evening of this remarkable day, a grand supper was held in honor of the event at the Tuileries Palace, the royal residence in Paris. The occasion was celebrated with lavish ceremony, attended by distinguished guests and marked by cultural performances. Among the highlights of the evening were the recitations of verses by the celebrated French poet Pierre de Ronsard. Ronsard had already become a friend of the great Polish poet Jan Kochanowski during Kochanowski's stay in Paris. Another poet, Jean Dorat, also recited verses in honor of France and the future King of Poland. The grandeur of the feast, the eloquence of the poets, and the brilliance of the assembly created an atmosphere of high expectation and diplomatic pageantry. The following day, Jan Zborowski, a member of the royal suite, departed for Poland to report the events to the Polish Senate. His mission was to announce the speedy arrival of the new sovereign and convey the splendor and success of the embassy. In a discourse addressed to Jan Zamoyski, which was later published, the celebrated French lawyer Baudouin declared that this embassy was the most splendid ever sent by any nation. Yet, as history would soon reveal, the dazzling spectacle of the French court and the eloquence of its diplomats would produce only modest results in practice. At this moment, it is important to understand the conditions agreed upon by the new king before his accession, known as the Pacta Conventa. These agreements, signed by the sovereign, established strict limits on his authority, reflecting the powerful position of the Polish nobility and the unique constitutional traditions of the kingdom. The chief stipulations were as follows. First, the king was to have no influence in the election of his successor. This ensured that the future monarch would be chosen by the nobles rather than by hereditary claim. Second, he was required to adhere to terms granted to the dissidents, a designation that included all non-Catholics. This clause was particularly unwelcome to the new king, Henri, who had hoped to evade its restrictions. Third, the king was prohibited from declaring war or undertaking any military expedition without the consent of the Diet, the legislative assembly of the kingdom. Fourth, he could not impose taxes without the consent of the Diet, further limiting his financial independence. Fifth, the king was required to maintain a permanent council composed of 5 bishops for palatines and 8 castellans. These officials were to be changed annually and elected by the Diet, ensuring that the king's advisory body remained under noble control. Sixth, a general diet was to be convoked every 2 years, or more frequently if necessary, providing regular oversight of the sovereign's actions. Seventh, the duration of each diet was limited to 6 weeks, preventing prolonged interference while still maintaining accountability. Eighth, no foreigner could hold any public office, securing the administration for Polish citizens. Ninth, the king was forbidden to marry or divorce a wife without the consent of the Diet, granting the nobles influence over the succession and alliances of the crown. Although these conditions were in some respects burdensome, the king still enjoyed considerable advantages. He commanded ample revenue and held substantial power when leading an army in the field. His military authority remained intact, providing a counterbalance to the limitations imposed by the Diet. In addition to these stipulations, the French ambassador Morfill promised that France would support the new king in practical ways. A fleet from France was to be dispatched into the Baltic Sea to assist the Poles in any military operations. France would also provide money and troops for wars that the Poles might wage against their neighbors. Thus, the young king ascended the throne with both restrictions and guarantees, surrounded by the grandeur of ceremony and the weighty expectations of diplomacy. The pageantry of the Tuileries, the eloquence of Ronsard and Dorat, and the promises of French support set the stage for a reign shaped as much by alliances and obligations as by royal authority. In the ancient royal city of Krakow, known in the Polish language as Krakow, the coronation of Henry of Valois took place on the 21st day of February in the year 1574. Though the ceremony affirmed him as sovereign of the Polish, Lithuanian Commonwealth, the union of the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania governed by an elective monarchy, his reign would be remembered by Polish historians as lasting only 5 months. During this brief period, only one event stood out with dramatic force. It was the killing of the Castellan Łapowski. A Castellan was a high-ranking noble official entrusted with the administration and defense of a district centered on a castle. Łapowski, a member of the Polish nobility, was murdered by Samuel Zborowski, a wealthy and defiant young nobleman. The act took place within the royal palace itself, almost under the eyes of the king. Such violence, committed in so public and symbolic a setting, struck at the dignity of royal authority. Samuel Zborowski had been among those who supported Henry's election to the throne. When judgment came, the king chose only to banish him from the realm. This leniency caused deep resentment. Soon afterward, when the office of Palatine of Krakow became vacant, an office of great administrative and military importance, it was granted not to a neutral figure, but to the brother of the very man who had committed the murder. To the Polish nobility, this decision appeared as a grave injustice. They saw in it a disregard for their honor and their rank. In their eyes, the death of one of their own order was a matter of the highest seriousness, very different from the death of a common townsman of Krakow. Henry himself soon grew weary of the turbulent political life into which he had entered. Raised at the refined court of France, accustomed to the elegance of Paris, he found the customs and political tempers of the Polish nobility uncongenial. He withdrew increasingly into his palace and devoted himself to pleasure rather than governance. His secretary, Philippe de Portes, a French poet who had accompanied him to Poland, expressed openly his dissatisfaction with the land. In verses written at the time, he bade farewell to Poland, describing it as a country that displeased him in both climate and manners, and declaring that he would return only if all things were turned against him. These sentiments reflected not merely poetic exaggeration, but the shared frustration of king and courtier. A sudden change in fortune soon presented Henry with an opportunity to escape. His elder brother, Charles IX of France, who had been reigning as King of France, died in the year 1574. By hereditary right, Henry now stood as heir to the French throne. The death of Charles IX transformed Henry from an elected foreign monarch into the future King of France. Henry feared that if news of his brother's death spread too quickly, obstacles might be placed in his path. He was also wary of the ambitions of his younger brother, Francois, Duke of Alençon, who might seek advantage in the shifting balance of power. Some advisors urged Henry to summon a Diet, the National Assembly of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth composed chiefly of nobles, and to request formal permission to leave Poland in order to settle his affairs in France. Henry refused this advice. He chose secrecy over consultation. On the evening of the 18th day of July in the year 1574, he held a banquet in honor of Anna Jagiellon, known in Polish as Anna Jagiellonka, sister of the late King Sigismund II Augustus, the last monarch of the Jagiellonian dynasty. During the festivities, Henry appeared cheerful and unconcerned. When the celebration ended, he retired as though for the night. Yet this was deception. An attendant guided him quietly to a prepared meeting place where horses stood ready. With only a few companions, he mounted and rode swiftly away from his kingdom. He did not slow his pace until he reached Oświęcim, a town near the frontier of Silesia, on the following morning. When dawn revealed the truth in Krakow, alarm and confusion spread rapidly. The Grand Chamberlain of the Crown, a senior officer responsible for the royal household and ceremonial duties, hurried to the king's chamber. There he found the candles still burning and the bed curtains drawn, but the king himself gone. Realizing what had occurred, he immediately gathered 500 horsemen and set off in pursuit. The royal party had lost valuable time because they were unfamiliar with the roads. The pursuers soon overtook them. Teksinski, the Grand Chamberlain, called out to his departing sovereign in Latin, the language commonly used among educated Europeans of the time, Serenissima Majestas, Cur Fugis, which means, Most Serene Majesty, why do you flee? The question carried not only astonishment, but reproach. Only when Henry felt secure beyond the borders of Poland did he agree to speak. Teksinski reproached him for abandoning the kingdom in such a manner and urged him to return and summon a Diet, so that his departure might be made lawful and orderly. Henry refused. He offered only a vague promise that he would return after arranging matters in France, a promise that carried little assurance and left the future of the Polish throne uncertain. The Polish nobles, however, saw no more of Henry, and they considered themselves fortunate to be rid of so worthless a sovereign, a man who, had he remained, would likely have become a ready instrument in the hands of the Jesuits, the influential order of Catholic clergymen. Henry met his end by assassination in the year 1589. The eminent poet Jan Kochanowski, who had achieved a lasting reputation not only as a Polish poet, but also as a writer in Latin, composed some amusing verses addressed to the fugitive king under the title Gallo Crossitani. From these, We may cite lines that convey the poet's mixture of reproach and wit. And yet, you might have rested here with me through the night, nor entrusted your life to uncertain darkness. Gallus, stand, man. What is the cause of flight? This is not the coast of Sicily, nor the infamous lands at eventide. It is Sarmatia, Gallus, the most faithful land for guests. The Poles were deeply incensed by Henry's abandonment, and in response, they assembled at Stezica, not far from Warsaw. They decreed the 7th day of November as the date for the election of a new king. The kingdom, however, endured the hardships of an interregnum lasting from the 18th day of July, 1574, when Henry had fled, until the arrival of a new sovereign in the city of Krakow on the 22nd day of April, 1576. During this interregnum, the country suffered from external threats. The Tatars, hailing from the Crimean Khanate, made a sudden incursion and carried off 20,000 captives, compounding the misery of the Polish people. When the election took place, the majority of votes favored Stephen Bathory, Prince of Transylvania, a renowned soldier of considerable skill and reputation. He was to marry Princess Anna Jagiellon, the sister of the late King Sigismund Augustus. The Polish szlachta, that is, the petite nobility and landed aristocracy, supported Bathory almost unanimously. The candidate in opposition was the German Emperor Maximilian II, Holy Roman Emperor, whose election was promoted by certain of the great Polish families. The House of Habsburg, however, had never enjoyed much popularity in Poland. Following the death of King Sigismund Augustus in the year 1572, Maximilian had previously offered his son, Prince Ernest, as a candidate for the Polish throne and sought to gain the favor of the dissidents, the Protestant and other non-Catholic sections. Despite these efforts, Henry of Valois had been elected. After Henry fled the country, Maximilian again pressed the claims of his son. To his surprise and vexation, however, a number of Polish nobles, led by the Primate of Poland, elected themselves to act independently in the choice of sovereign. The papal legate, engaged in intrigues to thwart Protestant influence, also favored Maximilian's election. Yet Maximilian hesitated, reluctant to accept certain terms of the Pacta Conventa, the contractual agreements limiting royal authority. Meanwhile, Stephen Bathory hastened to Poland, and upon arrival, was crowned as king. Emperor Maximilian, whose health had long been failing, died in the same year, 1576, before reaching the age of 50. With no rival remaining, Bathory consolidated his authority. He married Princess Anna, formalized the Pacta Conventa, and assumed the responsibilities of the crown. Nevertheless, he was compelled to accept certain further diminutions of royal power. His reign did not immediately satisfy all subjects, for cities such as Danzig, now Gdansk, and others initially resisted his authority, reflecting the enduring tensions between the monarchy and local powers. The Polish nobles saw him no more, and many among them believed the Commonwealth was better without a ruler whom they judged unreliable, a man who might easily have fallen under the influence of the Society of Jesus, commonly known as the Jesuits, a Roman Catholic religious order founded in the year 1540 by Ignatius of Loyola and deeply involved in the religious struggles of the age. Henry of Valois, who had been elected King of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania in the year 1573, abandoned the realm in the year 1574 in order to claim the throne of France. In the year 1589, he was assassinated in France, bringing a violent end to his troubled reign there. Among those who responded to his flight with sharp wit was Jan Kochanowski, one of the most celebrated poets of the Polish Renaissance. Kochanowski, born in the year 1530 and deceased in the year 1584, wrote both in the Polish language and in Latin, and was admired by his countrymen as a master of verse. He composed a satirical poem addressed to the fleeing monarch under the Latin title Gallo Crossitani, meaning to the crowing Gaul. In these lines, he reproached the king for abandoning a land that had offered him loyalty and protection, declaring that he might have rested safely through the night and not entrusted his life to uncertain darkness. He reminded him that this was not the treacherous shore of Sicily, nor a land infamous for bloodshed at evening. But Sarmatia, the poetic name often used for the Polish realm, a country faithful to its guests. The Polish political nation, known as the Szlachta, meaning the noble estate that possessed extensive political rights within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, felt deeply insulted by this desertion. In response, they assembled at Stezika, a locality not far from Warsaw, the city that would in time become the principal seat of government. There they determined that the 7th day of November would be appointed for the election of a new king. Yet the state endured the dangers and instability of an interregnum, the period between monarchs, from the 18th day of July in the year 1574, when Henry fled, until the arrival of a new sovereign at Krakow on the 22nd day of April in the year 1576. During this unsettled time, external threats added to internal uncertainty. Tatar forces, likely from the Crimean Khanate, a Tatar state that frequently raided the southeastern territories of the Commonwealth, entered the country and carried away 20,000 captives, a devastating blow to the borderlands and a reminder of the vulnerability of the realm without firm leadership. When the election was finally held, the majority of votes favored Stephen Batory, Prince of Transylvania. Transylvania at that time was a principality situated in the eastern part of the Kingdom of Hungary, often balancing between the influence of the Ottoman Empire and the Habsburg monarchy. Stephen Batory, born in the year 1533, had already earned renown as a capable and energetic soldier. His candidacy was strengthened by his agreement to marry Anna Jagiellon, the sister of the late King Sigismund II Augustus, the last male ruler of the Jagiellonian dynasty, who had died in the year 1572 without an heir. The lesser nobles, the broad body of the Szlachta, almost unanimously supported Batory. In opposition stood Maximilian II, Holy Roman Emperor, a member of the House of Habsburg, the powerful ruling dynasty that held extensive territories in Central Europe. Although some of the greatest magnate families supported Maximilian, the House of Habsburg had never enjoyed widespread popularity in Poland, where suspicion of foreign dynastic control ran deep. After the death of Sigismund II Augustus in the year 1572, Maximilian had earlier proposed his son, Archduke Ernest of Austria, as a candidate for the Polish throne, seeking in particular the backing of the dissidents, the term used in Poland for Protestant nobles and others who stood outside the Roman Catholic majority. At that time, however, Henry of Valois had secured election. When the French king abandoned the throne, Maximilian renewed his efforts, once again advancing the claims of his son. Yet in a surprising turn, a faction of nobles, led by the Primate of Poland, the highest ecclesiastical authority in the kingdom and traditionally the presiding officer during interregna, proclaimed Maximilian himself as king. The papal legate, the official diplomatic representative of the Pope, was actively engaged in political maneuvering to counteract Protestant influence within the Commonwealth and favored Maximilian's cause. Nevertheless, Maximilian hesitated, reportedly dissatisfied with certain provisions of the Pacta Conventa, the binding agreements that every newly elected Polish monarch was required to sign, pledging to uphold specific rights and obligations defined by the nobility. While hesitation and negotiation continued, Stephen Batory moved decisively. He hastened into Poland, secured his position, and was crowned at Krakow, the ancient royal capital. In that same year, 1576, Maximilian II, who had long been in declining health, died before reaching the age of 50. With his death, Batory was left without a serious rival claimant. He married Princess Anna Jagiellon, thereby strengthening his legitimacy through connection to the former ruling house, and formally accepted and signed the Pacta Conventa. Even so, his accession came at a price. He was compelled to accept further limitations on royal authority, as the Polish political system placed significant power in the hands of the nobility and the National Assembly known as the Sejm. Nor did all subjects immediately accept his rule. The city of Danzig, known today as Gdansk, a wealthy and largely autonomous port on the Baltic Sea, along with certain other territories, resisted him for a time, refusing at first to acknowledge his authority and thus adding another chapter of tension to a realm still recovering from abandonment, invasion, and disputed election. The new sovereign of the Kingdom of Poland was Stephen Batory, a man born into the ancient noble family known as the Batorys of Somlyo, whose ancestral lands lay in Transylvania, a frontier region shaped by constant rivalry between empires. His early life unfolded far from the Polish throne. He was educated at Gran, one of the most important ecclesiastical centers of Hungary, where he lived at the court of the archbishop, an institution that combined religious authority with political influence. This upbringing gave him discipline, learning, and familiarity with high affairs of church and state. In his youth, Stephen Batory entered the service of Austrian Habsburg monarchy, the dominant dynastic power of Central Europe. Yet his loyalty shifted when John Zapolya attempted to seize the crown of Kingdom of Hungary in opposition to Habsburg claims. Stephen joined Zapolya's cause, aligning himself with those who resisted foreign dominance. When the Zapolya line ended in the year 1571, Stephen was elected Prince of Transylvania, ruling that strategically vital land at the edge of the Ottoman and Christian worlds. He still held this position when the Polish nobility, seeking strength and resolve, summoned him to the Polish throne. Stephen Batory proved to be a ruler of rare energy and determination, the kind Poland would not see again until the later age of John III Sobieski. His reign lasted from the year 1576 until 1586, a decade marked by constant tension on Poland's eastern frontier. There he confronted the growing power of Ivan the Terrible, ruler of the Muscovite state, whose ambition threatened the balance of Eastern Europe. Polish armies advanced deep into contested lands. Cities such as Pskov were taken after fierce struggle, yet the war did not end in total destruction. Instead, it closed with the Peace of Yam-Zapolsky, by which the captured towns were surrendered in exchange for Livonia, a territory the Russians had previously seized and which Poland now recovered. The principal figure who brought these negotiations to completion was Antonio Passavino, a member of the Society of Jesus, acting as an envoy of. Among Stephen Batory's lasting acts was the first formal organization of the Cossacks, a military and social force that would echo powerfully through both Russian and Polish history in the years that followed. The warriors known as the Cossacks of the Dnieper River, a fierce and semi-independent military community settled along the great river that flows through the lands of present-day Ukraine, were organized during this reign into 6 regiments, each composed of 1,000 men. This was not merely a military arrangement. It was an attempt to bring structure and discipline to a restless frontier force that had long lived by its own customs. By dividing them into clearly defined regiments, the crown sought both to strengthen the defenses of the realm and to place limits upon their independence. Yet, while the army was being arranged and strengthened, the authority of the king himself was gradually being restricted. During this same reign, further limitations were imposed upon royal power. In the year 1578, the ancient right of final appeal to the king, a right by which subjects might seek the monarch's ultimate judgment in disputes, was taken away. Or rather, it was confined to a small district within a certain distance of the king's residence. Beyond that narrow radius, his direct judicial authority no longer reached. In addition, 16 senators were selected to remain constantly in attendance upon him. These senators were members of the upper chamber of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, a vast elective monarchy that stretched across much of Eastern Europe. Their task was to advise the king and to give their opinions on important matters of state. What appeared to be counsel was in truth another restraint. The king could not act freely without the weight of aristocratic oversight pressing upon him. This monarch was Stephen Batory, known to history as Stephen Bathory. He had come to the throne as a foreign prince from Transylvania and had ruled with energy and determination. He sought to strengthen the crown against a powerful and often unruly nobility, the aristocratic class that dominated the political life of the Commonwealth. His reign was marked by effort, reform, and constant struggle. But in the midst of his plans and ambitions, illness overtook him. His constitution, once strong and resilient, began to fail. It was during this period of decline, at his castle of Neopolamus near the historic city of Krakow, that he received two remarkable visitors from England. They were John Dee and Edward Kelly, men widely known in their own country as scholars, astrologers, and practitioners of occult arts. John Dee had served as an advisor to Queen Elizabeth I of England and was famed for his interest in mathematics, navigation, and mystical knowledge. Edward Kelly was his associate, reputed to communicate with spirits and angels. Stephen Bathory had long shown a fascination with soothsayers and diviners. When he first came to Poland to assume the crown, he had consulted such men, seeking insight into his destiny and success. In his final months, weakened and facing the uncertainty of his illness, he again received these English figures. Yet whatever hope or curiosity had drawn him to them did not endure. He soon grew weary of what he perceived as their impostures. His strength continued to decline, and on the 12th day of December in the year 1586, at the city of Grodno, he died. He had ruled with a vigorous hand. He had done what he could to confront the turbulent aristocracy that so often resisted royal authority. One of the clearest examples of this firmness was his treatment of Samuel Zborowski. Samuel Zborowski was a nobleman of a powerful family who had earlier murdered Łapowski, another noble, and had been banished from Poland at the beginning of Stephen's reign. Despite his exile, Samuel dared to return to the kingdom. Not only did he return, but he began new intrigues. He was involved in a plot against Jan Zamoyski, the Starosta of Krakow. The title of Starosta referred to a royal official who governed a district on behalf of the king. Zamoyski himself was one of the most influential statesmen of the age, serving as chancellor and a chief architect of royal policy. Samuel and his brothers were even suspected of harboring designs against the king himself. Whether these suspicions were fully proven or not, Stephen Bathory acted decisively. In the year 1584, Samuel Zborowski was publicly executed at Krakow. The execution sent a powerful message to the nobility that even the highest among them were not beyond the reach of royal justice. Of Samuel's two brothers, one fled into Germany and escaped punishment. The other might have faced judgment as well, but the sudden death of the king at the comparatively early age of 54 prevented further action. Stephen's widow survived him by 10 years. Her name was Anne Jagiellon, known in history as Anna Jagiellon. She had been crowned in her own right before her marriage, as the last surviving member of the Jagiellonian dynasty, the ancient ruling house of Poland and Lithuania. Her marriage to Stephen Bathory had been political, intended to secure the throne and unite factions within the Commonwealth. The union, however, does not appear to have been a happy one. A curious and vivid portrait of her appears in the diary of Sir Jerome Horsey, an English diplomat and adventurer who traveled extensively in Eastern Europe and Russia. In the year 1589, during his final journey to Russia, he sought an audience with the Queen at Warsaw. By that time, the throne was occupied by her relative, Sigismund III, known to history as Sigismund III Vasa, the first of the Vasa dynasty to rule in Poland. Horsey described how he wished to see Queen and the widow of King Stephen Bathory and mother of King Sigismund III. To gain access, he dressed in one of his servants' liveries and passed to her palace. Before the windows of the residence were arranged pots and ranks of flowers, carnations, gillyflowers, roses from the province, lilies, and other cultivated plants, laid out in careful order. He entered the chamber where she sat at supper and stood among many other gentlemen who were present. Thus, in the final years of the 16th century, the memory of Stephen Bathory's strong and forceful reign lingered in a court now governed by a new dynasty, while those who had witnessed the turbulence of his rule still moved through the halls of Warsaw, carrying with them stories of ambition, intrigue, execution, and sudden death. Her Majesty sat beneath a canopy of white silk, a ceremonial covering of fine fabric suspended above her seat as a sign of sovereignty and royal dignity. Beneath her feet lay a large carpet described as Turkish meaning a richly woven textile imported from the Ottoman Empire, prized throughout Europe as a symbol of wealth and international connection. She was seated in what was known as a chair of state, a throne-like seat reserved for a reigning monarch during formal appearances. The observer described her as a hard-favored queen, meaning that her face appeared stern and severe rather than gentle. In the same chamber, though separated from her by a great drawn traverse, likely a heavy hanging of arras, which was a woven tapestry used as a partition, her maids of honor and noble ladies attended supper. Even from behind this partition, they could observe her service, her conduct, and the careful formality of her attendance. Every gesture and movement followed established courtly custom, for the royal presence required strict ceremony. At length, one person in the chamber recognized the narrator, having previously taken notice of him. That individual informed the Lord Steward, the high officer of the royal household who stood beside the Queen's chair and supervised the arrangements of the court. The Lord Steward turned his gaze toward the stranger and caused others to look as well. Sensing that he had been observed, the visitor stepped backward in an attempt to withdraw. The Lord Steward then informed the Queen of his presence. The Queen ordered that he be called forward, though not in full ceremonial state. The aged Lord Steward addressed him respectfully and asked whether he sought anything from Her Majesty. The visitor answered that he desired nothing, and that he had come only to witness Her Majesty's princely state and royal presence. He requested pardon if his curiosity had caused offense. The Lord Steward then informed him that Her Majesty would speak with him. He had been recognized, he said, because of his curious ruffs, the large and elaborately pleated collars fashionable among gentlemen of rank in England at that time. The ladies hastened from their table and gathered around the Queen. After making his obeisance, meaning that he bowed deeply according to courtly protocol, the Queen inquired whether he was the gentleman of England who had recently negotiated with the king. Through her interpreter, she then sought to know the name of the Queen of England. The monarch present was Anna Jagiellonka, known in English as Anna of Poland, a member of the Jagiellonian dynasty and Queen of Poland and Grand Duchess of Lithuania. When informed that the English sovereign's name was Elizabeth, she responded sharply. Elizaveta, she declared, was too blessed a name for one whom she considered a scourge of the Catholic Church. She contrasted that name with Maria, the name of Elizabeth's sister, whom Catholics venerated as a blessed saint in heaven. This referred to Queen Mary I of England, daughter of King Henry VIII, who had restored Roman Catholic authority in England during her reign from the year 1553 to the year 1558. The visitor requested permission to speak without the interpreter, whom he believed rendered his words imperfectly. The Queen granted this request. He then defended Queen Elizabeth I of England, who had reigned since the year 1558. He declared that her name was most renowned and highly esteemed by the greatest and most powerful imperial kings and princes of the world. He described these rulers as defenders of the true and ancient Catholic Church and faith, meaning not Roman Catholicism as defined by allegiance to the Bishop of Rome, but what he understood to be the ancient universal Christian tradition. He insisted that Queen Elizabeth was reverenced and styled according to her due honor, both by enemies and by friends. The Queen rejected this assertion. If Elizabeth were so worthy, she asked, why did she so cruelly put to death so many holy Catholics, naming Edmund Campion and other martyrs? Edmund Campion was an English Jesuit priest executed in the year 1581 under charges of treason during Elizabeth's reign. To Catholics, he was regarded as a martyr who had died for the faith. The Englishman responded that those men had been traitors both to God and to the crown. He asserted that they had plotted the subversion and ruin of Elizabeth's kingdom. The Queen pressed further. How, she demanded, could Elizabeth spill the blood of the Lord's anointed, meaning Mary, Queen of Scots, who had been executed in the year 1587? Mary Stuart, Queen of Scotland and a Catholic claimant to the English throne, had been tried and condemned by an English court. The Polish queen argued that such a sovereign was more magnificent than Elizabeth herself, and that she had been executed without the rightful trial, judgment, and consent of her peers, without the authority of the Holy Father the Pope, and without the agreement of the Christian princes of Europe. The Englishman replied that Elizabeth's own subjects in Parliament, meaning the legislative body of the Kingdom of England composed of the House of Lords and the House of Commons, had judged the execution necessary. He maintained that this had been done without Elizabeth's royal consent, and for the greater safety and quiet of her realm, which was daily endangered by plots and conspiracies. At this answer, the Queen shook her head in visible disapproval. At that moment, her spiritual father entered the chamber. He was Antonio Passavino, an Italian Jesuit priest and one of the most prominent members of the Society of Jesus in the 16th century. The Society of Jesus, commonly called the Jesuits, was a Roman Catholic religious order founded in the year 1540 by Ignatius of Loyola, devoted to education, missionary work, and loyalty to the papacy. Passavino had served as a papal nuncio, meaning a diplomatic representative of the Pope, in the city of Moscow, capital of the Tsardom of Russia. The Englishman recognized him, recalling that he had once sat at his feet in Moscow when Passavino had been rejected in his diplomatic efforts there. Passavino took displeasure at the Englishman's presence. The Queen then called for a glass of Hungarian wine, a beverage imported from the Kingdom of Hungary and esteemed in European courts. 2 slices of cheap bread, a fine white bread made from refined wheat flour, were placed upon it. She instructed the Lord Steward to present this to the English visitor. He refused to receive it until Her Majesty herself had taken it into her own hands and offered it directly to him, a gesture acknowledging her sovereign authority and personal grace. Having accepted it in this manner, he was dismissed from her presence. One account from the time recalls a courtly incident that reveals the curiosity and tension surrounding appearances at the royal court. The narrator records his relief upon returning home and removing his livery, the formal uniform worn by servants and retainers as a sign of service and rank. Yet his hostess, described as a comely gentlewoman well known to the Queen, was immediately summoned to attend upon Her Majesty. The Queen wished to examine the pearl chain that he had worn on a Sunday when he took leave of the king. Her interest had been stirred because a bold Jewish merchant, identified as the king's chief customer, meaning a principal financial agent or supplier to the royal household, had taken the chain in his hand and declared before the king that the pearls were counterfeit, nothing more than dried fish eyes. The Queen also desired to learn how his ruffs, the wide pleated collars fashionable in the 16th century, were prepared. These ruffs were described as neatly shaped with silver wire and starched in England, a detail that underscored both craftsmanship and national pride. In the end, the chain was returned to him, and his honor remained intact after the Queen had inspected it. Anna Jagiellon, known in Polish as Anna Jagiellon, died in the year 1596. She was buried in the Cathedral of Krakow, the ancient coronation church of the kings of Poland. Within that cathedral stands a monument erected to her memory. Her effigy presents her with features described as possessing a certain masculine strength of appearance. At her funeral, the sermon was delivered by Peter Skarga, a renowned Jesuit preacher and rhetorician. The Society of Jesus, to which he belonged, was a Roman Catholic religious order deeply involved in education, preaching, and the defense of Catholic doctrine during the period of religious conflict in Europe. With the death of Stephen Batory, many historians have marked the beginning of the decline of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Stephen Batory had shown himself to be a forceful and capable ruler. His strength was evident not only in foreign affairs, where he conducted wars and diplomacy with determination, but also in the internal governance of the kingdom. He sought to restrain the power of the nobility, limiting their privileges wherever possible. In the political structure of the Commonwealth, the nobility, known collectively as the Szlachta, possessed extensive rights, including the election of the king and significant influence in the National Assembly, the same. Any attempt to curtail these privileges touched the core of their political identity. It was said that Batory intended to make the monarchy hereditary, transforming the elective throne into one that would pass by dynastic succession. Such a proposal threatened the established liberties of the noble estate and was certain to provoke intense opposition. In this climate of suspicion and rivalry, rumors circulated that the great king had been poisoned. However, evidence suggests that for some time before his death his health had been in decline. His physical condition was closely observed not only within the kingdom but also by neighboring powers. The German emperor, ruler of the Holy Roman Empire, followed developments attentively. Ambassadors representing the emperor are recorded as frequently sending private dispatches concerning the king's health, indicating the high political stakes attached to the life of the Polish sovereign. It was during this period that the unusual system of government under which the Kingdom of Poland endured began to be clearly recognized within the wider structure of Europe. The 16th century marked a decisive turning point across the continent. Throughout European lands, the middle class rose steadily in influence. Towns expanded in wealth and authority. Peasants moved toward emancipation from old feudal burdens, and as a result of these changes, the traditional power of the aristocracy began to face limits. This era was shaped by the force of the Protestant Reformation and by the spread of printed books through the printing press, which carried ideas rapidly across borders. European states increasingly acted as parts of a single political system, where the actions of one power provoked responses from others. Yet Poland stood apart from these great continental struggles. While other kingdoms wove themselves into networks of diplomacy, Poland remained distant. She did not maintain permanent ambassadors at foreign courts, a practice also absent in the Muscovite state, although occasional embassies were dispatched for specific and urgent purposes. The principal cause of this policy lay within Poland itself. The noble class, now holding nearly all political authority, deeply distrusted any permanent representative abroad who might serve the interests of the king. These nobles were suspicious of royal influence and fiercely jealous of one another, guarding their privileges with relentless care. This inward-looking stance persisted for generations. Even in the year 1648, at the moment of the Peace of Westphalia, when Ladislaus IV was invited to participate in a grand congress that reshaped the political order of nearly all Europe, he ignored the summons. No authorized representatives from Poland appeared at those deliberations. This absence proved to be a grave error, and its consequences would soon weigh heavily upon the country. Relations with the Kingdom of France were already strained. Polish resentment lingered over the dismissive and disrespectful conduct they had suffered from Henry III of France, who had briefly worn the Polish crown before abandoning it. During the following century, contact between France and Poland remained limited. Notable exceptions included the detention of John II Casimir during his youth while he was in France, and the formal embassy sent to escort Marie-Louise Gonzaga, the bride of Ladislaus IV. Though an Italian princess by birth, she resided in Paris and was a cousin of Louis II of Bourbon, one of the most powerful nobles in France. With the Ottoman Empire, Poland remained at peace until the close of the reign of Sigismund III Vasa. Despite this formal peace, Poland was regarded by the Ottomans as one of the principal enemies of their republic, and the southern frontier always lay open to sudden conflict. To the west, the lands of Germany were relatively calm during the latter part of the 16th century, and in this period the House of Habsburg provided two queens as wives to Sigismund III, binding Poland by marriage to one of Europe's most powerful dynasties. In one important respect, however, Stephen Batory caused lasting harm to Poland by introducing and favoring the Society of Jesus, commonly known as the Jesuits. A few isolated members of this order had entered Poland during the reign of Sigismund II Augustus, but their official and organized establishment can be traced directly to Stephen Batory. In a striking historical irony, there is strong reason to believe that at the moment of his election to the Polish throne, Stephen himself adhered to the Protestant faith. Certainly many of the princes of Transylvania were adherents of the Protestant faith. Transylvania, a principality located in Eastern Europe and at that time politically connected with the Kingdom of Hungary, had become a significant center of Protestant influence during the 16th and 17th centuries. Among its most distinguished rulers was Gabriel Bethlen, known in Hungarian as Bethlen Gabor, who ruled from the year 1613 to the year 1629. He was celebrated as a leading Protestant figure in the wider European struggle known as the 30 Years' War, a prolonged and devastating conflict that lasted from the year 1618 until the year 1648 and involved many of the principal powers of Europe, divided largely along religious lines between Protestant and Roman Catholic states. Within the Principality of Transylvania, there were active Protestant printing presses. These presses played an important cultural role. It was there that the first books printed in the Romanian language appeared, marking an early stage in the literary development of the Romanian-speaking population. At the same time, some of the most significant publications in the Hungarian language, known as Magyar, were also issued in that region. In this way, Transylvania functioned as a kind of intellectual wedge driven into the midst of populations described as ignorant or only partially civilized, meaning regions where formal education, organized scholarship, and literary culture had not yet widely developed. When Stephen Batory, a member of a powerful Hungarian noble family, was on the point of being elected to the throne of Poland, the Protestant communities were pleased at the prospect. They believed they might gain a sovereign who shared their religious convictions. However, the Roman Catholics were prepared to act with equal determination. They sent a priest named Solokowski to attempt to convert the new monarch to the Roman Catholic faith before his position was secured. The delegation of 13 members commissioned to announce the election to Batory consisted largely of individuals described as dissidents, meaning Protestants or non-Roman Catholic Christians within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Only one member, Nisik, the Palatine of Sandomir, was an exception. The title Palatine referred to a high-ranking provincial governor in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Sandomir, or Sandomirs, was an important region in southern Poland. Even Nisik, however, was not a strict or intolerant Roman Catholic, for one of his daughters was married to a member of the Greek Communion, meaning the Eastern Orthodox Church, which was separate from Rome. Another of his daughters was the well-known Marina Nisik, who later became the wife of the false Demetrius, a pretender who claimed to be the son of Ivan the Terrible, Tsar of Russia, during the period of political chaos in Russia known as the Time of Troubles in the early 17th century. The delegates carefully watched the priest Solokowski in order to prevent him from obtaining any private conversation with Batory. They understood that religious allegiance could determine the future direction of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Despite their vigilance, Solokowski succeeded in evading their supervision. He managed to meet the newly elected king at night, beyond the scrutiny of the delegation. During this secret meeting, Solokowski persuaded Batory that he had little chance of securely occupying the throne of Poland unless he became a Roman Catholic. The political structure of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth required the support of influential Roman Catholic magnates and clergy. Furthermore, one of the formal conditions of Batory's election was that he should marry Princess Anna, known historically as Anna Jagiellon, a member of the Jagiellonian dynasty. She was a committed and zealous Roman Catholic and would not likely accept a Protestant husband. Under these combined pressures, Batory consented. Soon afterward, to the astonishment of many of the delegates who had expected a Protestant ruler, he was seen kneeling at the Roman Catholic Mass, the central act of worship in the Roman Catholic Church, thereby publicly affirming his conversion. During his reign, numerous laws and enactments were directed against heresy, a term used by Roman Catholic authorities to describe beliefs and practices that departed from official church doctrine. These measures were especially reinforced at the Synod of Piotrkow, a significant ecclesiastical assembly held in the town of Piotrkow, where church leaders gathered to define policy and discipline within the Commonwealth. Supported by the patronage of the king, the Society of Jesus, commonly known as the Jesuits, expanded rapidly throughout the country. The Society of Jesus was a Roman Catholic religious order founded in the year 1540 by Ignatius of Loyola, dedicated to education, missionary activity, and strong allegiance to the papacy. Jesuit colleges and schools were established in many towns, shaping education and intellectual life. The University of Wilno, Founded by Baderi in the year 1579 in the city known today as Vilnius, became the principal center of Jesuit influence in the region. From this institution, Roman Catholic scholarship and teaching spread across the territories of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, reinforcing the religious transformation that had begun with the king's conversion. In the heart of a region where the overwhelming majority of the population adhered either to Protestant confessions or to the Orthodox Greek Church, a new institution was deliberately and carefully established. This was a Jesuit university, founded under royal authority and entrusted to the Society of Jesus, the Roman Catholic religious order created in the year 1540 to defend and spread the Catholic faith during the era of the Reformation. Its placement in such a religiously divided land was no accident. It stood as a declaration of intent in a territory where confessional loyalties were deeply rooted and fiercely defended. Two prominent Lithuanian statesmen resisted this measure. One was Prince Radziwill, Palatine of Wilno, meaning the governor of the province of Wilno, known today as Vilnius, the principal city of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. The Radziwill family was among the most powerful noble houses in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The other was Eustathius Wulowicz, Vice-Chancellor of Lithuania, a high officer responsible for the chancery and the official sealing of state documents. Both men were counted among the dissidents, the term used within the Commonwealth to describe Protestants and other non-Roman Catholics. For a long time, they refused to affix the Great Seal of the state to the charter that would authorize this Jesuit university, thereby withholding the formal legal confirmation required for its operation. Yet King Stephen Baderi disregarded their objections and pressed forward. During the reign of Stephen Baderi, violent and bloody quarrels broke out repeatedly between Roman Catholics and Protestants. These conflicts often ended in the defeat and humiliation of the Protestant side. The religious divisions that had spread across Europe in the 16th century were now fully embedded within the Commonwealth, and they expressed themselves not only in debate but in open confrontation. Baderi did not confine his efforts to Wilno. He also undertook the foundation of another university in Livonia, a region along the eastern shores of the Baltic Sea that had been united to the Polish dominions during the reign of King Sigismund II Augustus in the year 1561. Livonia was almost entirely Protestant in confession. The king's policy there followed the same pattern: the strengthening of Roman Catholic institutions in territories where Protestantism predominated. He was encouraged in these designs by Antonio Passavino, an Italian Jesuit priest and papal legate who acted as a tireless representative of the Pope in diplomatic and religious matters. Passavino was widely regarded as an indefatigable instrument of papal policy, working ceaselessly to advance Catholic influence. Under such persuasion, Baderi established a Roman Catholic bishopric at Winden, a town in Livonia, thereby creating an episcopal see that symbolized Catholic authority. He also founded Jesuit colleges at Dorpat, known today as Tartu, and at Riga, one of the principal cities of Livonia and a major port on the Baltic Sea. In Riga, the king went further. He ordered that a church previously belonging to the Lutherans, adherents of the Protestant teaching of Martin Luther, be taken from them and handed over to the Jesuits. The municipal authorities of Riga petitioned the king, protesting against what they regarded as an arbitrary act that infringed upon their religious rights. Their appeals were in vain. A Jesuit convent was established in the city under the direction of men renowned for their zeal against what they termed the anti-Romanists, meaning Protestants and other opponents of Roman Catholic doctrine. Among them were Laterna, Peter Skarga, and Bruckner, all noted for their energetic defense of Catholic orthodoxy. Tensions in Riga soon erupted. In the year 1585, a riot broke out, and the church assigned to the Jesuits was attacked. The following year, 1586, another disturbance shook the city. This time, it was triggered by the imprisonment of Mahler, a popular Protestant preacher who had stirred the inhabitants against the Jesuit presence. The superior of the Jesuit order in Riga was compelled to leave the city for his own safety. The municipal authorities, unable to restrain the crowd, attempted to mediate between the opposing sides. They agreed upon certain conditions. that the Jesuit school should be abolished and that public religious processions through the streets, which had inflamed tensions, should be discontinued. King Stephen Bathory, however, refused to accept this compromise. He ordered that matters be restored to their previous condition. The Jesuits returned to Riga. Yet peace did not follow. A more violent outbreak occurred, and several chief magistrates suspected of favoring the Jesuits were murdered by the enraged populace. In response, the king summoned the leaders of the insurrection to appear before his royal tribunal. They failed to present themselves. Consequently, at the Diet of Grodno in the year 1586, they were condemned to death in contumaciam, meaning in their absence. The decree further ordered that the schools and church in question be surrendered definitively to the Jesuits. Amid these tumults and mounting religious strife, the sudden death of King Stephen Bathory occurred. With his passing, the great contest between the Roman Catholics and the dissidents, though not entirely extinguished, entered a new phase. The struggles continued, and conflict did not cease. But from that time forward, the Roman Catholic Party held the advantage within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The Society of Jesus, commonly known as the Jesuits, had achieved complete success. They had taken control of education throughout the Kingdom of Poland, shaping the minds of the young and directing the intellectual future of the state. The adherents of the Roman Catholic Church now stood as a tightly organized and disciplined body, united in purpose and remarkably skilled not only in matters of faith, but also in political strategy. In contrast, the Protestant communities revealed deep weakness. They were divided among themselves, lacking unity and common resolve. The Trinitarians refused any cooperation with the Unitarians, and the same spirit of separation prevailed among the other Protestant sections. This internal fragmentation steadily undermined their influence. Gradually, the great aristocratic families of Poland began to return to the Roman Church. Many of them had been reconciled during the interregnum that followed the death of Sigismund II Augustus, a period when the throne stood vacant and political uncertainty reigned. During this time, Giovanni Francesco Commend, acting as the official representative of the Pope, was able to report to the Cardinal of Como that Christopher Zborowski, the Castellan of Polaniec, had returned to the Roman Catholic faith upon his deathbed. To these conversions must be added members of the powerful Radziwill family, whose influence extended across Lithuania and Poland. Among those who changed allegiance was Albert Lasky, nephew of the celebrated reformer Jan Lasky. Albert Lasky aligned himself with Roman Catholicism, though his character was widely criticized. He was regarded as vain and cruel, and for a brief time he attracted attention at the court of Elizabeth I, where he shone briefly, described by contemporaries as a comet of a season. His career in England ended abruptly when mounting debts forced him to leave the country in disgrace. Before closing this important reign, attention is drawn to the epitaph inscribed on the monument of Stephen Bathory, which may still be seen in the Wawel Cathedral. The Latin inscription praises him as a great master of the arts of peace and war, as a just, pious, and fortunate victor, as the avenger who recovered Livonia and Polotsk from the power of Moscow. The monument was dedicated by Anna Jagiellon, his queen and consort. It records that he died on the day before the Ides of December, in the year 1586, after a reign lasting 10 years, 5 months, and 12 days, at the age of 54 years. At the moment of the death of Stephen Bathory, the great kingdom of Poland and Lithuania, known formally as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, did not pass peacefully into the hands of a successor. Instead, it was torn apart by rival factions. The unity that a strong monarch had imposed began to dissolve almost immediately. Powerful noble families, driven by ambition and private interest, prepared to struggle for control. Among the most important of these factions were the followers of the Zamoyski family and the Zborowski family. These were not merely households, but vast networks of noble influence, wealth, and political alliances. Each group sought to secure the throne for a candidate who would serve its interests. Their rivalry weakened the stability of the Commonwealth and foreshadowed future betrayals. These men, concerned above all with their own advantage, would later be remembered as the forerunners of the Confederates of Targowica, a group of nobles who, many years later, would betray their country by inviting foreign intervention. The throne itself stood empty, and several candidates came forward. One of them was Archduke Maximilian of Austria, a member of the powerful House of Habsburg, the ruling dynasty of the Austrian lands, and one of the most influential royal families in Europe. His candidacy represented the ambitions of Austria, which had long sought to extend its power into Poland. Another candidate was Fifer Ivanovich, the son of Ivan the Terrible, the ruler of Russia, known formally as Ivan IV Vasilyevich. Ivan the Terrible had ruled with fear and violence, expanding Russian territory while establishing a reputation for ruthless authority. His son Fifer, however, was very different. He appeared weak in mind and character, lacking the strength and intelligence required to rule such a vast and troubled kingdom. His candidacy represented the interests of Russia, which also sought influence over Poland. The third candidate was Sigismund, a prince of Sweden, who would later be known as Sigismund III Vasa. His claim came through his mother, Catherine, who was the sister of Sigismund Augustus, the last king of Poland from the Jagiellonian dynasty. Through her, he possessed a legitimate connection to the Polish royal line. Sigismund's father was John, king of Sweden, known to history as John III of Sweden. John was a deeply religious man with strong Roman Catholic sympathies, living in a country that had largely adopted Protestantism. Influenced by his wife Catherine, he attempted to restore the Roman Catholic religion in Sweden. This effort created tension and opposition among his Protestant subjects. At the time of his marriage, John was not yet king. He held the title Prince of Finland and was the brother of Eric XIV, King of Sweden, remembered as Eric XIV of Sweden. Eric XIV was infamous for cruelty and instability. Many believe that he suffered from madness, as his reign was marked by violent acts and unpredictable decisions. The marriage between John and Catherine had taken place in the year 1562 at Wilno, a major city of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, known today as Vilnius. Catherine had been a highly sought-after bride. Among those who had wished to marry her were Ivan the Terrible himself, Archduke Ferdinand of Austria, and even Eric XIV, her future husband's own brother. Yet all had failed. She chose John, Prince of Finland. After their marriage, John and Catherine traveled to Stockholm, the capital of Sweden. But their happiness did not last. Eric XIV, suspicious and jealous of his brother, ordered their imprisonment. They were confined at Gripsholm Castle, a royal fortress. Their captivity lasted several years. During this imprisonment, Catherine gave birth to two children. The first was a daughter named Isabella, who died soon after her birth. The second was a son, Sigismund, the same Sigismund who now stood as a candidate for the Polish throne. Ivan the Terrible, who had once sought Catherine's hand, did not abandon his interest. He sent an ambassador to Eric XIV, demanding that Catherine be given to him. This demand revealed both his persistence and his lack of regard for ordinary rules of marriage. But Catherine refused. She chose to remain with her husband, sharing his captivity rather than accepting freedom at the cost of abandoning him. Eric XIV, enraged by his brother's continued existence and influence, decided that John should be assassinated. However, before he could carry out this plan, news arrived that Danish forces had landed in Sweden. Denmark was Sweden's rival, and Eric was forced to turn his attention to war. In his campaign, he committed many acts of violence and cruelty. Eventually, Eric's unstable rule collapsed. He lost control and was forced to abdicate the throne. The crown passed to the very man he had imprisoned. John, once a captive prince, now became king. In the year 1569, he and Catherine were crowned together at the ancient Swedish city of Uppsala. Their story, filled with imprisonment, danger, and sudden reversal of fortune, became famous. It was recorded in a small printed work published at Krakow in the year 1570. The title, translated into English, was Authentic History of the Deplorable Misfortunes of John, Prince of Finland, and the Princess Catherine. It is believed that this account was written by Marcin Kromer, a historian and church leader of Poland, and it was later edited and republished by the scholar Alexander Kraushar. Now, many years later, their son Sigismund stood before the Polish nobility as a candidate for the throne. In the end, Sigismund was elected king. His victory, however, did not come without conflict. Archduke Maximilian of Austria refused to accept defeat. He raised forces and attempted to seize the crown by military strength. But he was opposed by Jan Zamoyski, the powerful Polish general and statesman who served as Grand Chancellor and military commander of the Commonwealth. The two sides met in battle at Byczyna, a town in the region of Silesia, in the year 1588. There, Zamoyski defeated Maximilian. The Austrian Archduke was forced to abandon his claim and withdraw. Yet this was not the end of Austrian interference. The ambitions of the House of Habsburg would continue to threaten Poland in the years to come. Even the election itself had been marked by chaos and violence. According to the historian Gottfried Lengnich, writing in his work on the public law of the Polish kingdom, the election field near Warsaw resembled a military encampment. Senators and nobles had gathered in booths arranged across the open ground. But tensions ran high. Rival supporters clashed. Violence broke out. In the midst of the disorder, the booths occupied by the senators were set on fire. Flames consumed the structures where the leaders of the nation had assembled to choose their king. The election of Sigismund III had been secured, but was born in conflict, division, and destruction. The new king signed the Pacta Conventa, a formal agreement required of every elected monarch of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The Pacta Conventa consisted of binding promises made by the king to the nobles and estates of the realm, limiting royal authority and guaranteeing certain political and religious conditions. By signing this document, he accepted that his power would be regulated by law and by the representatives of the nobility. He also concluded an alliance, both offensive and defensive, between the Kingdom of Poland and the Kingdom of Sweden. This agreement committed each state to support the other in war and to defend one another from external threats. At that time, the crowns of Poland and Sweden were united in the person of one ruler, Sigismund III, known historically as Sigismund III Vasa. He had been elected King of Poland in the year 1587. In the year 1592, he inherited the Swedish throne upon the death of his father. Yet he soon grew weary of his Polish subjects, and in turn he became unpopular among them. Within little more than a year after the beginning of his reign in Sweden, he longed to return permanently to that northern kingdom. He arranged an interview with his father at the city of Revel, known today as Tallinn, in present-day Estonia. At that meeting, he discussed the possibility of returning to Sweden. However, the Swedish people objected to the Polish king's return, likely because Sigismund was a Roman Catholic, while Sweden had firmly established the Lutheran Protestant faith as its national religion. Despite this resistance, Sigismund returned to Sweden upon the death of his father, King John III of Sweden, in the year 1592. The Polish estates, meaning the representative assembly of nobles and clergy within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, granted him 200,000 gulden to cover the expenses of his journey. The gulden was a gold coin used in European trade. He sailed from the port city of Danzig, now known as Gdansk, on the Baltic Sea, and arrived in Stockholm in September of the year 1593. In March of the following year, 1594, he was crowned at the city of Uppsala, the religious center of Sweden. At the time of his coronation, he agreed to grant religious liberty to his Swedish subjects, who adhered largely to Lutheran Protestantism. However, once he returned to Stockholm after the ceremony, he began to disregard and violate the promises he had made concerning religious tolerance. On the 18th day of August, he reappeared in Poland, having appointed Roman Catholic governors over every province of Sweden. This decision intensified tensions within Sweden, where many feared that he intended to restore Roman Catholic influence in a kingdom that had embraced Protestant reform. During his absence, Sweden was in a state of continual unrest. Rival factions struggled for control, divided between supporters of Sigismund and supporters of his uncle, Karl, Duke of Södermanland. This uncle, known to history as Charles IX of Sweden, was a committed Lutheran and a determined opponent of Roman Catholic influence. In the year 1598, Sigismund marched into Sweden with a small army to confront his uncle. The decisive encounter took place at the Battle of Stangebro, near the town of Linköping. There, Sigismund's forces were completely defeated by the army loyal to Duke Karl. As a result of this defeat, Sigismund was compelled to leave Sweden and return to Poland. The Swedish leaders sought a clear and final resolution of the dispute between the rival claimants to the throne. In the year 1600, the Council and Estates of Sweden, meaning the governing council and the representative assembly of nobles, clergy, and townsmen, sent envoys to Poland. These envoys demanded that Sigismund return immediately to Sweden. They declared that if he failed to do so, the Swedish throne would be considered vacant. In that event, they required that he send his son, Prince Ladislaus, to Sweden to be raised in the Lutheran faith so that the future king would be educated according to the established religion of the realm. Sigismund ignored these demands. Consequently, he and his heirs were formally declared to have forfeited the Swedish crown. From that point forward, his reign concerned Poland alone, and his connection to Sweden was severed. But events within Poland itself required attention. In the year 1592, Sigismund married at the city of Graz in Austria a princess named Anne, the daughter of Archduke Charles of Austria, a member of the powerful Habsburg dynasty. This marriage was concluded without the consent of the Polish Diet, meaning the legislative assembly of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth composed of elected nobles. His subjects were deeply offended by this action, because one of the most important clauses of the Pacta Conventa required that such major decisions, including royal marriages, should not be undertaken without the approval of the estates. In that same year, 1592, there convened what became known as the Diet of the Inquisition, in Polish the Sejm Inkwizycyjny. This assembly was called to conduct a searching inquiry into the recent conduct and policies of the king. The purpose of this investigation was to examine whether Sigismund had violated the conditions of his election and whether his actions, especially in matters of religion and foreign alliances, were consistent with the laws and liberties of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Religious affairs within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth remained in a state of deep unrest. The dissidents, the term used in Poland for Protestants and other Christians who stood outside the Roman Catholic Church, found their position steadily worsening. Measures were adopted that placed increasing pressure upon them, and their political and religious influence began to decline. In the year 1589, a synod, meaning an ecclesiastical council of bishops and clergy, was held at Gniezno, the ancient metropolitan see of Poland and the traditional center of the Polish Church. This assembly enacted severe statutes directed against what it defined as heresy. Among its decrees was the declaration that only a Roman Catholic should in future be elected to the throne of Poland. This was a significant restriction in a kingdom whose monarch was chosen by election rather than by hereditary succession. The decision of the synod did not remain merely a local resolution. It was confirmed by a formal papal bull issued by Pope Sixtus V, the head of the Roman Catholic Church from the year 1585 until the year 1590. In imposing this requirement, Poland was not acting in isolation. Across Europe, it had become common for rulers to be required to adhere to the established religion of their realm. The principle was often expressed in the Latin formula cuius est regio, ius est religio, meaning that the religion of the ruler determined the religion of the state. Thus, the Polish decree, while restrictive, reflected a broader European pattern in the aftermath of the Reformation. In the year 1593, as King Sigismund III traveled through the province of Prussia, he took decisive action. The province contained cities such as Thorn, known today as Thuringia, and Elbing, known today as Elblag, where Protestantism had flourished and established strong roots among the inhabitants. Sigismund ordered that the principal churches in these cities be restored to Roman Catholic worship. This directive meant that churches long used for Protestant services were to be returned to Catholic control. Such measures intensified resentment and division. In later years, it would become evident how profoundly these policies weakened internal unity. Cities that had been compelled to surrender their Protestant institutions found it easier to incline toward a Protestant sovereign when the political opportunity arose. Over time, these cities became thoroughly Germanized in language and character. In the year 1595, another event of great religious significance occurred at Brzesk in Lithuania. There took place what became known as the union of the Greek and Latin churches. This development requires explanation. For generations, the popes in Rome had sought to bring the Russian Church, meaning the Orthodox Church of the Eastern Slavic lands, into communion with the Roman Catholic Church. Their efforts had intensified after the Council of Florence, which had convened in the years 1438 and 1439 in an attempt to reconcile the eastern and western branches of Christianity. Despite temporary agreements, lasting unity had not been achieved. Isidore, the Metropolitan of Moscow, had accepted union at the Council of Florence and was even granted the rank of cardinal within the Roman Church. However, upon his return to Moscow, his acceptance of papal authority was met with hostility. He was ridiculed and imprisoned by those who rejected the union. He eventually escaped from Russia, and after his flight, he never dared to return. From that episode onward, little progress had been made in reconciling Rome and Moscow. During the reign of Ivan IV of Russia, known to history as Ivan the Terrible, attempts were made to reopen dialogue. Antonio Passavino, the same Jesuit diplomat who had been active in Livonia, sought to influence the Russian ruler. These efforts proved fruitless. Ivan IV showed no inclination to submit the Russian Church to Roman authority. The situation was different within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. King Sigismund III, who reigned from the year 1587, was as fervent in his Roman Catholic convictions as Philip II of Spain had been in his. Within his dominions lived many adherents of the Greek Church. These populations had come under Polish rule when the eastern provinces were conquered in the 14th century by Gediminas, Grand Duke of Lithuania, and later united politically with Poland. Thus, a large Orthodox population existed within the Commonwealth's borders. The earlier pagan rulers of Lithuania had not interfered with the religious practices of their subjects. Even after Grand Duke Ladislaus Jagiello, known in Poland as the Ladislaw II Jagiello, had converted to Roman Catholicism in the year 1386 and become King of Poland, the members of the Greek, or Orthodox, Church had continued for some time to practice their faith without molestation. Now, however, under a monarch of intense Catholic zeal and in an atmosphere of mounting confessional struggle, efforts were renewed to bring these Eastern Christians into closer conformity with Rome. As time passed, the situation changed profoundly. Almost immediately after the founding of the Society of Jesus, its members began to enter the Kingdom of Poland and its outlying provinces in great numbers. They arrived with discipline, learning, and a clear purpose. Among the most active and influential of these figures was Piotr Skarga, a man who secured a lasting place in Polish literature and public life. He labored tirelessly to bring the Eastern Orthodox Church into union with Rome, directing his efforts toward Orthodox believers living within Polish territory. In the year 1594 for Greek, meaning Orthodox, bishops whose dioceses lay within the Polish state undertook a decisive step. These are the bishops of Lutsk, Pinsk, Chelm, and Lemberg. Together, they resolved to bring their congregations into acceptance of Roman Catholic doctrine. They found a powerful ally in the Metropolitanate of Kiev, whose seat was in Kiev, a city that had belonged successively to the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and to Poland since the middle of the 14th century. These bishops gathered at Brzesk and resolved to send envoys to the king. They chose Hypatius Posij, bishop of Vladimir, and Cyril Terlecki, bishop of Lutsk, to present their cause. The king, Sigismund III Vasa, then residing at Krakow, furnished them with letters addressed to the Pope, and they immediately traveled to Rome. There they were warmly received by Pope Clement VIII. In Rome, the bishops accepted the principal decisions of the Council of Florence. They agreed to the addition of the Filio clause to the Christian creed, accepted the doctrine of purgatory, and acknowledged the supremacy of the Pope. At the same time, important concessions were granted to them. They were permitted to retain the ancient Slavonic language in their religious services, and several elements of Eastern Church discipline were preserved. From this agreement arose the community known as the Greek Catholic Church, often called the Uniats. In later centuries, their numbers would be small within Russia, while their principal stronghold would remain in Galicia. Political tension soon deepened. In the year 1605, King Sigismund, whose first wife had died in the year 1598, married her sister Constance of Austria. This marriage, like others before it, was concluded without the consent of the Polish nation. It caused widespread anger, already near its limit, to overflow. On this occasion, Jan Zamoyski, the chancellor of the realm, delivered a fierce and uncompromising speech, openly reproaching the king before the assembled estates. When Zamoyski finished speaking, Sigismund, unaccustomed to such defiance, rose from his throne in a burst of fury and seized his sword. At this gesture, a murmur of indignation swept through the same, and Zamoyski cried out in Latin, warning the king not to move his weapon, lest future generations speak of Sigismund as another Julius Caesar and of the nobles as Brutuses. He reminded him that the Polish nobility were electors of kings and punishers of tyrants, entitled to obedience only so long as the king ruled and did not command as a despot. This dramatic confrontation led to a great rokosh, a revolt of the nobility. Such uprisings were not without precedent. One had already occurred during the reign of Sigismund I the Old. According to the Polish constitution, resistance was lawful if a king, after repeated warnings from the Senate, persisted in violating established laws. This right of opposition had been formally written into the royal oath for the first time by Henry III of France, when he swore it on the 17th day of September in the year 1573 in the Notre Dame Cathedral. In that oath, the king declared that if he should violate his sworn promises, the nobles of Poland and Lithuania would owe him no obedience. He released them in advance from all loyalty and allegiance, declared them free from any obligation to him, and vowed never to seek absolution from his pledge. This clause, solemnly spoken and publicly accepted, now stood as a powerful weapon in the hands of a nobility determined to defend its rights against royal authority. The authority of Sigismund III Vasa was soon tested by rebellion within his own kingdom. His reign had begun amid conflict and faction, and now open resistance emerged against him. Yet the rebels, though numerous, suffered from one fatal weakness. They had no capable leaders. Without unity, without discipline, and without clear command, their movement lacked strength. The king himself was not a strong ruler in character. He was cautious, deeply religious, and often uncertain. Yet even he was able to overcome this divided opposition. On the 6th day of July in the year 1607, near the town of Guzo, close to Radom in central Poland, his forces met the insurgents in battle. The royal army prevailed. The rebellion collapsed. The defeated insurgents were pardoned. This act of mercy did not arise from generosity alone. The king had little choice. The political system of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth gave enormous power to the nobility. Punishing them severely would have risked provoking further rebellion and deepening the crisis. By granting pardon, Sigismund restored a fragile peace. Thus ended a civil conflict that had threatened to tear the kingdom apart. But while internal rebellion subsided, events beyond Poland's eastern frontier would soon draw the kingdom into a far more dangerous and complicated struggle. One of the most important episodes of this reign was the expedition to Moscow, undertaken with Polish support by a mysterious young man who claimed to be Demetrius, the son of the former Russian ruler, Ivan IV Vasilyevich, known as Ivan the Terrible. The true Demetrius, the youngest son of Ivan the Terrible, had died many years earlier in the town of Uglich, in Russia. His death had been sudden and surrounded by suspicion. Some writers believed he had been secretly murdered on the orders of Boris Godunov, a powerful nobleman who later seized the Russian throne and ruled as Tsar. Whether this accusation was true remained uncertain, but the mystery created an opportunity. Into this uncertainty stepped the pretender. This young man claimed that he was the true Demetrius, miraculously escaped from death. His real identity, however, was never clearly established. According to popular belief, he had once been a monk named Grigory Otrepiev, who had abandoned his religious life and assumed a false identity. Others believed he was an agent acting on behalf of powerful Roman Catholic interests, sent to influence Russia and bring it under Catholic influence. A detailed description of this pretender survives in the writings of Captain Jacques Margaret, a French soldier who served in his army. Margaret observed that the false Demetrius could speak neither French nor Latin. This fact suggested that he was probably not a Pole, since educated Poles of high rank commonly knew Latin. His ignorance of these languages deepened the mystery surrounding him. One of his letters, addressed to the Pope, the head of the Roman Catholic Church, was later preserved and published by Father Pierling, a historian who studied relations between Rome and Eastern Europe. The existence of such correspondence revealed that powerful forces within the Catholic world were aware of him and interested in his cause. There is little doubt that this pretender did not act alone. He was almost certainly supported and guided by influential agents who saw in him an opportunity to reshape the political and religious future of Russia. If the secret records preserved in the Vatican, the headquarters of the Roman Catholic Church in Rome, were fully examined, they might reveal the entire truth of his origins and the identities of those who supported him. Whatever his true identity, he succeeded in gaining recognition from King Sigismund III of Poland. Sigismund accepted his claim and gave him assistance in the form of money and soldiers. The king's motives were not purely political. He was a deeply devoted Roman Catholic and hoped that by placing this claimant upon the Russian throne, he might bring Russia, which followed the Eastern Orthodox Christian faith, under the influence of the Roman Catholic Church. The pretender strengthened his position further by marrying Marina Nisik, the daughter of Jerzy Nisik, the Palatine of Sandomir. The title of Palatine referred to a high-ranking provincial governor in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Marina came from one of the most powerful noble families in Poland. She was ambitious and determined, and through this marriage she became Tsaritsa, or Empress, of Moscow. For a brief moment, the pretender's dream appeared fulfilled. He entered Moscow and ruled as Tsar. But his reign was fragile. Many Russians distrusted him. They suspected that he was an impostor and resented the presence of Polish soldiers and foreign influence in their capital. After only 11 months of rule, his enemies struck. In the year 1606, a violent uprising broke out in Moscow. The pretender was seized and murdered. Many of the Polish soldiers who had accompanied him were also killed in the chaos. His brief and dramatic rise to power ended in sudden and violent destruction. Marina Nisik survived, but her fate was tragic. Her ambition had carried her to the height of power, but it would also lead her into suffering and ruin. Her story belongs more fully to the history of Russia. Yet her presence left its mark. Her signature, boldly written as Tsaritsa of Moscow, was preserved in an album kept in the University Library at Krakow, a silent record of her claim to imperial authority. After the death of the pretender, the Russians chose a new ruler. This was Vasily Shuaysky, known formally as Vasily IV of Russia. He became Tsar in the midst of disorder and conflict, as Russia struggled through a period of chaos known as the Time of Troubles. But his rule, too, would soon be challenged by the armies of Poland. A Polish force under the command of Stanislaw Zalkiewski, one of the most capable generals of the Commonwealth, advanced against him. The two sides met in battle at Kleshino in the year 1610. There, the Polish army achieved a decisive victory. The Russian ruler was defeated. Vasily Shuaysky was captured and taken as a prisoner to Warsaw, the capital of Poland. There, in captivity, far from his homeland and throne, he died in the following year. In the year 1614, the Poles obtained possession of Smolensk, a fortified border city long contested between the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the Tsardom of Russia. Smolensk occupied a strategic position on the frontier, and throughout its history, it had frequently changed hands between rival powers. Its capture strengthened Polish influence in the east and symbolized a temporary advantage in the prolonged struggle for control over the borderlands. In the year 1617, King Sigismund III Vasa sent his son, Prince Ladislaus, to Moscow. Moscow had earlier been taken by the Polish commander Stanislaw Zalkiewski, a distinguished military leader of the Commonwealth. During the period of political disorder in Russia, known as the Time of Troubles, a faction within Moscow elected Ladislaus as their ruler. However, his claim to sovereignty proved unacceptable to the majority of the Russian population, chiefly because he was a member of the Latin Church, meaning the Roman Catholic Church, while Russia adhered to the Eastern Orthodox faith. His foreign birth and religion made his authority suspect in the eyes of his prospective subjects. By the Treaty of Delino, concluded in the year 1618 between the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and Russia, the Poles renounced all formal claims to the Russian throne. Nevertheless, Smolensk remained in Polish hands, securing for a time their frontier position. In the year 1621, Jan Karol Chodkiewicz, one of the most renowned generals ever produced by Poland, achieved a celebrated victory at the Battle of Chosim, also known as the Battle of Khotin. There he confronted a vast Ottoman force composed of Turks and Tatars, said to number 400,000 men. The Ottoman Empire, a major Islamic power ruling extensive territories in southeastern Europe, Western Asia, and Northern Africa, sought to advance its influence into Eastern Europe. At Chosim, Chodkiewicz forces successfully resisted this invasion, and the battle became famous in the historical memory of the Slavic peoples. This event inspired important works of literature. It formed the subject of the epic poem Osman by Ivan Gundulic, a poet from the Republic of Ragusa, a maritime city-state located on the Adriatic coast. It was also celebrated in the Wojna Chosimska, meaning the Chosim War, by Wacław Potocki, written toward the close of the 17th century. This poem was discovered in manuscript about 50 years before the historian's time and was long attributed to another author. A third epic treatment was composed by Ignacy Krasicki, an 18th-century Polish poet known for his refined and artificial style. Two of these literary works would later be discussed more fully in connection with Polish literature. According to the jurist Legnik, in his work Jus Publicum Regni Poloni, meaning the public law of the Kingdom of Poland, the Cossacks in the year 1632 petitioned for permission to participate in the Diet, that is, the legislative assembly of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The Cossacks were a semi-military community inhabiting the borderlands of Ukraine, known for their independence and martial skill. Their request to share in political representation was refused with indignation. This rejection would soon prove costly, for the alienation of the Cossacks was to lead to grave consequences. Queen Constance, the wife of Sigismund III and a member of the Austrian Habsburg dynasty, died on the 12th day of July in the year 1631. The king himself died on the 30th day of April in the following year, 1632. His reign had been long and troubled. Though it contained occasional victories, these successes did not produce lasting security for the state. The dissidents, meaning Protestants and other non-Roman Catholic Christians within the Commonwealth, had been estranged by religious persecutions. The Cossacks stood on the brink of a great rebellion. The political system of the nobles, known as the Slakta, had descended into severe disorder, with factional conflict and excessive privilege undermining central authority. In the early years of his reign, Sigismund had sought to secure the crown of Sweden, and he never entirely abandoned that ambition. Encouraged by his Austrian wife, he involved himself in the wider European conflict known as the 30 Years' War, which had begun in the year 1618. This war involved many of the major European powers and was fought largely over religious and dynastic disputes. Sigismund believed that, supported by the Holy Roman Emperor and by the King of Spain, he might yet recover the Swedish throne. He permitted the emperor to recruit troops within Polish territory and prepared ships along the Baltic coast. However, by the Treaty of Marienburg, also known as Malbork, concluded in the year 1629, Sweden secured the remainder of Livonia, the city of Elbing, and part of Prussia. These territorial losses weakened Poland's position along the Baltic Sea. During Sigismund's reign, the Society of Jesus, commonly called the Jesuits, remained highly active. The Jesuits were a Roman Catholic religious order founded in the year 1540 by Ignatius of Loyola. Many Socinians, who were members of a rationalist Christian movement rejecting the doctrine of the Trinity, and other dissidents suffered harsh persecution and in some cases execution. The Eastern Orthodox Church, referred to as the Greek Church, endured significant oppression. Its condition was powerfully described in the work titled The Lament of the Oriental Church, written by Meletius Smatricki. Smatricki was also the author of the first Slavonic grammar, an important scholarly contribution to the study of the Church Slavonic language used in Orthodox liturgy. Continued persecutions were encouraged by Josaphat Kuncevich, known in Polish as Konswich, the Bishop of Polak. His policies heightened tensions between religious communities. On the 12th day of July in the year 1623, he was murdered by a mob. Although this violent act did not lead to a broader revolt against civil authority, the town was subjected to severe punishment. A commission presided over by the Chancellor, Leo Sapieha, investigated the disturbance. Sapieha had previously attempted to warn Bishop Konswich of the dangers inherent in his conduct, but his warnings had gone unheeded. Following the inquiry, the two chief magistrates of the town and 18 principal citizens were punished, and the municipal privileges, or franchises, of the town were abolished as a penalty for the crime. During the reign of Sigismund III Vasa, there occurred one of the rare recorded instances of formal diplomatic relations between the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the Kingdom of England. In the year 1597, an ambassador named Powell Zielinski, whose name was rendered in Latin as Paulus Zielenius and sometimes written Jelinus, was dispatched to the court of Elizabeth I. Zielinski was described as a man of imposing and dignified bearing. He appeared before the English court clothed in a splendid suit of black velvet, a fabric associated at the time with wealth and distinction. When he was presented to the Queen, he delivered a lengthy oration in the Latin language, which remained the common medium of learned and diplomatic exchange throughout Europe. In his speech, he complained of the ongoing wars between England and Spain. These conflicts formed part of the broader struggle between Protestant and Roman Catholic powers that marked the later 16th century. The ambassador asserted that the hostilities between the English crown and the Spanish monarchy were causing serious injury to the commerce of Poland, whose merchants depended upon stable maritime trade routes. Queen Elizabeth responded with visible indignation. She answered him in fluent and forceful Latin. According to the chronicler John Speed, who later recorded the incident in his historical writings, the Queen rose with a commanding presence and rebuked the ambassador sharply. Speed described her as rising like a lion, overwhelming the bold orator not only by the firmness of her words, but also by the authority of her bearing and the sharpness of her royal reproaches. The exchange revealed the tensions that could arise when commercial grievances intersected with the high politics of religion and war. It is fitting in this connection to mention another Pole who had resided in England during the 16th century, though under very different circumstances. This was Jan Lasky, known in English sources as John Lasko. He was born at Lask, a town situated in the Palatinate of Sieradz, one of the administrative provinces of the Kingdom of Poland. Jan Lasky became one of the most distinguished advocates of the Reformation among the Polish nobility and clergy. Throughout his life, he traveled widely across Europe. He journeyed through the German states, the Low Countries, and other regions of the continent, associating with leading Protestant reformers who sought to reshape Christian doctrine and church governance according to what they regarded as scriptural principles. In September of the year 1548, he arrived in England. At that time, the English throne was occupied by Edward VI of England, who had ascended to the crown in the year 1547. During the reign of Edward VI, Protestant doctrines were under royal protection, and significant reforms were introduced into the Church of England. It was in this climate of official support for religious change that Jan Lasky found a favorable environment for his work and associations. The Pole remained for about 8 months as the guest of Thomas Cranmer, who at that time held the highest ecclesiastical office in the Church of England as primate. During this prolonged stay, a close and affectionate friendship developed between them. Cranmer himself testified to this bond in his collected writings, where he recorded in Latin that Jan Lasky, whom he called Johannes Alasco, had lived with him for several months in the closest and most cordial companionship. In the middle of March of the following year, Jan Lasky departed from England, but his attachment to the country drew him back again in the year 1550, when he once more resided with Cranmer. This respected and widely admired man, who formed many friendships during his time in England, died on the 8th day of January in the year 1560. Another Pole who made England his home belonged to a later generation. This was Samuel Hartlib, a man closely connected with English intellectual life and remembered as a friend of John Milton, who dedicated one of his prose works to him. Hartlib descended from Polish Protestants and chose to settle permanently in England. He remained there through years of upheaval and died shortly after the English Restoration, when the English monarchy was re-established. Throughout the entire reign of Sigismund III Vasa, the Kingdom of Poland remained in a condition of steady decline. After his death, he was succeeded by his eldest son, Ladislaus IV Vasa, who was formally chosen by the Sejm, the assembly of nobles that elected Polish kings. At the same moment as his accession, war was declared against the Muscovite state, but this conflict was quickly brought to an end by a treaty with Michael Romanov, who had recently been elected Tsar of Russia. The peace was signed at Polano, situated between Vyazma and Dorogobuz. Under its terms, the city of Smolensk remained in Polish hands, but Ladislaus formally abandoned his claim to the title of Tsar, bringing to failure all his efforts to secure the throne of Muscovy. In the year 1655, peace was also concluded with the Swedish Empire at Stumsdorf. Despite these diplomatic successes, Ladislaus' reign was continually troubled by bitter disputes between adherents of the Roman Catholic Church and various Protestant communities. Among several measures harmful to Protestants, the municipal authorities of Krakow deprived them of the legal rights of burghers, stripping them of civic privileges. Yet such intolerance must be viewed in the wider European context, where religious toleration was scarcely understood or practiced in most states. Ladislaus had initially wished to marry Elizabeth Stuart, daughter of Frederick V and granddaughter of James I of England. However, opposition to a marriage with a Protestant princess proved overwhelming. As a result, the king turned instead to the ever-available House of Habsburg. In the year 1637, he married Cecilia Renata of Austria, sister of Ferdinand III. After her death in the year 1644, he took as his second wife Marie-Louise Gonzaga, a princess of Mantua. Earlier, it had been shown with what extraordinary splendor the embassy of the year 1573 carried to Henry III of France the decree of his election as King of Poland. Yet the embassy sent to France in the year 1645 to seek the hand of Marie-Louise surpassed even that magnificence. Its description reveals the luxury and grandeur of Poland in the height of its former power. The king, now advanced in years, had fallen in love with Marie-Louise of the House of Gonzaga merely upon seeing her portrait and immediately dispatched messengers to Paris, where she was then residing, to request her hand in marriage. After these overtures were accepted, a second and far more numerous embassy was assembled. At its head stood Wenceslaus Leszczynski and Christopher Opolinski, one of the highest provincial governors of Poland. At that time, the French royal court was residing at Fontainebleau, but as soon as it became known that the Polish ambassadors had reached the gates of the capital, the court hastened back to Paris to receive them. In the year 1645, representatives of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth prepared for a solemn and carefully arranged entry into the great capital of France, the city of Paris. This was not merely a ceremonial visit. It was a moment of diplomacy between two powerful kingdoms of Europe, each seeking alliance, influence, and recognition in a time of political rivalry and shifting power. The ambassadors of Poland had arrived earlier and were awaiting the appointed day of their formal entry. This day had been fixed as Sunday, the 29th day of October, in the year 1645. Until that moment, they remained at Rewilly, a country residence located outside the center of Paris. This residence belonged to Monsieur de Rambouillet, a nobleman of France whose family was closely connected with the royal court. There, the Polish envoys waited, preparing themselves for the great public ceremony that would present them officially before the French monarchy and the people of Paris. When the appointed day arrived, the process of preparation began early. Monsieur de Belize, the official charged with introducing the ambassadors and overseeing their reception, came to their residence. He was not alone. He brought with him two distinguished figures chosen personally by the rulers of France to escort the Polish delegation. These men were the Duc d'Elbeuf, a high-ranking nobleman of France and member of one of its oldest aristocratic families, and his son, the Comte de Harcourt, another noble of great standing. These escorts had been selected by the King of France and by the Queen Regent. The Queen Regent was the royal figure who governed in the name of the king when he was not able to rule independently, often because of youth. Their selection of such prominent nobles demonstrated the importance of this diplomatic encounter. Soon, they were joined by many other members of the French nobility. These aristocrats gathered to accompany the ambassadors and to witness the ceremony. Yet even before the procession began, difficulties arose. Questions of etiquette, the complex system of rules governing rank, honor, and precedence created delays. Every detail mattered. Every position in the procession symbolized authority and respect. Disagreements and necessary adjustments slowed the preparations. Because of these complications, the day advanced, and the hour grew late before the ambassadors finally approached the Porte Saint-Antoine, one of the great gates of Paris. This gate served as an entrance through the defensive walls that surrounded the city, marking the formal point at which the ambassadors would make their ceremonial entry. Despite the delays, their arrival created immediate interest. The people of Paris, known for their sharp wit and curiosity, had gathered in large numbers. Many had come expecting to mock or criticize these foreign visitors, whom they imagined to be strange or uncivilized. Yet when they saw the ambassadors and their retinue, their attitude changed. Instead of ridicule, admiration took its place. At the head of the procession rode Girault, an official who assisted Monsieur de Belize. Girault's role was to maintain order and ensure that every part of the ceremony proceeded according to plan. He moved ahead, directing the movement of the procession and enforcing discipline. Behind him came a striking figure. This was Klopowski, the captain of the Hayducks, or personal guards, of the Palatine of Posen. The Palatine of Posen was the governor of the province of Poznan, one of the important regions within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The Hayducks were elite soldiers who served as both bodyguards and ceremonial attendants to high officials. Klopowski's role was to represent the dignity and military strength of his master. In his hand, he carried a mace covered with silver and gold, a symbol of authority and command. At his side, he wore two weapons, a curved sword known as a scimitar and a straight sword. Both were decorated with precious stones, showing the wealth and power of the Polish nobility. His horse was richly equipped, its harness adorned with finely worked silver chains, demonstrating the prestige of the embassy. Behind him marched 30 footmen. These men were dressed uniformly and carried firearms known as carbines, along with battle axes. Their appearance reflected the martial tradition of Poland, a kingdom whose nobility prided itself on military skill. Their heads were shaved according to Polish custom, leaving only a single tuft of hair at the crown. This hairstyle marked their identity as members of the Polish military class. They wore long mustaches, another symbol of their national tradition. For guards dressed in the same manner walked before them, clearing the path. Next appeared Pieksoski, the captain of the guards of the Bishop of Warmia. Warmia was a region within the Commonwealth governed by a bishop who held both religious and political authority. As captain of his guards, Pieksoski represented the power of the church within Poland. His dress and equipment were similar to those of Klopowski, and he too was accompanied by a company of armed attendants, though their colors differed, distinguishing their allegiance. Following him rode Trzeciecki, the first gentleman of the Chamber of the Palatine. This title referred to a senior official responsible for serving and attending the Palatine in his household and official duties. Trzeciecki wore the traditional national dress of the Polish nobility. This included a kontus, a long outer garment without a collar, which symbolized noble status and national identity. This form of dress was still worn by Polish nobles when they attended the Diet, the National Assembly of the Commonwealth, held at Krakow, the ancient capital. In his hand, Trzeciecki carried a large ceremonial hammer with a handle covered in silver and gold. Like the mace carried by Klopowski, this object symbolized authority and dignity. At his side, he wore both a sword and a scimitar, each decorated with precious stones, demonstrating rank and honor. Behind him rode 24 gentlemen on horseback. These men were members of the Polish nobility, forming part of the embassy's escort. Their presence reinforced the power and prestige of the Commonwealth, presenting before the people of Paris an image of a proud and ancient nation, represented by its warriors, its officials, and its noble class, advancing together through the gates of a foreign capital. Gawrzycki came next in the procession. He was the squire to the Bishop of Warmia and served also as the first gentleman of his chamber, meaning that he held a position of personal attendance and ceremonial importance within the bishop's household. He was richly dressed in white satin and wore over it a crimson velvet mantle, a cloak signifying rank and dignity. In his hand, he carried a golden mace, a symbol of authority and office. Behind him followed 6 trumpeters, announcing the grandeur of the embassy. There were also mounted soldiers performing military music, adding to the solemn and official character of the occasion. The remaining Polish nobles who followed were all arrayed in similar magnificence, each dressed in splendid garments befitting representatives of a powerful commonwealth. Several Polish gentlemen who happened to be residing in Paris joined the procession of their countrymen, swelling the ranks of the escort. The French court observed the brilliant cortege with attention. As the cavalcade advanced slowly through the streets, thousands of people gathered to witness it. The spectacle drew immense public curiosity, for the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was regarded as a vast and influential kingdom in Eastern Europe. The procession concluded with numerous splendid carriages. These vehicles carried confessors, who were clergy responsible for the spiritual guidance of the embassy, secretaries who managed official correspondence and documentation, medical men who attended to health, and various other persons attached to the suite of the ambassadors. Yet among all who took part, none surpassed in magnificence the Bishop of Warmia, whose garments were adorned with diamonds in great abundance. At length the cortege arrived at the Hôtel de Vendôme in Paris, a noble residence used for distinguished guests. On the 31st day of the same month, the Polish ambassadors were granted an audience with the King of France, Louis XIV. At that time, he was still a child, for he had been born in the year 1638 and had ascended the throne in the year 1643. Because of his youth, the government was conducted under the regency of his mother, and of Austria, who bore the title of Queen Regent. The audience took place in the Palais Royal, specifically in its Great Gallery, a hall reserved for ceremonial receptions. After completing this formal audience, the ambassadors proceeded to the Hôtel de Nevers in order to present their salutations to their future queen. The Bishop of Warmia delivered a speech in the Latin language, which at that time served as the common language of diplomacy and scholarship across Europe. He spoke in the name of the 2 ambassadors. They then presented to the princess, together with a letter from the King of Poland, a cross composed of 6 diamonds, a gift symbolizing both piety and royal generosity. The Bishop of Orleans replied on her behalf with another speech in Latin. Further compliments were exchanged according to diplomatic custom, and the ambassadors withdrew. The marriage ceremony was celebrated on the 5th day of November in the same year. At midday, the Palatine, meaning a high provincial governor within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, departed from the Hotel de Vendôme, accompanied by the gentlemen of his suite. They rode on horseback and were dressed with even greater richness than on the day of their arrival, emphasizing the solemn importance of the occasion. The Princess, Marie-Louise, known historically as Marie-Louise Gonzaga, was married in the chapel of the Palais Royal. The Palatine represented the King of Poland in person, acting by proxy in the ceremony. In the name of his sovereign, he offered the bride a magnificent ring as a symbol of union. After the nuptial blessing had been pronounced, a crown was placed upon the head of the princess. This crown had been fashioned in imitation of the crown of Poland and was enriched with pearls and diamonds, signifying her future rank as queen. And of Austria appointed Madame de Guebriant to accompany the young queen to her new homeland. Madame de Guebriant was the widow of a French marshal, that is, a high-ranking military commander in the service of France. Her role was to guide and support the queen as she left France for a distant and unfamiliar country. On the 27th day of November in the year 1645, after many banquets and festivities had been held in celebration of the marriage, the ambassadors departed for Poland, escorting their new sovereign. An English traveler named Peter Mundy later recorded these events. His manuscript account of his journeys, preserved in the Bodleian Library at the University of Oxford, contains observations on Poland among other lands he visited. He was present when a new queen entered Poland and described several of the festivities that marked her arrival. Among the cities that welcomed her, Danzig, now known as Gdansk, provided a particularly magnificent reception. Mundy observed that neither the bridegroom nor the bride were young at the time of their marriage. He wrote that the king was about 50 years of age and the queen 37 years old. More detailed information about these events comes from another witness. The secretary of Madame de Guebriant, a French noblewoman who was connected with the arrangements for a royal marriage, was a man named Le Laboureur. He left behind an account of the journey undertaken by the new queen, an account that provides insight not only into ceremony and travel, but also into manners and tastes. King Ladislas did not long survive his wedding. He died little more than 18 months after the marriage had been celebrated, a brief span that cast a shadow over what had been intended as a splendid union between courts. Le Laboureurs' narrative reveals another kind of tension, less political but equally telling. The French attendants of his time, much like their descendants in later centuries, displayed a marked disdain for foreign cookery. In describing the Polish banquets, he acknowledged first the magnificence of the preparation. The arrangement of the dishes was executed with care, and the officers responsible for the feast were justified, in his view, in claiming that they had taken considerable trouble. The order and appearance of the courses pleased the eye and were calculated to awaken appetite. Yet admiration faded when tasting began. Those who sampled the sauces did not return to them. Before long, Le Laboureur observed, a remarkable moderation spread among the French guests. It was the Polish hosts alone who rejoiced in the dishes, praising loudly the abundance of spices, the generous use of saffron, and the heavy seasoning with salt, all employed lavishly by the cooks. They drank to the health of the French visitors, who did not respond with equal enthusiasm. Le Laboureur confessed that curiosity led him to attend these repasts several times. He declared that never had the biblical image of the marriage at Cana seemed to him more vividly represented, for the dishes and meats were always renewed and replenished in abundance. On the pies, many of which were gilded, there were decorative figures fashioned from the feathers or hair of the animals whose flesh lay within. Similar adornments appeared upon the serving dishes themselves. These displays entertained the eye, while music performed at the far end of the hall occupied the attention of the assembled company. The dessert consisted of candied fruits, sugared delicacies, and various forms of confectionery. There were also certain frozen preparations, which were consumed sparingly. Lilleberger noted that many of his compatriots, whenever they could withdraw from these elaborate feasts, hastened back to their inn, where they dined in the French manner upon meats supplied by the Polish hosts to their own purveyors. In later consideration of Polish banquets, other contemporary descriptions would confirm the grandeur and the profusion that characterized them. The complaints of this French observer recall those of the poet Philippe de Portes, who had earlier expressed similar dissatisfaction with unfamiliar flavors. As for the frozen dish that appeared to astonish Lilleberger, it may have been a preparation known as kladsiek, a favored Lithuanian specialty. This dish, often mentioned with approval by Adam Mickiewicz in his national epic Pantadeusz, was said to consist of beetroot leaves combined with cream and fruit, allowed to congeal into a chilled form that differed markedly from the culinary traditions familiar to French taste. But to return to Ladislaus IV Vasa, the king. The most significant event of his reign was the Great Rebellion of the Cossacks under the leadership of Bogdan Khmelnytsky. To understand the gravity of this uprising, it is necessary to explain the meaning and origin of the word Cossack. With strong probability, the term is derived from the Turkish word Kazak, which signified a robber or free adventurer. These fighters emerged from a mixture of fugitives drawn from many peoples, including Poles, Russians, Little Russians, Tatars, and others who settled across the immense steppes lying between the borders of the Kingdom of Poland and the lands of the Ottoman Empire. Over time, these men formed a distinctive society. They established a military republic on islands in the Dnieper River, a fortified center known as the Zaporizhian Sich. This settlement was governed by strict rules, among them the exclusion of women. Even in later centuries, traces of the earthen fortifications they raised along the riverbanks remained visible, bearing witness to their long presence. The Cossacks elected their own leader, known as the Hetman, a title most likely derived from the German word Hauptmann, meaning captain, as shown by similar usage in Lithuania and Bohemia. The hetman carried a mace as the symbol of his authority. Like the consuls of ancient Rome, his power existed only so long as he led his people in war. Their daily life followed communal rules. They ate together at public tables and appear to have spent much of their time in excess and disorder. For their naval raids, they launched light boats known as chaiki, a word likely connected to the Turkish kayık. In these vessels, they carried their attacks even to the walls of Constantinople, striking at the heart of Ottoman power. Knowledge of their exploits survives chiefly in their songs, collected by Mikhail Drahomanov and Volodymyr Antonovic, though this important work was never fully completed. The careful and calculated policy of Stephen Bathory had earlier transformed these fearless marauders into organized regiments of frontier soldiers. In this role, they helped restrain the repeated incursions of Ottoman Turks, Crimean Tatars, and Wallachia, whose raids had long inflicted suffering on Polish lands. Yet the Cossacks remained firm adherents of the Eastern Orthodox Church, and for that reason, they were unlikely to be ignored by the Society of Jesus, whose emissaries acted under the authority of Sigismund III Vasa. Their demand for representation in the Sejm was met with open contempt, and in dealings between the Cossacks and the Polish authorities, promises were repeatedly broken. One of their leaders, Pavlo Pavliuk, was persuaded to travel to Warsaw under a pledge of safe conduct. Once there, he was seized and beheaded, an act that deepened resentment and distrust. Soon afterward, Bogdan Khmelnytsky struck back. He inflicted a decisive defeat on the Polish forces at the Battle of Yellow Waters, known in the local language as Zawdy. At this critical moment, disaster struck the Polish crown itself. King Ladislaus died on the 20th day of May in the year 1648 at Mareks, situated between Grodno and Vilnius. His death left the kingdom leaderless and plunged it into deep confusion, just as rebellion and war spread across its eastern lands. In the year 1641, an event occurred that revealed a dangerous weakening in the authority of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. At a meeting of the National Assembly, known as the Diet, the Elector of Brandenburg formally renounced his homage to the Polish Republic. The Elector of Brandenburg was the ruler of a small but increasingly organized German state, located to the west of Poland. This act of renouncing homage meant that he declared himself no longer bound by loyalty or submission to the Polish crown. This was not a sudden change, but the result of long development. Brandenburg, though smaller and less powerful than Poland, had been fortunate in its rulers. These leaders governed with discipline, foresight, and determination. While Poland struggled with internal divisions and political disorder, Brandenburg steadily increased its strength. It advanced quietly, expanding its influence and independence, while its larger neighbor weakened itself through internal conflict and lack of unity. At the same time, religious tensions within Poland continued to deepen. For many years, the Commonwealth had been known for its religious diversity. Different Christian groups lived within its borders, including Roman Catholics, Protestants, and other reform movements. Among these were the Socinians, followers of a religious movement founded on the teachings of Fausto Sozzini, an Italian theologian whose ideas rejected certain traditional Christian doctrines, including the doctrine of the Trinity. The Socinians had established an important center of learning at the town of Rakow. There, they founded a school and published their famous catechism, a written summary of their religious beliefs and teachings. This catechism became widely known across Europe and represented one of the most important statements of Socinian doctrine. But in the year 1638, this center was destroyed. The school at Rakow was abolished by order of the authorities. This act marked a turning point in the religious tolerance that had once distinguished Poland. Increasing pressure from the Roman Catholic Church and its supporters led to the suppression of religious minorities whose beliefs were no longer tolerated. Yet the divisions within the kingdom remained. In an attempt to restore unity, a great religious conference was called. On the 28th day of August in the year 1645, representatives of various religious groups gathered in the city of Thorn, known today as Taormina. This meeting was called the Colloquium Charitativum, a Latin name meaning the charitable conference. The purpose of this assembly was to reconcile the different religious sects that divided the Commonwealth. It had been convened at the express wish of the king, the Ladislaw Vasa, who hoped to restore peace and unity among his subjects. But from the very beginning, the effort was weakened. The Socinians, one of the religious groups most deeply involved in theological disputes, were excluded from participation. This exclusion undermined the purpose of reconciliation. Those who attended the Congress held 36 meetings, engaging in long discussions and debates. Yet despite their efforts, they achieved nothing. No agreement was reached. No unity was restored. On the 21st day of November in the same year, 1645, the conference ended quietly. There was no great declaration, no resolution, no triumph. Its proceedings were later published at Warsaw in the year 1646, under a Latin title that translated into English as the Acts of the Convention of Thorn, celebrated in the year 1645 for the purpose of establishing a method of reconciling religious differences in the Kingdom of Poland. But the written record could not conceal the failure. Soon afterward, the king himself died. He left no children to inherit the throne. The crown therefore passed to his brother, who became known as John II Casimir Vasa. He was elected king by the Diet on the 20th day of November in the year 1648. His coronation took place on the 17th day of January in the year 1649. Other candidates had also sought the throne. Among them was Alexis of Russia, known to history as Alexis of Russia, the ruler of Russia and the father of the future Emperor Peter the Great. Another candidate was George Rákóczi, Prince of Transylvania, a celebrated Hungarian leader known for his military skill and political ambition. The fact that such powerful foreign rulers sought the Polish crown demonstrated both the prestige and the vulnerability of the Commonwealth. The memory of the great reign of Stephen Bathory, who himself had come from Transylvania, showed that foreign princes could indeed rule Poland. Some even proposed the idea of uniting the two great Slavic powers, Poland and Russia, under a single ruler, the Tsar. Such a union would have created a vast and powerful empire. But the Polish nobility rejected this idea, unwilling to surrender their independence to a foreign monarch. The new king, John II Casimir, faced immediate crisis. One of his first actions was an attempt to negotiate with Bogdan Khmelnytsky, known formally as Bohdan Khmelnytsky. Khmelnytsky was the leader of the Cossacks, the fierce warrior people who lived in the lands of Ukraine. He had led a great uprising against Polish rule, driven by political oppression, religious conflict, and social injustice. The king hoped to reach an agreement and restore peace. Negotiations began, but before these talks could succeed, betrayal occurred. A Polish general, Jeremiah Wisniewski, a powerful nobleman and military commander, attacked the Cossacks while they were still deliberating over the proposed agreement. This sudden assault ended the negotiations. The Cossacks were caught unprepared and suffered heavy losses. Many were killed. The opportunity for peaceful settlement was destroyed. Yet Bogdan Khmelnytsky did not surrender. He survived the defeat and gathered new forces. Determined to continue the struggle, he assembled another army and prepared for renewed war. The two sides met again on the 28th day of June in the year 1651 at the Battle of Berestechko in the region of Galicia. There, the Polish army achieved a major victory. The forces of the Cossacks were defeated after intense fighting. This conflict was not merely political. It was also deeply religious. The Cossacks and the people known as the Little Russians, or Ukrainians, followed the Eastern Orthodox Church, often called the Greek faith. They saw themselves as defenders of their religion against the influence of the Roman Catholic Church, which was the dominant faith among the Polish ruling class. Their hostility extended also toward Jewish communities, who often served as administrators and agents of Polish nobles. Thus, the war became not only a struggle for political freedom, but a conflict shaped by religious division, identity, and survival, as armies gathered again and again on the contested lands between Poland and the rising forces of rebellion. Throughout the contest, the massacres committed on both sides were appalling. The violence revealed the disturbed and unstable condition of the country, where civil conflict and war had weakened authority and inflamed passions. The struggle referred to as the uprising led by Bohdan Khmelnytsky, often called Bogdan in contemporary accounts. He was the leader of the Cossacks in Ukraine and had risen against the rule of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in the year 1648. His rebellion, driven by political grievances, social tensions, and religious divisions, brought devastation to vast regions. Finding at last that he could not, by his own strength alone, successfully resist the forces of the Polish king, Khmelnytsky sought external support. In the year 1652, he sent an emissary to Moscow, offering to place himself and his Cossack followers under the protection and allegiance of the Tsar of Russia. The Tsar at that time was Alexis of Russia, ruler of the expanding Muscovite state. Negotiations were eventually concluded at Pereyaslav, a town in central Ukraine. There, Khmelnytsky and 17 regiments of Malo-Russians, meaning the people of what was then called Little Russia, took an oath of loyalty to Buterlin, the official representative and commissioner of the Tsar. This agreement, known historically as the Pereyaslav Agreement, marked a decisive turning point, bringing the Cossack territories under Russian influence and permanently altering the balance of power in Eastern Europe. Meanwhile, within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth itself, political practices were taking a dangerous direction. At a session of the Diet, or Sejm, in the year 1651, there occurred the first recorded instance of a single deputy, known as a nuntius, bringing the entire proceedings of the assembly to an end by exercising what was called the liberum veto. In Polish, this was expressed as nie pozwalam, meaning I do not allow or I forbid. The deputy who first employed this power was Sikinski, a representative from Upita in Lithuania. The principle behind the liberum veto was the requirement of unanimity in legislative decisions. The idea of unanimous consent had deep roots in the political traditions of the Slavic peoples. It could be traced back to the time of King Alexander of Poland, who reigned at the beginning of the 16th century. It was also reflected in the Sabori, or assemblies, of early Russia. In theory, unanimity was intended to preserve liberty and prevent tyranny. In practice, however, it produced grave disadvantages. It was easy to bribe a venal deputy. Once a single nuntius pronounced the fatal words of veto, the entire session of the Diet was dissolved and all legislation under consideration was nullified. Lind, in his work entitled Letters Concerning the Present State of Poland, published in London in the year 1773, described how this system could be abused. The Lord High Treasurer of the Commonwealth had complete control over public finances. Although he was appointed by the king, he could not be removed by the king even in cases of misadministration. He was required to present his accounts before the Diet. Yet if he had embezzled public funds, he could easily evade scrutiny. The sessions of each Diet were limited to 6 weeks. If the accounts were presented too late, there would be no time for examination. Alternatively, during the course of investigation, a bribed deputy could pronounce the veto, dissolving the assembly and preventing any judgment. An example was recorded by Bernard Conner, physician to King John Sobieski and author of a detailed account of Poland. Conner described how Count Morstan, who served as great treasurer of the realm, sent a large amount of plunder out of Poland and purchased an estate in France. By skillfully avoiding the inquiries of the Diet, he escaped accountability. In this manner, not only the treasurer, but other high officers of state, including the commander-in-chief and the marshal, could evade effective oversight. Only before the Diet could a noble accused of capital crimes be brought to trial. If such a noble feared conviction, it was convenient for him to obstruct the proceedings of the very tribunal capable of condemning him. The liberum veto thus became an instrument for personal protection and for the obstruction of justice. It also served as a means of resisting taxation, since new taxes could be imposed only with the consent of the Diet. A single dissenting voice could prevent the raising of funds necessary for the defense or administration of the Commonwealth. The dissidents, meaning Protestants and other non-Roman Catholic Christians within the state, suffered greatly under the rule of John II Casimir Vasa, also known as John Casimir. Before ascending the throne, he had been ordained a priest and had even received the rank of cardinal in the Roman Catholic Church. His reign, which began in the year 1648, was marked by religious severity. In the region known as Great Poland, the dissidents endured harsh persecution. Sympathy for their plight led to subscriptions being raised in England and in the Dutch Republic to provide them assistance. In the year 1658, an enactment of the Diet expelled the Socinians from the country. The Socinians were members of a Protestant sect that rejected the doctrine of the Trinity and emphasized rational interpretation of Scripture. Their expulsion marked another step in the narrowing of religious tolerance that had once distinguished the Commonwealth. Yet the misfortunes of the reign of John Casimir were not confined to internal strife. The Republic, meaning the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, was also engaged in foreign wars that proved especially disastrous, further weakening the state at a time when unity and strength were most needed. When the Polish monarch asserted his hereditary claim to the throne of Sweden as a member of the House of Vasa, the conflict that followed placed the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in grave danger. The Swedish crown at that time had passed to Charles X Gustav of Sweden, who had succeeded after the abdication of Christina, Queen of Sweden, in the year 1654. Observing the internal weakness of Poland, Charles Gustav resolved to strike. He invaded the Commonwealth at the head of 60,000 soldiers, a formidable force for the age. The Swedish armies advanced rapidly. Both Warsaw, the political capital, and Krakow, the ancient royal city of coronation, submitted to him. Pressing onward, he marched as far as Lemberg in Galicia, known today as Lviv, extending Swedish control deep into the southern territories. Faced with this overwhelming assault, John II Casimir Vasa fled into Silesia, seeking refuge beyond the immediate reach of the invader. Yet the story did not end with flight. The Polish nobility and people rallied around their king. Resistance gathered strength, and in time John Casimir succeeded in driving Charles Gustav out of the country. The Swedish monarch had not advanced unaided. In many places he had been assisted by rebellious subjects of the Polish king, men willing to profit from the turmoil. Among the most striking acts of treachery was that of Opolinski, the voivode, or provincial governor of Posen, known today as Poznan. Despite having composed biting satires condemning the corruption of mankind, he betrayed his own province to the Swedes. His conduct became a byword for hypocrisy. He did not long survive the dishonor of his betrayal. Charles Gustav's allies included the Elector of Brandenburg, the ruler of a German principality whose leaders were known for cautious calculation and patience. The Elector watched events closely and seized his opportunity. In return for the assistance rendered to the Swedish king, he was definitively released in the year 1657 from the obligation of homage that he had previously owed to the Polish crown. This release strengthened Brandenburg's independence and altered the balance of power in Northern Europe. The Queen favored a close alliance with the Kingdom of France and deeply distrusted House of Habsburg, whose long-standing policy of intervention in Polish affairs she openly detested. Guided by her influence, the king proposed before the Sejm that Louis II de Bourbon, the son of the celebrated Louis de Bourbon, should be designated his successor. This prince had married the queen's niece, strengthening her interest in the plan. The proposal provoked immediate agitation, for it violated the fundamental principles of the Polish constitution, which rejected hereditary succession. A stormy debate followed, during which John II Casimir declared that the endless internal quarrels of the Polish nation must inevitably lead to the partition of the Commonwealth, uttering the memorable Latin words, "Would that I were a false prophet." One of the most energetic leaders of opposition to the king was Jerzy Sebastian Lubomirski, a powerful palatine, meaning a provincial governor of the highest rank. His resistance brought him into direct conflict with the queen, and the struggle soon escalated into open rebellion. Like many great nobles of Old Poland, Lubomirski commanded a private army composed of his retainers, a condition of society resembling that experienced in England during the Wars of the Roses. The rebellion was suppressed only after severe bloodshed on both sides. Lubomirski withdrew to Breslau, just beyond the Polish frontier in Austrian territory, where he died not long afterward. In the year 1667, Queen Marie-Louise died. She was remembered as a woman of beauty and energy, yet also of restless and turbulent temperament. At her death, the kingdom lay in a wretched condition, drained by foreign wars and torn by internal disorder. To these calamities were added the repeated devastations inflicted by the Crimean Tatars and the Cossacks, whose incursions had ravaged large regions of the land. John Casimir, who in his early life had been destined for the church, now resolved to return to the cloister. At the age of 68, worn down by anxiety, overwhelmed by the suffering he witnessed throughout his realm, embittered by the turbulence of the nobility, and deeply affected by the loss of his wife, he decided to renounce the crown. Accordingly, on the 16th day of September in the year 1668, he formally abdicated the throne of Poland. Before taking this step, he consulted other European sovereigns, who attempted to dissuade him from abandoning his office. His abdication speech was preserved and has long been admired as a powerful example of political eloquence. A copy survives among the Rawlinson manuscripts in the Bodleian Library. Though too extensive to reproduce in full, one sentence captures its solemn tone. Declaring himself a survivor of royal dignity yet dead to the world, he chose a grave in place of the throne and a clod of earth instead of the royal globe, thus marking the end of his reign and his withdrawal from worldly power. John II Casimir Weza, the ruler of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, had long warned his people of the dangers that threatened their kingdom. He saw clearly what many of the nobles refused to admit: the constant quarrels, rivalries, and divisions among the Polish aristocracy were weakening the state from within. The king understood that a nation divided against itself could not resist its enemies. He was not the first to speak such warnings. Many years earlier, A priest named Pyotr Skarga had delivered powerful sermons before the Diet, the National Assembly of Poland. Skarga was a Jesuit priest, a member of the Society of Jesus, a Roman Catholic religious order devoted to education, missionary work, and the defense of Catholic doctrine. In his sermons, Skarga had spoken with urgency and sorrow. He warned the nobles that their selfishness, their refusal to cooperate, and their neglect of the common good would bring disaster upon their country. Now, King John Casimir repeated these warnings. He even went further. He predicted the fate that awaited Poland if its divisions continued. He declared that the great neighboring powers would seize its lands piece by piece. He foresaw that Russia would take Lithuania, the vast eastern region of the Commonwealth. He warned that Prussia, the rising German state to the west, would take Poland itself. He declared that Austria, ruled by the powerful House of Habsburg, would seize Galicia, the southern territories. These words were not empty fears. They were the clear vision of a ruler who understood the weakness of his country. With John Casimir, an entire chapter of Polish history came to an end. He was the last representative of a great royal tradition that stretched back through centuries. The ancient dynasty of the Jagiellons, which had once ruled over Poland and Lithuania at the height of their power, had continued in his person through its connection with the House of Vasa, the Swedish royal family to which he belonged. This continuity had endured through many generations. There had been interruptions, such as the reign of Stephen Bathory, who had been elected king despite not belonging to the Jagiellon bloodline. There had also been the brief rule of Henry III of France, known at that time as Henry of Valois, whose reign in Poland lasted only 5 months before he abandoned the throne to return to France and claim his inheritance there. But these interruptions did not break the deeper continuity. Now, in the person of John Casimir, this long line came to its final end. With him, 3 great royal dynasties of Polish history reached their conclusion. The Piast dynasty, the oldest royal house of Poland, which had founded the kingdom in the early Middle Ages. The Jagiellon dynasty, which had raised Poland and Lithuania into one of the largest and most powerful states in Europe. And the Vasa dynasty, which had continued that tradition through its connection with Sweden. All 3 lines now ended. Many years later, according to a report published in a German newspaper in the year 1891, a man named Prince Ignaz Jagiello died at the city of Grodno on the 16th day of July of that year. He was said to have been the last surviving descendant of the Jagiellon family, the final bearer of a name that had once ruled a vast empire. The fall of John Casimir was not only political, but personal. Bernard Conner, a physician who later served John III Sobieski, another king of Poland, recorded an account of what happened after John Casimir gave up his throne. Conner had spoken with elderly gentlemen in Warsaw who remembered the events clearly. They told him that on the day after his abdication, John Casimir walked among the people. He was no longer king. The crown was gone. The authority that had once surrounded him had vanished. The people he passed no longer treated him with the respect due even to a nobleman, much less to a former monarch. He saw their indifference. In that moment, it seemed that he regretted his decision deeply. He realized what he had lost. After his abdication in the year 1668, he left Poland and retired to France. This was not a foreign land to him. Years earlier, between the years 1638 and 1640, he had been held there under difficult circumstances. At that time, he had been traveling by sea when he came within reach of France. The powerful French minister, Cardinal Richelieu, who served as chief advisor to the King of France and was one of the most influential political figures in Europe, had ordered his detention. Richelieu was a master of political strategy, determined to advance the interests of France in every possible way. John Casimir had been held in France for 2 years, effectively as a hostage. His captivity was not the result of any crime, but of political calculation. He was a prince whose fate could influence the balance of power between nations. Now, years later, stripped of his crown and authority, he returned to that same country, no longer as a hostage, but as a king who had surrendered his throne and witnessed the end of the dynasties that had ruled Poland for centuries. In his youth, John II Casimir Vasa was eager for military distinction. Before ascending the throne of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, he sought experience in war and entered the service of the German forces fighting against France during the great European conflict known as the 30 Years' War, which lasted from the year 1618 until the year 1648. This war involved many of the principal states of Europe and was shaped by political rivalry, as well as by divisions between Roman Catholic and Protestant powers. His service in the German army, however, was brief and unsuccessful. He was defeated in battle by the French General Marod. After this setback, he abandoned his campaign and returned to Poland. Once back in his homeland, he found life at the royal court unsatisfying. Disliking inactivity, he resolved to travel. His plan was ambitious. He intended first to visit the northern regions of Italy, then to proceed to Spain. On his return journey, he meant to see France, England, and the Dutch Republic. Afterward, he hoped to revisit Italy and the Papal States in order to pay homage to the Pope, the spiritual head of the Roman Catholic Church, and finally to return to Poland by the most direct route. It was estimated that such a journey would occupy 3 years. To avoid the burdensome ceremonies and formalities required of a royal prince, John Casimir decided to travel under the modest title of ambassador. In this way, he hoped to move more freely and with less public display. He departed from Warsaw with his suite on the 27th day of January in the year 1638. It was reported that astrologers, consulted before his departure, warned him specifically to beware of France. Despite this warning, when he reached the shores of that country, he landed there. To his astonishment, he was detained by order of Cardinal Richelieu, who at that time effectively governed France as the chief minister of the young king. Richelieu was determined to prevent foreign princes from aiding France's enemies during the ongoing conflict with Spain. John Casimir was transferred from one residence to another and subjected to a series of petty humiliations. His captivity became a matter of diplomatic tension. At length, a Polish embassy arrived in Paris on the 17th day of January in the year 1640. Negotiations followed, and the terms of his release were arranged. He was not granted liberty until he pledged that he would never bear arms against France for as long as the war between France and Spain continued. Years later, after his reign as king had ended, John Casimir returned once more to France. By this time, he was in the later years of his life. He was received kindly by Louis XIV. The French monarch granted him the Abbey of Saint-Germain and the Abbey of Saint-Martin, ecclesiastical benefices whose revenues provided him with income. This support was significant because the Polish authorities had failed to continue the pension they had once promised him. Although he had earlier held clerical office and had even been ordained as a priest and created a cardinal in the Roman Catholic Church before becoming king, he does not appear to have remained in strict priestly service until his death. After his abdication of the Polish throne in the year 1668, he lived only 4 more years. It was said that he secretly married Marie Mignot, a woman who had once worked as a laundress and who later became the widow of the French Marshal de l'Hôpital, a high-ranking military commander in France. John Casimir died on the 16th day of December in the year 1672 at Nevers in France. His body was transported back to Krakow, the ancient capital of Poland, and buried in the cathedral there. His burial took place at the same time as that of his successor, Michael Korybut Wisniewski, and occurred on the day before the coronation of the next king, John Sobieski. His heart, according to custom, was separated from his body and given to the monks of the Abbey of Saint-Germain. It was placed in the Church of Saint-Germain-des-Prés in Paris. There a handsome monument was erected to his memory, bearing a long inscription in the Latin language. On this monument, the former king is depicted kneeling and offering his crown and scepter, the traditional symbols of royal authority. Beneath this representation appears a finely executed bas-relief portraying a battle between Polish forces and Cossack warriors, recalling the turbulent conflicts that had marked his reign. The final illness of John II Casimir Vasa was said to have been worsened by grave political news. Word reached him that Kamenik in Podolia, the strong fortress guarding the southeastern frontier of the Commonwealth, had been surrendered to the Ottoman Turks under the terms of the Peace of Bucsacs. That treaty, concluded in the year 1672 between the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the Ottoman Empire, was widely regarded as humiliating. The loss of Kamenik, a key defensive stronghold, struck deeply at national pride and security. Such tidings, arriving during his declining health, were believed to have aggravated his condition. Thus ended the life of John Casimir, a man described as amiable in character but lacking firmness of will. During his reign, the Commonwealth endured an extraordinary succession of disasters. Foreign invasions, territorial losses, internal rebellions, and mounting instability. Yet one act won him approval in Rome, because he had banished the Socinians from Poland, a religious group also known as the Polish Brethren who rejected the doctrine of the Trinity and were regarded as heretics by both Catholics and many Protestants. He received from Pope Alexander VII the title Rex Orthodoxus, meaning Orthodox King in the Roman Catholic sense of defender of the true faith. With the throne vacant, three principal candidates soon appeared. One was the Prince of Condé, a leading member of the French royal house. Another was the Prince of Neuburg, whose candidacy was supported by Louis XIV of France. The third was Charles of Lorraine, put forward as the candidate favored by the Austrian branch of the House of Habsburg. The election of a Polish king had long ceased to be a purely domestic matter. It had become an arena of European rivalry. Powerful monarchies sought to extend their influence through the Polish crown, and it was difficult to expect that such foreign princes would possess genuine sympathy for the Polish nation itself. The Prince of Condé found support in Poland from John III Sobieski, who by this time had become one of the most prominent figures in the Commonwealth. The National Assembly, known as the Diet, convened for the election in the year 1669. The gathering was marked by extraordinary display. The Polish nobility, or szlachta, arrived in magnificent fashion, each accompanied by personal retainers. Prince Michael Radziwill appeared with 600 dragoons, mounted soldiers trained to fight on horseback or on foot, in addition to the gentlemen of his retinue. Other nobles brought even larger contingents. It must be remembered that Polish magnates were permitted to maintain private guards of both cavalry and infantry. Some are said to have attended the Diet with as many as 1,000 armed men. Amid such armed splendor, disorder was almost inevitable. The election was accompanied by tumult. It was reported that some of the deputies, known in Latin as nuncii, meaning envoys or representatives to the assembly, were actually killed during the disturbances. In the midst of this agitation, a cry arose during one of the sessions that a Piast should be chosen. The name Piast referred to the ancient native dynasty that had ruled Poland in the early Middle Ages. To call for a Piast was to demand a native candidate rather than a foreign prince. The choice ultimately fell upon Michael Korybut Wisniewicki, a member of a noble and respected family, yet personally of modest means. According to some accounts, his candidacy had at first attracted little expectation of success. The scene of the election was later described in the contemporary memoirs of Jan Chrysostom Pasek, published in Wilno in the year 1843. At the time of his election, Michael was 30 years old. It was said that he shed tears upon being chosen and that he was reluctant to accept sovereignty, much like the Roman Emperor Claudius, who had been unexpectedly elevated to imperial power. Michael likely understood the difficulties before him. He was to rule a restless and divided nobility, jealous of its liberties and inclined to resist royal authority. In the year 1670, he strengthened his political position through marriage to Eleonora, the sister of Leopold I Holy Roman Emperor, thereby linking himself to the powerful Habsburg dynasty of Central Europe. In that same year, a session of the Sejm was held, during which the Polish nobles solemnly bound themselves by oath not to employ the liberum veto, the constitutional right by which any single deputy could dissolve the entire assembly. Yet despite this firm resolution, that very Diet was abruptly brought to an end. Its collapse was caused by the sudden appearance of Zabokrzycki, the nuntius, meaning official delegate, from Wrocław in Podolia, whose intervention immediately dissolved the proceedings and demonstrated how deeply rooted the political disorder had become. In the year 1672, Poland suffered a grave humiliation. By the Peace of Bucks, the Polish state was forced to surrender Kamieniec Podolski to the Ottoman Empire and to accept the further indignity of paying an annual tribute. This strong and celebrated city remained under Ottoman control until the year 1699. A slender minaret, built beside the cathedral, still stands as evidence of that period of foreign domination. In the following year, much was done to repair these losses by a decisive Polish victory achieved by John Sobieski at Czosem. On the day before that battle, the 10th of November, the reigning king, Michael Korybut Wisniewicki, died at Lemberg at the age of 35. His reign, which had lasted 4 years and a few months, had been marked by continuous conspiracies, acts of treason among the nobility, and repeated humiliations for the country. His death was so sudden that many believed it to have been caused by poison, while others attributed it to his excessive indulgence in food. He was widely regarded as a man of contemptible character, and contemporary portraits depict him as physically unprepossessing, with dark and coarse features. At this moment, the fortunes of Poland had sunk to their lowest point. Yet Poland was about to experience a brief revival. Her fortunes were destined to shine for a short time in the remarkable reign of Sobieski, before declining once more. John Sobieski, later renowned as the deliverer of Vienna from the Turks, was the son of Jakub Sobieski, Castellan of Krakow, a high-ranking official responsible for the defense and administration of the city. John Sobieski was born in the year 1629. His father composed for him a short treatise on education, which has been preserved and offers valuable insight into the social and moral ideals of Polish society at that time. Soon after the death of King Michael, the Sejm assembled at Warsaw in the year 1674 to elect a new sovereign. Several candidates were proposed, among them Charles V of Lorraine and Philip William of Neuburg, who once again pressed their claims. While the nobles were still debating, Sobieski himself entered the assembly, fresh from his recent military triumph, and proposed Louis II de Bourbon as a candidate. A violent and disorderly debate followed. In the midst of this turmoil, a nobleman named Jablanowski was heard to cry out that a Pole should rule over Poland. This call was taken up by many voices, and John Sobieski, recognized as the foremost man of the nation, was proclaimed king under the title of John III Sobieski. His election was not without resistance, particularly from Michael Pak, the chief military commander of Lithuania. Sobieski had little opportunity to enjoy the honors of the crown. In the year 1676, he was compelled to take the field once more to confront a new invasion by the Ottoman forces, joined by the Crimean Tatars, under the command of Ibrahim Pasha, a general whose ferocity earned him the nickname Shaitan, meaning devil. Against the immense army that poured into Polish territory, Sobieski could muster only 20,000 men, and with this small force he prepared to face a renewed struggle for the survival of his kingdom. John III Sobieski, the ruler of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, found himself surrounded by enemies during a dangerous campaign in the region of Galicia at the town of Zerano. Galicia was a southern province of the Commonwealth, bordering lands threatened by the expanding power of the Ottoman Empire, often called simply the Turkish Empire. There, Sobieski and his army were trapped. His adversaries, the forces of the Ottoman Turks, had closed in around him. The situation was grave. Yet through skillful command and personal courage, Sobieski succeeded in preserving his army. He maneuvered carefully, avoided destruction, and forced his enemies into negotiation. In the end, he concluded a treaty with the Ottoman Empire. By this agreement, part of the territories of Ukraine and Podolia, lands that had been lost in previous wars, were restored to Polish control. This success brought temporary relief, but peace did not bring stability. In the years that followed, the Commonwealth was once again consumed by internal conflict. The Diet, the National Assembly composed of nobles, became increasingly rebellious and disorderly. Instead of supporting the king in strengthening the defenses of the country, the factions within the Diet resisted him. They pursued their own interests and blocked his efforts. Their rivalries and disagreements weakened the state at a time when unity was urgently needed. This internal disorder unfolded while a far greater danger approached from the south. The Ottoman Empire, one of the most powerful military empires in the world, was preparing for a massive invasion of Austria. Its objective was clear. The target was Vienna, the imperial capital of the Austrian Habsburg monarchy, one of the most important cities in Europe. If Vienna fell, the balance of power across the continent would be changed forever. The first warning reached Vienna on the 8th day of December in the year 1682. News arrived of the vast preparations being made by the Ottoman forces. These preparations were immense. The Ottoman army was assembling men, supplies, and equipment on a scale that threatened all of Central Europe. On or about the 30th day of June in the year 1683, the Ottoman army began its march from the city of Belgrade, a major fortress on the frontier between the Ottoman Empire and Christian Europe. As they advanced, they destroyed towns and villages along their path. Many innocent inhabitants were killed, and the advancing army left devastation behind it. Fear spread throughout the Austrian Empire. On the 7th day of July in the year 1683, the emperor himself fled. This ruler was Leopold I, Holy Roman Emperor, the sovereign of Austria, and head of the Holy Roman Empire. He abandoned Vienna, the capital of his own dominions, and retreated to safety. Leopold did not remain within his own territories. Distrusting the ability of his lands to protect him, he fled with his family to Passau, a fortress city located in Bavaria, within the territory of modern Germany. His departure was not unnoticed. Many wealthy citizens followed him. Their carriages filled the roads as they fled the city. It is said that 60,000 inhabitants abandoned Vienna in this way, seeking safety elsewhere. Their flight left the city weakened and exposed. Those who remained behind watched this departure with anger and bitterness. They believed they had been abandoned by their rulers and by the wealthy citizens who fled to protect themselves. Many of those who attempted to escape did not succeed. Ottoman forces intercepted some of the fugitives and killed them. The number of defenders remaining in Vienna was now greatly reduced. Fear spread among those left behind. The loss of so many able-bodied men weakened the city's ability to resist. Yet hope appeared in the form of a soldier. Count Ernst Rüdiger von Starhemberg, a loyal and experienced military commander, arrived in Vienna. The emperor had entrusted him with the defense of the city. Starhemberg immediately began preparations. Under his command, all citizens were ordered to contribute to the defense. Men capable of fighting took up arms. Others labored to strengthen the fortifications. Even priests and women were assigned work supporting the defense effort. The burgomaster, or mayor, of Vienna, Johann Andreas von Liebenberg, personally took part in these efforts. His example inspired the population to continue their work despite fear and exhaustion. The imperial archives, the official records of the empire, had already been removed from the city to prevent their capture. Now, Vienna stood ready, waiting for the arrival of the Ottoman army. Around the city, signs of destruction marked the enemy's approach. Nearby towns and villages had already fallen. Smoke rose from lands now under Ottoman control. Within Vienna, 20,000 men stood ready to defend the city. Alongside them remained 60,000 civilians. Then, on the 14th day of July in the year 1683, at sunrise, the Ottoman army appeared. Their numbers were vast. They advanced not only with soldiers, but with animals, equipment, and supplies necessary for a long siege. Their encampment was arranged in the shape of a crescent, the symbol of the Ottoman Empire. At the center of this great army stood the tent of the supreme commander, the Grand Vizier, Kara Mustafa Pasha. He was the chief minister and military leader of the Ottoman Empire, acting in the name of the Sultan. His tent, made of green silk, marked the center of command for the forces that now surrounded Vienna. From this position, Kara Mustafa Pasha prepared to capture one of the greatest cities of Europe. The sad fate of the small town of Perchboldsdorf served as a warning of what might happen should the greater city fall. On the 14th day of July, during the Great Ottoman Advance into Central Europe, the inhabitants of Perchboldsdorf were massacred. News of this destruction reached Vienna and spread alarm among its citizens. It was a clear sign of the consequences that could follow if the Ottoman forces succeeded in capturing the imperial capital. At that time, Vienna was under siege by the army of the Ottoman Empire, commanded by the Grand Vizier Kara Mustafa Pasha. The siege, which formed part of the wider conflict between the Habsburg monarchy and the Ottoman Empire, reached its climax in the year 1683. The defenders of Vienna endured not only the assaults of the besieging army, but also severe internal hardships. Before relief forces could reach them, the inhabitants faced numerous dangers. A destructive fire broke out within the city walls, threatening to spread devastation at a moment when resources were already strained. Fortunately, it was brought under control in time. In addition, disease spread among the population. The crowded conditions inside the fortified city, where soldiers and civilians alike were confined within narrow limits, and the limited diet consisting largely of salted meat, weakened resistance and increased suffering. The siege itself was filled with dramatic and perilous episodes. It was marked by constant mining and countermining. The Ottoman besiegers dug tunnels beneath the walls in an effort to plant explosives and bring down the fortifications. The defenders, aware of this strategy, attempted to dig counter tunnels in order to intercept and destroy the mines before they could be ignited. Assaults were launched with intensity, and they were repelled with equal determination by the garrison. Spies were occasionally dispatched from the city to carry information through enemy lines. Among these acts of courage, the heroism of a Pole named Jerzy Franciszek Kulczycki, rendered in some accounts as Kalzicki, deserves special attention. He was a resident of Vienna at the time of the siege. Before these events, he had worked as an interpreter for the Eastern Merchants Company, a commercial organization engaged in trade with the Ottoman territories. His familiarity with the Turkish language and customs proved invaluable. When the siege began, he volunteered to assist in the defense of the city. Recognizing the desperate need to communicate with the approaching imperial army, which was marching to relieve Vienna, he offered to undertake the dangerous task of passing through the Ottoman camp in disguise. His knowledge of Turkish speech and manners made him well suited for such an attempt. On the 13th day of August in the year 1683, accompanied by a servant who possessed similar qualifications, he was allowed to leave the city through a gate located in the Ruthenthurm Bastion, a fortified section of the city walls. An aide-de-camp of the commandant escorted them as far as the outer palisades, which were defensive wooden barriers erected before the main fortifications. He had scarcely advanced 100 yards beyond these defenses when he observed a large body of Ottoman cavalry moving rapidly toward the very point from which he had emerged. Finding himself still too near the city to avoid suspicion, he turned sharply to the left and concealed himself in the cellar of a ruined house in a suburb near Alt-Lerchenfeld, a district outside Vienna. There he remained hidden until he was certain that the Turkish cavalry had ridden past. Only then did he resume his mission. Assuming the role he had prepared, he moved forward at a leisurely pace through the ordered rows of Turkish tents, singing a Turkish song and carrying himself with an air of ease. His confidence and apparent familiarity with the language attracted the attention of an Aga, an officer of rank in the Ottoman army. The Aga summoned him into his tent, offered him coffee according to Ottoman custom, and listened as he sang additional songs. He also heard his explanation that he had followed the Ottoman army as a volunteer. Accepting this story, the Aga advised him not to wander too far, warning him against falling into Christian hands. The man who undertook this perilous journey was Jerzy Franciszek Kulczycki, often written in older sources as Kalzicki. Thanking the Aga for his counsel, he left the tent and continued safely through the vast encampment. With equal composure, he made his way toward the Kahlenberg, the hill overlooking Vienna, and toward the river Danube. Upon one of the river's islands, he encountered a group of armed men. Mistaking his Turkish attire for that of an enemy, They opened fire upon him and his companion. These men were inhabitants of Nussdorf, a settlement near Vienna, led by their local bailiff. They had taken refuge upon the island during the siege. Kulsiki called out to them in the German language, explaining the purpose of his mission and pleading for permission to cross the river. Once they understood that he was acting on behalf of the besieged city, they allowed him to pass. He then reached, without further hindrance, the bivouac of the imperial army. This was the army of the Holy Roman Emperor, advancing to relieve Vienna, and at that moment it was marching between Angern and Stilfried along the Danube. Having delivered the dispatches entrusted to him and received replies promising relief, Kulsiki and his companion began their return journey. They again slipped past Turkish sentries, navigated the defensive palisades, and re-entered Vienna through the Scottish Gate, one of the city's entrances. They brought with them a letter announcing that assistance would arrive by the end of August at the latest. They also reported that Pressburg, known today as Bratislava, had surrendered to the imperial forces. The safe return of the messenger was signaled according to established custom. At night, rockets were launched as visible signs. By day, a column of smoke rose from the lofty spire of St. Stephen's Cathedral in Vienna. Throughout the siege, this cathedral had served the commandant as a watchtower from which to observe both the city and the surrounding camps. On the 21st of August, Kulsiki, whose daring recalled that of Thomas Henry Kavanagh during the siege of Lucknow in India nearly 2 centuries later, was preparing to repeat his hazardous mission. At that moment, a deserter who had been recaptured and was standing beneath the gallows with a noose already placed about his neck confessed that he had provided the Turks with an exact description of the Pole. Warned by this revelation, Kulsiki refrained from setting out again. His courageous companion, however, George Mikhailovich, undertook the enterprise in his stead. Not once but twice he succeeded in repeating the exploit with the same favorable outcome as before. On his second return, he demonstrated notable presence of mind and strength of arm, maintaining the fragile line of communication upon which the fate of the besieged city depended. Having almost reached the palisades that guarded the city, the messenger was joined by a mounted soldier of the Ottoman Empire, who rode beside him and entered into conversation. It soon became clear that he could not proceed further toward Vienna in such company without betraying his mission. Acting with sudden resolve, he struck down the Turkish horseman with a single blow, severing his head, and immediately mounted the fallen rider's horse. In this way, he reached the city gate and passed safely inside. He did not, however, attempt such a perilous exploit again. On this occasion, he carried an autographed letter from Leopold I, filled with expressions of praise and promises of support. This letter was publicly read in the Vienna Rathaus before the assembled authorities of the city. As a reward for his service, Jerzy Franciszek Kulsiki, known in German sources as Kulsiki, received permission to establish the first coffee house in Vienna, an honor that preserved his name in the civic memory of the city. To this day, the head of the Traders Guild is bound to keep a portrait of the brave messenger in his house, in remembrance of his deed. Relief for the besieged city was now drawing near. The Elector of Saxony reached Krems, near Vienna, on the 28th day of August. Meanwhile, John III Sobieski, who had been personally summoned by the emperor and was already regarded throughout Europe as its deliverer, set out from Krakow on the 15th day of August. He was accompanied by his son Jakub Sobieski. His wife, Marie Casimir, traveled with him as far as the Polish frontier. They parted at Tarnowitz, the first town of Silesia, where she returned home, and he continued toward the war. Sobieski crossed the Danube River by a bridge at Toln, a bridge whose construction had been permitted through the negligence of the Ottoman commander. At this point, Sobieski joined the army of Charles V of Lorraine, a prince who had once been his rival for the Polish crown. Despite this earlier rivalry, no jealousy disturbed the cooperation of these two leaders. The crossing of the bridge was completed on Monday, the 6th day of September. The excellent order and condition of the Polish cavalry drew the admiration of all who saw them. The combined Christian army now numbered 70,000 men. On the 12th day of September, after religious service, Sobieski gave the signal for battle. He appeared according to Polish custom with his head shaven. On his left stood his son James, and on his right Charles of Lorraine. The attack was launched at the same moment against the wings and the center of the Ottoman army. The king pressed forward relentlessly, repeating the words, "Not unto us, not unto us, O Lord of hosts, but unto thy name give glory." Despite their fierce resistance, the Ottoman forces could not withstand the force of the Polish charge. 6 pashas, senior commanders of the Ottoman army, were slain, and the Grand Vizier fled with what remained of his troops. The spoils captured on the battlefield were vast. During his retreat from the defeated army, the Grand Vizier, Kara Mustafa Pasha, reached Belgrade. There he awaited his fate. In accordance with the customary punishment imposed on disgraced ministers and generals of the Ottoman state, messengers bearing the orders of the Sultan arrived in the city on the 25th day of December of that same year. Her first marriage had been to Jan Zamoyski, a Polish nobleman of high rank. After his death, she married Sobieski, who would later rise to the throne of Poland. Their marriage was not only a personal union, but also a political partnership that would influence the fate of nations. At this time, Louis XIV of France viewed the rising power of Austria with deep suspicion. Austria was ruled by the powerful royal family known as the House of Habsburg, which controlled vast territories across Europe. Louis XIV feared that the success of Austria would weaken France's position. For this reason, he was willing to allow Austria to face danger without assistance. He therefore attempted to prevent Sobieski from aiding Austria against the Ottoman Empire. However, Louis XIV had earlier insulted Marie Casimir by refusing to grant her father the noble title of Duke, a mark of honor and status. This insult deeply offended her, and she did not forget it. She used her influence with her husband, urging him to assist Austria, despite his lack of natural affection for that country. By this time, although born in France, Marie Casimir had fully embraced her life in Poland. She had adopted its language, its identity, and its interests. Sobieski wrote to her in the Polish language, showing the strength of their shared bond and her transformation into a Polish queen in spirit as well as in title. Through these letters, the personality of Sobieski becomes clear. He was a great military leader, yet he was deeply devoted to his wife. Even in the midst of war, surrounded by responsibility and danger, his thoughts turned constantly toward her. He understood her fears, her jealousy, and her anxieties, and he tried to comfort her with his words. In one letter, he addressed her with affection and concern, saying that he must complain to her about her doubts. He asked how it was possible that she could question his devotion after all the proofs of love he had given. He asked whether she could truly believe that he did not read her letters, when in reality, he read each one with the greatest care. He explained that he read them first when they arrived, then again when he retired to rest, and again when he prepared his reply. He begged her not to rise so early in the morning, worrying that such habits would damage her health. He told her that her suffering would cause him deep distress, depriving him of peace and strength. He explained that her well-being was his greatest comfort in the world, and that her safety and happiness mattered more to him than anything else. He urged her not to blame others for her own worries, but instead to show him, through her words and her actions, that her love and loyalty would remain constant. He signed himself as her faithful and devoted servant, expressing the depth of his emotional dependence upon her, even while he carried the burden of commanding armies and defending nations. It appears strange to find a soldier of heavy and imposing figure adopting, in accordance with the fashion of his age, the pastoral and romantic name of a shepherd. Yet such was the influence exercised over him by the lady to whom he was devoted. She held the hero in a kind of willing submission, powerful and commanding in her affection. History, however, has reason to be grateful to her, for through this attachment there has been preserved for later generations a series of letters that provide information of the highest value. Among these letters, the most remarkable is that in which the victorious commander gives an account of his triumph. The letter was written from the tent of the Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire Kara Mustafa Pasha, on the night of the 13th day of September in the year 1683. It was addressed to his beloved wife, Marie Casimir Louise de la Grange d'Arquien, whom he affectionately called Mariette. She was Queen of Poland, the consort of King John III Sobieski, ruler of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the vast federation of the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. The king begins with an expression of gratitude to God, declaring that divine providence had granted victory to their nation. He proclaims that such a triumph had never been witnessed in past ages. The entire artillery of the Muslim army, the whole camp of the Ottoman forces, and immense riches had fallen into the hands of the victors. The ground surrounding the city of Vienna, capital of the Habsburg monarchy under Emperor Leopold I, was covered with the bodies of the defeated army. The surviving Ottoman forces were in flight, seized with panic. He reports that his soldiers were constantly bringing in animals that had accompanied the Ottoman host: camels used for transport, mules and oxen for carrying burdens, and sheep intended for provisions. Along with these came an innumerable quantity of prisoners. The victory, he writes, had been so sudden and so extraordinary that both within the city of Vienna and within the Ottoman camp there remained a lingering sense of alarm. At every moment, people imagined that the enemy might return. The king notes that the Ottoman forces had left behind gunpowder and ammunition valued at 1,000,000 florins, the florin being a gold coin widely used in Central Europe. He describes witnessing, during that night, a spectacle he had long desired to see. The baggage companies of his army had in several places set fire to stores of gunpowder. The explosions were tremendous in force, resembling, as he wrote, the day of judgment described in Christian belief, yet without causing injury to his own men. Observing the rising masses of smoke, he reflected on the manner in which clouds are formed in the atmosphere. At the same time, he acknowledged that this destruction represented a financial loss of 500,000. The Grand Vizier Kara Mustafa Pasha, supreme commander of the Ottoman army and representative of Sultan Mehmed IV, had abandoned nearly everything in his flight, retaining only his clothing and his horse. The Polish king declared that he had become, in effect, the heir of the vizier, since the greater part of the vizier's wealth had fallen into his possession. Advancing with the first line of his troops and driving the Grand Vizier before him, King John III Sobieski encountered one of the vizier's servants. This man guided him into the tents of the vizier's private court. These tents alone, he reports, covered a space as extensive as the cities of Warsaw, the capital of the Polish crown, or Lemberg, known today as Lviv, an important city within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. He seized the decorations and the flags that were customarily carried before the Grand Vizier as symbols of his authority. As for the great standard of the Prophet Muhammad, the sacred banner entrusted by the Ottoman Sultan to the Grand Vizier for this campaign, the king states that he sent it to the Holy Father, Pope Innocent XI, Bishop of Rome and head of the Roman Catholic Church. It was dispatched by a messenger named Teleni. He continues by describing the rich tents, splendid carriages, and countless other luxurious objects found within the Ottoman camp. He had not yet seen everything, he admits, but he insists that the wealth surpassed what had been taken at the earlier Battle of Chosim, also known as the Battle of Khotin, fought in the year 1673. At that battle, he had defeated the Ottoman forces around the time of the death of King Michael Korybut Wisniowiecki, the previous ruler of Poland. Among the treasures now captured were quivers adorned with rubies and sapphires, precious stones of great value, each worth several thousands of ducats, the ducat being a widely circulated gold coin of Europe. In the account that followed the great struggle, the speaker addressed his beloved with words shaped by both triumph and reflection. He declared that she would not reproach him, as Tatar women were said to reproach their husbands when they returned from war without plunder, telling them that they were no warriors because they had brought nothing home. Only the man who advances in the forefront of battle, he observed, can hope to seize spoils. He reported that he had secured a horse that had once belonged to the Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire, complete with its rich harness. The Grand Vizier, the chief minister and highest official under the Sultan, had been closely pursued during the rout, though he ultimately escaped capture. His Kiaya, meaning his chief lieutenant or principal deputy, had been killed, along with several other leading officers of the Ottoman host. The victorious soldiers had seized numerous sabers mounted with gold, weapons that testified to the wealth and rank of their former owners. Nightfall brought the immediate pursuit to an end, yet even under cover of darkness, the Ottoman forces were capable of mounting a determined defense. In retreat, they displayed notable discipline. As the speaker expressed in French, they had executed the finest retreat in the world. Nevertheless, the Janissaries left in the trenches, the elite infantry corps of the Ottoman army recruited through the Devshirme system, were abandoned in the confusion. During the night, they were all cut down. The confidence of the Ottoman commanders had been immense. While one part of their army stood ready to engage the relieving forces in open battle, another simultaneously pressed the assault against the besieged city. Their numbers were vast. The speaker estimated that 300,000 combatants had been present. He counted approximately 100,000 tents spread across the encampment. For 2 nights and a full day after the victory, the abandoned camp lay open to plunder. Not only soldiers, but even inhabitants of the city came out to claim their share of the spoils. There was, he believed, enough to occupy them for 8 days. In their retreat, the Ottomans left behind many prisoners who were natives of the region, especially women. Before fleeing, they had killed as many captives as they could. Many of the women were wounded, but still alive and might recover. Among the scenes witnessed was that of a child 4 years of age whose head had been split down toward the mouth by a blow. A large ostrich had been discovered among the spoils, yet the Grand Vizier had ordered its head cut off to prevent it from falling intact into Christian hands. The splendor of the Grand Vizier's encampment surpassed easy description. Within the tents were baths constructed for comfort, small gardens arranged with fountains, and even a parrot kept as a curiosity. The soldiers attempted to capture the bird, but it eluded them. On the following day, the speaker entered the city that had endured the siege. In his judgment, it could not have resisted for more than 5 additional days. The walls were pierced by countless projectiles. The immense bastions, designed as the main defensive projections of the fortifications, were riddled and partly collapsing, resembling vast masses of broken stone. The soldiers, he declared, had all performed their duty. They attributed their victory to divine favor and to their own exertions. At the critical moment when the enemy line began to give way, the gravest danger had arisen at the point where he himself stood, facing the Grand Vizier. The remaining cavalry of the Ottoman army turned against him on the right wing, while the center and the left of the Christian line had little left to do. In that moment of peril and reversal, he encountered the Elector of Bavaria, the ruler of that German state within the Holy Roman Empire, and the Prince of Waldeck, a German commander, along with several other German princes. They embraced him and kissed him in acknowledgement of the victory that had been secured. The soldiers, both infantry and cavalry officers, cried out together, addressing their sovereign with emotion, calling him their brave king. These words were spoken in reference to John III Sobieski, whose leadership had brought deliverance at a moment of extreme danger. He related that on that very morning he had seen Charles V of Lorraine, Prince of Lorraine, and the John George III, ruler of the Electorate of Saxony. They had been unable to meet on the previous day because those commanders had been positioned on the extreme left wing of the Allied army. Sobieski explained that he had placed at their disposal several squadrons of Polish hussars, the elite heavy cavalry of Poland, commanded by Jerzy Sebastian Lubomirski, who held the office of Marshal of the Court. On the same day, Ernst Rudiger von Starhemberg, the military commandant responsible for the defense of the city of Vienna, also came to meet him. All these leaders embraced Sobieski and called him their savior. He recounted that he had entered 2 churches in Vienna where the people pressed around him. Many kissed his hands, his feet, and his garments, while others, unable to reach him, cried out that they wished only to kiss his victorious hands. The people appeared eager to shout words of celebration, yet they restrained themselves out of fear of their officers and other superiors. Even so, a crowd raised a kind of cheer, though Sobieski observed that their leaders looked upon this display with displeasure. For this reason, after dining with the Commandant Starhemberg, he hastened to leave the city and return to the military camp. The people followed him almost to the city gates. He reported that Leopold I had sent word that he was only a few miles away, but Sobieski expressed little hope of meeting him. He noted that the Allied forces had not suffered heavy losses in battle, yet there were two deaths that weighed heavily upon him. One was Andrei Matuszewski, and the other was a young member of the Potocki family, whose loss he said he could not mention without tears. Among the foreign contingents, Prince de Croy had been wounded, and many others had lost their lives. He spoke also of Marco d'Aviano, a well-known Capuchin monk who had accompanied the Christian forces. This priest, Sobieski said, never ceased embracing him and pressing him to his heart. Marco of Aviano declared that during the battle he had seen a white dove flying above the Christian army, which he interpreted as a sign of divine favor. The friar had since departed for Kingdom of Hungary, intending to continue the pursuit of the enemies of Christendom. Sobieski recounted that when Kara Mustafa Pasha, the supreme commander of the Ottoman forces, realized that he could no longer hold his position, he summoned his two sons to him. After embracing them, he turned with tears to the Crimean Khan and implored him to save him if such a thing were possible. The Khan replied that they knew well the King of Poland and that resistance against him was impossible, advising instead that they should think only of escape. Sobieski added that a great quantity of ammunition had just been discovered in the abandoned enemy positions, though he did not yet know how much artillery fire the enemy might still be able to direct against the Allied forces. He had also received news that the retreating army had left behind 20 cannons. He concluded by saying that he was about to mount his horse and ride into Hungary, and he repeated the hope, expressed when he had first departed, that he would see his correspondent again at Stry. In one of his letters, written during the height of the campaign, John III Sobieski described the spirit of the Allied princes who stood beside him. He wrote that the princes of Bavaria and Saxony were ready to follow him to the end of the world. These were rulers of important German territories within the Holy Roman Empire, and their support showed that the struggle against the Ottoman invasion had united many Christian states under a common cause. Sobieski explained that in the first stage of the advance, they would have to double their pace during the first 2 miles because of the unbearable condition of the battlefield, where the bodies of fallen men, horses, and camels lay in great numbers. The scale of the conflict was revealed not by description of combat alone, but by the practical difficulty of moving through the aftermath of such a vast encounter. He also wrote that he had sent a report to Louis XIV, the King of France. Louis XIV was often called the most Christian king, a traditional title of the French monarchy, emphasizing its role as a defender of the Catholic faith. Sobieski declared that it was especially to him, as the most Christian king, that he felt bound to report the victory and the preservation of Christian Europe from Ottoman conquest. In the same letter, he affectionately mentioned a young prince whom he called Notre Fanfan, meaning our little Fanfan, referring to James Louis Sobieski, his son, also known as Prince James. Sobieski praised the boy's courage, declaring that he was brave in the highest degree. Even in the midst of war and diplomacy, the king's thoughts turned toward his family. These letters, though sometimes wandering in thought and repeating themselves, provide a rare personal view into the mind of a remarkable ruler. They were not preserved by careful design. Instead, they were discovered by chance in the year 1823 among the papers of an ancestor of Count Raczynski, a Polish nobleman who had held an important diplomatic position. Through this accident of history, the private voice of Sobieski survived. Yet the response of Louis XIV to Sobieski's triumph was far from generous. The French monarch, though styled the most Christian king, was deeply concerned with weakening the power of Austria, ruled by the House of Habsburg. He would, if it had suited his interests, have made an alliance even with the Ottoman Empire, which many Europeans regarded as a rival civilization, in order to diminish Austrian strength. Documents later published by the Academy of Krakow an important learned society in Poland dedicated to historical research, revealed the persistent efforts of Louis XIV to draw Sobieski and his influential wife into a French alliance. The French king understood that Marie Casimir, the Queen of Poland, played a powerful role in political decisions and could not be ignored. In the same year as the Great Siege of Vienna in 1683, relations between the French and Polish governments reached a breaking point. There was an actual rupture. The French ambassador in Warsaw requested an audience to take formal leave. This farewell audience was granted on the 28th of May. However, before he could depart, his residence in Warsaw was attacked by a group of mounted nobles, known as cavaliers, who fired shots at the windows. No one was injured, but the attack showed the depth of anger and hostility. After the great victory over the Ottoman forces, Louis XIV attempted to reduce its importance in the eyes of Europe. Yet he could not silence the widespread admiration that followed Sobieski's achievement. Across the continent, praise was openly expressed. The Italian poet Vincenzo da Filicaja composed a noble ode celebrating Sobieski. This poem was not an isolated tribute, but reflected a broader wave of gratitude felt by many who believed that the victory had safeguarded Europe. Even so, questions of rank and ceremony became matters of dispute. Louis XIV, proud of his hereditary crown, engaged in petty struggles over etiquette because Sobieski was an elected king, chosen by the Polish nobility rather than born directly to the throne. This same sensitivity to rank and formal precedence would later be shown by Leopold I, the Holy Roman Emperor and ruler of Austria, whose conduct would disappoint many. On the morning after the complete defeat of the Ottoman army, Sobieski and his troops entered Vienna. Their arrival marked the relief of a city that had stood in peril. A solemn service of worship was held in the cathedral, the principal church of the city, to give thanks for deliverance. A sermon was preached from the words of the gospel. There was a man sent from God whose name was John. The choice of this passage, referring to John, echoed the name of the king who had led the relief. Yet despite his courage and success, the brave Polish ruler would soon experience neglect and ingratitude at the hands of the Austrian ruler, whose weakness and narrow pride stood in contrast to the magnitude of the service that had just been rendered. In another of the letters addressed by King John III Sobieski to his wife, Queen Marie Casimir Louise de la Grange-Arquien, he described in detail what he considered the excessive concern for ceremonial dignity shown by Emperor Leopold I, ruler of the Habsburg monarchy. The question of precedence and formal etiquette, even in the aftermath of so great a military deliverance as the relief of Vienna in the year 1683, became a source of tension between the victorious Polish king and the imperial court. Such disputes over honor and protocol revealed the delicate balance of pride and authority among the Christian sovereigns who had united against the Ottoman Empire. After these events, King John III Sobieski returned to the city of Krakow, the ancient royal capital of the Kingdom of Poland, on the 23rd day of December. In the following year, 1684, he entered into a formal league, both offensive and defensive in nature, with Emperor Leopold I and with the Republic of Venice. The Republic of Venice was the maritime state governed by its Doge and Senate, long engaged in rivalry with the Ottoman Empire for control of territories in the eastern Mediterranean. This alliance was directed against the Ottoman Turks, known also as the Osmanlis, after Osman I, founder of their ruling dynasty. According to the terms of the agreement, the imperial troops of the Habsburg monarchy were to conduct operations along the river Danube, the great waterway of Central and Eastern Europe. The Venetian forces were to carry on the war in the Morea, the peninsula in southern Greece known today as the Peloponnese, which was under Ottoman control. The Polish forces, under Sobieski, were assigned the task of attacking the Ottoman dominions from the direction of Wallachia, a principality situated north of the river Danube and south of the Carpathian Mountains. By a secret article attached to the treaty, it was stipulated that Wallachia and the neighboring Principality of Moldavia were to be placed absolutely under the authority of King John III Sobieski. Furthermore, he was to have the right to dispose of these territories in favor of his eldest son, thus potentially establishing a hereditary dominion for his family in that region. Acting upon these arrangements, the king entered Moldavia and succeeded in making himself master of the province. Yet a grave difficulty soon became apparent. Moldavia possessed no strong fortified places capable of sustaining prolonged defense. To conquer such a land was one matter. To hold it securely against renewed Ottoman attack was another. The absence of fortresses made permanent occupation precarious. In addition to these strategic obstacles, Sobieski found himself ill-supported by many members of the Polish nobility. The nobles of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, who possessed extensive political privileges and decisive influence in the National Assembly known as the Diet, often displayed turbulence and self-interest. Their conduct at this time, as described in the account, showed a lack of patriotic feeling. They appeared to lack unity and to think chiefly of family advantage rather than of the common welfare of the state. In the year 1686, Wilno was constructed. Wilno was a royal residence near the city of Warsaw, which by that period had become the principal seat of government of the Polish crown. The palace served as a pleasure retreat for the king. It was built largely through the labor of Turkish captives taken during the wars against the Ottoman Empire. The structure endured as a monument to the former grandeur of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and to the achievements of its sovereign. The later years of the reign of King John III Sobieski were marked by increasing bitterness. Constant disputes arose within the national diets, the parliamentary assemblies composed of the nobility. Several of these assemblies were broken off through the exercise of the liberum veto, a constitutional principle by which any single deputy could nullify the proceedings and dissolve the session by his objection. This mechanism, intended to preserve unanimity and safeguard noble liberty, frequently paralyzed effective governance. Twice the king contemplated abdication of the throne. So great were the frustrations he endured. Domestic life brought him little peace. Family dissensions troubled his household. His wife, Queen Marie Casimir, to whom he had long been passionately attached, was described as a woman of striking beauty, but also as avaricious, despotic in temperament, and inclined to revenge. Worn down by disease and harassed by the continual tumults that surrounded him, the great soldier and deliverer of Vienna died on the 17th day of June in the year 1696 at his favored residence of Wilno. An account of his final moments was provided by Chancellor Andrzej Chrysostom Zaluski, who was also Bishop of Plock, a senior ecclesiastical dignitary within the Polish Church. The final illness of John III Sobieski had caused great anxiety to the Queen, who observed alarming symptoms in her husband and implored the bishop to visit him. She urged the prelate, in a delicate manner, to suggest that the king should make arrangements for his affairs in view of his failing health. The bishop in question was Zaluski, a learned man known for his literary accomplishments as well as his ecclesiastical office. Upon entering the chamber of the ailing monarch, Zaluski found the king in significant pain. He endeavored to offer comfort and some hope of recovery. Yet Sobieski, observing the truth of his condition, replied with solemn clarity, "I see my approaching end. My situation will be the same tomorrow as it is today. All consolation is now too late." He sighed deeply, and with a mixture of weariness and curiosity asked why the bishop visited the court so seldom and what matters had occupied him in his diocese. Zaluski, while speaking of the responsibilities inherent in the episcopal office and the resources provided by literature, artfully turned the conversation toward the underlying purpose of his visit. "Lately," said the bishop, "I have been engaged in a duty not particularly agreeable, though necessary. Reflecting on the frailty of human nature, remembering that as Socrates and Plato have shown, all men must die, and considering the dissensions that may arise among your relations after your decease, I have taken an inventory of my effects and disposed of them in a will." The king, perceiving the true intent of the bishop's counsel, interrupted him with a loud and hearty laugh. Quoting the Roman satirist Juvenal, he exclaimed, O medici mediam contundite venum, insinuating that the bishop had lost his wits. What, my lord bishop? You, whose judgment and prudence I have esteemed for so long, would make a will? What a useless waste of time! Undeterred, Zaluski continued, urging that justice to the king's family and the country required that he regulate the disposition of his estates and declare his final wishes without delay. Sobieski, however, answered with a profound mixture of despair and moral reflection. For God's sake, do not suppose that any good can come out of this age. Vice has increased to such enormous proportions that it almost excludes all hope of forgiveness from the mercy of the deity. Do you not see how great is the public iniquity, the tumult, and the violence? All strive to blend good and evil without distinction. The morals of my subjects are perverted. Can you restore them? My orders are neglected while I am alive. Can I expect obedience when I am dead? That man is happy who, with his own hand, disposes of his effects, for they cannot be entrusted securely to executors. Those who bequeath by will act absurdly, consigning to others what is safer in the hands of their nearest relations. Have not the regulations made by the kings my predecessors been despised after their deaths? Where corruption universally prevails, judgment is obtained by money. The voice of conscience is silenced, and reason and equity are no more. Suddenly, shifting the tone of the conversation with a note of levity, he addressed the bishop with mock solemnity. What can you say to this, Mr. Willmaker? Quid hoc, domine testamentarie. In this jest, Sobieski revealed both his wit and his weariness, blending humor with the grave truths of mortality and the disorder of his kingdom in the final days of his life. Such were the last words of the great soldier, John III Sobieski, who had witnessed the suffering of his homeland and felt its weight deeply. As one observer later wrote, echoing the sentiment of the American poet, none saw more clearly the plague spot spreading over the nation. With his passing, the family of the Sobieskis became extinct, and it may be said that with him sank the glory of the Polish state. The eminent English divine, Dr. Robert South, who visited Poland as chaplain to an embassy, left a vivid account of the country and its monarch. He described Sobieski as a prince of remarkable accomplishments, courteous and approachable, embodying the qualities of a complete gentleman. He was not only well versed in military matters, but, through the benefit of a French education, he was richly instructed in the polite arts and scholastic learning. Beyond his native Slavonian, he spoke Latin, French, Italian, German, and Turkish. He delighted in the study of natural history and medicine, and he often reproved the clergy for failing to introduce modern philosophy, such as the works of René Descartes and Jean Legrand, into the universities and schools of the kingdom. South also recorded the king's appearance and personal habits in great detail. Sobieski was a tall and corpulent man, with a broad face and full eyes. He dressed like his subjects, with his hair cut around the ears in the fashion of a monk, wearing a fur cap lavishly adorned with diamonds and jewels. His long whiskers framed his face, and he never wore a neckcloth. A robe reached down to his heels, fashioned like a coat, and beneath it a matching waistcoat, tied tightly about the waist with a girdle. He did not wear gloves. The coat, made of strong scarlet cloth, was lined with rich fur in winter and with silk in summer. Instead of shoes, he wore boots of turkey leather with very thin soles and deep hollow heels, made from silver bent into a half-moon shape. At his side, he carried a large scimitar in a broad, flat sheath set with diamonds, a symbol of both his military skill and royal dignity. Despite his brilliance and courage, the continual wars of Sobieski's reign brought great suffering to the common people. Their hardship became so entrenched in the national memory that a popular saying circulated during the last century of Poland's independence. Za Króla Jedz Pij Popusich Pasa, a Za Króla Sabka, and i.e. Bilo W. Polisnopka. In English, this translates, in the time of the Saxon king, eat, drink, and loosen your girdle. But in the time of King Sobko, there was not a sheaf in the fields. It was a stark reminder that under Sobieski's reign, though heroic victories were won, the labor and harvest of the people suffered terribly. Many people were curious about the final fate of the beautiful and unpredictable Marie, the devoted wife to whom John III Sobieski had written so many passionate letters during the Great Siege of Vienna in the year 1683. In those letters, written during one of the most dangerous moments in European history, Sobieski had called her the only joy of his soul, showing how deeply he depended on her presence and affection, even while commanding armies and shaping the destiny of nations. After the death of her husband, Marie entered widowhood. She spent the first part of this period in the city of Rome, the center of the Roman Catholic Church and the residence of the Pope. There she lived with her father, Henri de la Grange d'Arquins, who held the title of Marquis d'Arquins, a noble rank in the Kingdom of France. Rome was not only a religious capital, but also a place where many displaced nobles and royal families found protection and dignity. She remained in Rome for many years, maintaining her position as a respected queen dowager. At last, in the year 1714, she left Italy and returned to her native country of France. There, she was received with honor by Louis XIV, the powerful monarch who had ruled France for more than 70 years and whose influence had shaped European politics. Louis XIV granted her the use of the castle of Blois, a historic royal residence that symbolized dignity and royal favor. She spent her final years there and died in the year 1716. Her remains were treated with great respect. They were first transported to the city of Warsaw, the capital of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the state over which her husband had ruled. Later, in the year 1734, her remains, together with those of King John III Sobieski himself, were transferred to the city of Krakow, the ancient royal capital of Poland. There, they were placed in the cathedral, the traditional burial place of Polish kings, among the rulers who had shaped the history of the nation. After Sobieski's death, his children lived very different lives. His youngest son, Konstantin Sobieski, remained in Poland at Zalkiw, the family estate founded by his ancestors. This estate represented the enduring power and heritage of the Sobieski family. Another son, Alexander Sobieski, who closely resembled his father in appearance, spent his final years in Rome. He died there in the convent of the Capuchins, a religious community belonging to the order of Friars Minor Capuchin, a branch of the Roman Catholic Church devoted to prayer and religious discipline. The eldest son, James Louis Sobieski, had married Hedwig Elizabeth of Neuburg, also known as Jadwiga or Hedwig, a German princess from an important European royal family. James lived in the region of Silesia, in the city of Alloa. This city had been granted to him by his brother-in-law, Leopold I, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, according to a formal family agreement. This arrangement showed the close ties between the Sobieski family and the ruling dynasties of Europe. Sobieski's only daughter, Teresa Cunegunda Sobieska, strengthened these alliances even further by marrying the Elector of Bavaria, one of the most powerful princes of the Holy Roman Empire. An elector was a prince who possessed the important privilege of voting in the election of the Holy Roman Emperor. James Louis Sobieski had one son, but the boy died. He also had 3 daughters, who became famous for their beauty and their royal connections. Their names were Maria Kazimierza Sobieska, Carolina Sobieska, and Clementina Sobieska. Through their mother Hedwig, whose sisters were married to powerful rulers, including Emperor Leopold I, Charles II of Spain, and Pedro II of Portugal, these granddaughters of King John III Sobieski were connected by blood to the greatest royal houses of Europe. In the year 1718, an unexpected visitor arrived at the small court in Alloa. He was an Irish gentleman named Murray. He carried an important and secret proposal. He had come to request the hand of Princess Clementina Sobieska on behalf of James Francis Edward Stuart, the son of James II, the former King of England who had been forced from his throne. James Francis Edward Stuart was widely known as the Old Pretender. This title was given to him because he claimed the throne of England, which he believed had been unjustly taken from his father. Although he lived in exile, Many people throughout Europe still regarded him as the rightful king. His supporters believed that he would one day be restored to power. However, his situation had become more difficult. After the death of his half-sister, Anne, the throne had passed to George I, the ruler from the House of Hanover, a German royal dynasty. George I and his supporters opposed the Stuart claim, and James Francis Edward Stuart was forced to leave France. He then sought protection at the papal court in Rome, under the authority of Pope Clement XI, the head of the Roman Catholic Church. Pope Clement XI had a personal connection to Clementina Sobieska, for he had served as her godfather. It was most likely through his influence that the proposed marriage was arranged. On the 24th day of June in the year 1718, James Francis Edward Stuart wrote formal letters to Clementina's parents, requesting her hand in marriage. He also wrote directly to Clementina herself. The offer was accepted, yet the marriage was not merely a personal union. It carried deep political consequences. The rulers of Europe watched closely, especially the Austrian court, which maintained friendly relations with the Hanoverian dynasty that ruled Great Britain. James Louis Sobieski, Clementina's father, depended heavily on the protection and approval of the Austrian emperor. He could not act freely without the permission of Vienna, the Austrian capital. Because of this political danger, Clementina Sobieska could not travel openly. Her journey to Italy had to be carefully arranged in secrecy. Only through disguise and careful planning was she able to escape observation and reach Italian territory. There, in the town of Montefascone, located within the Papal States, preparations were made for the marriage that would unite the Sobieski royal line with the exiled Stuart claimant to the throne of England. A commemorative medal was struck to honor this event, and upon one side of the medal appeared the Latin inscription Deceptis Custodibus, Anno 1719, meaning the guardians having been deceived in the year 1719. The inscription referred to the historical episode associated with the escape and political intrigues connected to the royal house linked to the legacy of King John III Sobieski. The princess known in history as Maria Clementina Sobieska was the daughter of Polish nobility and became the wife of the claimant to the British throne. She had two sons. One of them was Charles Edward Stuart, who later became famous as the Young Pretender, the leader of a rising in the British Isles during the 18th century seeking to restore the House of Stuart to the throne of England and Scotland. Historical accounts of that memorable and unsuccessful insurrection have remarked that there was much of the spirit of King John III Sobieski in the character of the gallant and chivalrous young prince. This comparison was intended to suggest courage, military enthusiasm, and romantic loyalty. Maria Clementina died on the 18th day of January in the year 1735 at the age of 33 years. Her death was attributed by some writers to the effects of severe religious discipline and ascetic practices that weakened her health. 2 years later, in the year 1737, her father, James Francis Edward Stuart, who had once competed for the Polish crown and had shared the dangers and honors of the Great Siege campaign associated with his father's allies, died at the town of Zalkiw, a settlement that had been historically connected with the Sobieski family. 3 years afterward, in the year 1740, the last of the 3 daughters of the family died, bringing an end to that particular branch of the lineage. The Princess Maria Clementina, who had enjoyed the ceremonial dignity of being a titular queen of England without exercising real political power, did not appear to have lived happily in her marriage. She ultimately separated from her husband. According to contemporary reports, her death was partly the result of intense religious austerity. She practiced severe forms of spiritual mortification and fasting, which were believed to have weakened her physical condition. Her remains were buried with great ceremonial honor in the Basilica of St. Peter in the Vatican City, the principal church of the Roman Catholic world and the seat of the papacy in Rome. Within that sacred building, a monument was erected in her memory. As has already been noted, the eldest son of the marriage was Charles Edward Stuart, the Young Pretender, whose later military enterprise sought to restore the Stuart monarchy in the British kingdoms. It is known that he died without leaving legitimate heirs. His younger brother, Henry Benedict Stuart, eventually entered the Roman Catholic Church hierarchy and became a cardinal, serving in the church until he lived into the early decades of the 19th century. At the close of the reign of Stephen Bathory, historians paused to examine the political situation, for that period marked a turning point in the history of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. From that moment, many writers have argued that signs of national decline began to appear. Yet the decline was not uniform, for during one short and brilliant interval the darkness of historical development was illuminated by remarkable military and political achievements, particularly during the reign of King John III Sobieski. Before entering into the long and less prosperous period associated with the rule of the Saxon kings of Poland, historians have preserved a final picture of the older and independent spirit of traditional Poland through the curious narrative written by a French ecclesiastical writer known only by the initials FDS. This French abbé, whose personal identity remains uncertain, left a manuscript account preserved for a long time in the Bibliothèque Mazarine, the important research library located in Paris. The manuscript was first published in the year 1858 in the city of Paris, providing later generations with a glimpse into the customs and life of the older Polish Commonwealth, as it had been remembered in that narrative tradition. In this remarkable account, we are granted vivid glimpses of both King John III Sobieski and his queen, as well as the chief customs and institutions of the Polish realm at the close of the 17th century. The narrator, a French clergyman known simply as the Abbé, set out for Poland on the 30th of July, 1688. His journey took him through Silesia, a historic region of Central Europe, now largely in southwestern Poland, and across the Polish frontier at the town of Lublin, an important administrative center in eastern Poland. From Lublin to Warsaw, the capital of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, he remarked with keen observation that he did not encounter a single settlement that could in France merit the name of a village. He noted the poverty, the dirt, and the coarseness of the settlements, which he considered essential characteristics of the Polish people. Nearing Warsaw, he was struck by a violent storm, yet he arrived at 8 o'clock in the evening, weary but undeterred. At this time, the Queen resided primarily at Wilanow, her preferred palace outside Warsaw. The abbé recorded the French phonetic spelling of Wilanow as Villeneuve, a reflection of the French habit of adapting foreign place names. He was informed that the Queen rarely visited Warsaw except on great festivals. Nevertheless, one of her officers, assigned to attend him, received him and conducted him to Wilanow on the following day. The Queen was on her way to Mass, but nonetheless gave him a warm and gracious welcome. The king, John III Sobieski, he did not see until the evening, having gone hunting that day. Upon his return, the king received the abbé cordially and engaged him in conversation, asking numerous questions about France and about his sovereign, King Louis XIV, the Sun King, under whom the abbé served. The Frenchman remained at Wilanow for a month. He provided a detailed description of Sobieski's favored palace, which he considered reasonably handsome, though only one story high. The gardens, he observed, were modest, though the presence of some well-tended orchards was notable, given the harsh climate of Poland, which made such cultivation rare. Among the more exotic features of the estate were tame wolves, kept alongside the hunting dogs. These wolves joined in hunts, though they frequently sought to assert dominance over the dogs. Tame bears were also kept at the palace. The abbé remarked that the surrounding forests were rich in wildlife, though these animals fled at the approach of humans. The village surrounding Wilanow was poor, and its church modest, its priest receiving only a meager stipend. From Wilanow, the abbé traveled with the court to the town of Gora, a settlement founded by a bishop of Kiev, the historic city of the Rus, now in Ukraine. Upon the bishop's death, the town had been bequeathed to Prince James, the son of John III Sobieski. The prince's castle in Gora was fine and strategically located near the Vistula River, the great waterway that flowed through the heart of Poland. The journey continued to Zalkiw, another town of historical and strategic importance. Here the abbé observed a fine church, adorned with two paintings commemorating the military victories of Sobieski over the Ottoman forces, often referred to in contemporary accounts as infidels. Within this church rested the tombs of the king's father and mother, crafted from black and white marble and ornamented with gilded bronze. The royal castle in Zalkiw exhibited a semi-oriental architectural style, reflecting the influence of both Eastern European and Ottoman design. Its gardens included a summer house, providing commanding views over the surrounding countryside, where the king would often dine with his closest companions. Beyond the palatial buildings, the town contained several religious and cultural institutions: a Dominican convent, a church serving the Uniats, a monastery, and a handsome synagogue, reflecting the religious diversity of the region and the coexistence of Roman Catholics, Greek Catholics, and the Jewish community under the reign of Sobieski. Each location offered the abbé insight not only into the king and his family, but also into the broader fabric of Polish society, its customs, and its institutions at a moment of relative peace and cultural consolidation following decades of warfare. The traveler continued his account by describing other towns, but when he turned to Warsaw, his words were far from flattering. He called it a little city, surrounded by solid stone walls, modest in size compared to other European capitals. Yet even in this small city, he admired the royal castle, perched on the banks of the Vistula River. The castle's apartments were adorned with richly embroidered tapestries, which, according to the traveler, had been presented to the Polish king by Oliver Cromwell, a gift demonstrating both diplomacy and grandeur. Within the palace, there was even a hall dedicated to theatrical performances, where Italian actors performed comedies for the entertainment of the royal household. Though the city itself was small, its suburbs were extensive, sprawling beyond the protective walls. The traveler had little need to describe the king, John III Sobieski, since that portrait had already been painted in the observations of Dr. Robert South. Instead, he focused on the queen, Marie Casimir, a woman who played a decisive role in Polish history. He wrote that she was at the time about 50 years of age, still remarkably beautiful, of moderate stature, neither fat nor thin, with a fair complexion and a captivating color. Her black eyes, aquiline nose, and small red mouth were said to display wit and intelligence. She was celebrated for her virtue, goodness, and generosity, extending her charity lavishly to monasteries, hospitals, and the poor. Her presence was so compelling that those who received her favor could scarcely resist her gaze, yet she could disconcert even the proudest when asserting her dignity. Her deepest devotions were to the Holy Sacrament, the Holy Virgin Mary, and Saint Anthony of Padua. Her daily routine was described in meticulous detail. She rose at 10 o'clock in the morning, and while still in bed, she prayed from her Book of Hours, performing a short devotion. Afterward, she received the visits of her household servants and officers, who conversed with her and asked questions of importance. At 11 o'clock, she attended Mass in the palace chapel, having partaken of a light refreshment beforehand. She then dressed carefully and sat down to dinner around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After the meal, she continued to receive visitors and sometimes played games such as Ombre, a card game familiar to readers of Edmund Waller and Alexander Pope. In the summer evenings, around 9 o'clock, she enjoyed walking outdoors. One of her peculiar amusements was to allow herself to be soaked by the rain, even while magnificently dressed. The traveler recounted a particular incident illustrating her spirited nature. Count de Thiel had been sent to Poland and found himself near the queen during a sudden downpour. She invited him to walk with her in the rain. The counselor, though wearing a fine wig, dared not refuse. He endured the rain for some time, and at last remarked, "Madam, your Majesty is getting wet." She replied with playful malice, "Say, rather, that you are learning how to spoil your fine wig," and continued walking in the rain for a full half-hour, demonstrating both her charm and her imperious wit. The princess in question, Louise Marie d'Arquins, was a remarkable young woman, both spirited and dignified, possessing a proud bearing that commanded attention. She became the effective ruler of the Polish state, for the Royal Council, the formal advisory body of the monarchy, was in practice limited to only the king, the queen, and one of the queen's attendants, a woman of modest rank, no more than a personal companion or femme de chambre. In this small circle, the queen's authority dominated, and her decisions shaped the course of the kingdom. At night, the queen attended performances of comedy, a form of theatrical entertainment, and her evenings were long and lively. She took supper around 11 o'clock and did not retire to rest until about 2 hours after midnight. Her household was composed of 12 ladies-in-waiting, all daughters of palatines, the high-ranking provincial governors of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and of the great lords of the kingdom. She spoke the Polish language with such elegance that she was admired by the Poles themselves, and she had lived in Poland since the age of 9, giving her ample time to master both its speech and its customs. The story of her arrival in Poland begins with her selection as the wife of John III Sobieski. Ambassadors from the Polish crown had traveled to Paris to escort her to her new home. Luckily, young Louise Marie was already known to the Queen of Poland, Marie Louise Gonzaga. The Queen was greatly pleased by the girl's beauty and intelligence. She requested that Louise Marie be allowed to accompany her to Poland, and her father, Henri de la Grange d'Arquins, consented readily. Upon arriving in the city of Warsaw, the young princess was made one of the Queen's ladies-in-waiting. Her remarkable talents and character quickly attracted the attention of the most important figures of the kingdom. The author notes that Sobieski himself eventually fell in love with her. At first, however, his advances were discouraged by Queen Marie-Louise, who arranged for her favorite to be married to Zamoyski, a powerful nobleman whose name was often misrepresented in contemporary accounts. After Zamoyski's death, Sobieski renewed his courtship and ultimately succeeded, securing the marriage. Despite their accomplishments and remarkable personal qualities, many Poles held mixed feelings toward the royal couple. The king was criticized for his perceived avarice, while the queen was censured for her pride. Yet both were treated with respect, given their position and influence. Their eldest son, James Louis Sobieski, fared less well in public opinion. The Abbé, a contemporary observer, wrote that the first 8 or 10 years of James's life gave hope for a capable heir, but those expectations were largely unfulfilled. He was described as short, very lean, with an unattractive face, hunchbacked, and effeminate in manner. Nevertheless, he excelled in military exercises, studied theology, philosophy, and history, was skilled in dancing, and could sing tolerably. James's daily life, however, was constrained by his position. He was allowed only a small retinue and limited funds, although he dressed splendidly in the French fashion, an allowance provided by his devoted mother. The king had once wished for him to sit beside him under the canopy at the Diet, the formal assembly of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, but the palatines and senators refused, forcing James to withdraw in humiliation. From that moment, he never appeared at the Diet again. The Abbé concluded that the general opinion of the kingdom was that James would not succeed his father, because he was unpopular and lacked the means to maintain the lifestyle and influence expected of a king. The French ecclesiastical writer, known as M. l'Abbé, continues his description of the princess, who was called Madame Royale, a title used for the daughter of the reigning Polish king. This princess held ceremonial precedence over her 2 younger brothers, Alexander and Constantine, according to the customs of the royal court. The younger brothers were members of the royal household of John III Sobieski, the monarch of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. At the time described, the princess was 14 years of age. She was of small physical stature and, according to the account, would never grow tall. She was described as somewhat plump in appearance, but nevertheless rather pretty. Her education was considered advanced for a princess of her time. She possessed considerable intelligence, could sing well, spoke the Latin language with great perfection, and also spoke the French language fluently. The princess was characterized as proud in temperament and enjoyed frustrating those whom she disliked. She held a particular dislike for the French nation. On one occasion, she told the French abbé that she liked him personally, but would have liked him better if he had not been French. This remark reflected the tension that sometimes existed between Polish and French court culture during the 17th century. She was deeply devoted to her father, King John III Sobieski, and the king himself was strongly attached to her. The monarch could not tolerate her remaining long out of his sight, demonstrating a paternal affection that was widely observed by the court. According to the French Observer, if the princess had been allowed to follow her own preference in clothing, she would have chosen the traditional Polish style of dress, since she disliked the French fashion that was popular among European aristocratic circles. Nevertheless, she was described as dressing very elegantly. Her governess was the wife of a palatine, meaning the spouse of a high provincial governor within the Commonwealth. The princess was attended by a household consisting of 4 ladies in waiting together with several other attendants. The writer then turns to Polish political institutions, describing the composition of the Senate of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The Senate was composed of the king himself, the bishops representing the Roman Catholic ecclesiastical hierarchy, the palatines who were provincial governors of major regions, the senators who were senior officials of state, the castellans who were military and administrative commanders of castles and districts, and the nuncii, meaning the deputies representing the nobility in the legislative assembly known as the Diet or Sejm. In ceremonial sessions, these members sat in armchairs placed on either side of the king according to their rank and dignity. Those representing the crown of Poland, called the corona, occupied the right side of the royal throne. The delegates representing the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, which was the eastern partner state within the Commonwealth, were seated on the left side. The nuncii, or lower deputies of the Diet, were positioned behind the principal officials and sat upon benches covered with carpets described as Turkish, indicating luxurious imported textiles associated with the Ottoman regions. The French abbé was also an eyewitness to an example of the exercise of the liberum veto, which he described as a very bad political practice. The liberum veto was a constitutional principle within the Commonwealth that allowed any single deputy of the Diet to terminate parliamentary proceedings by declaring opposition to the proposed measures. This principle was intended to protect noble liberty, but often produced political paralysis. The day scheduled for the closing of the Diet was a Friday preceding Palm Sunday, a Christian religious observance associated with the commemoration of the entry of Jesus into Jerusalem. The assembly continued its session until 2 hours after midnight, which was unusual because it had been previously decided that no lights should be brought into the Senate chamber and that members should retire at the end of each daily session. Since this was the final day of the Diet, 12 pages entered the Senate hall carrying torches to provide illumination. A nuntius from Lithuania, who was reported to have been influenced by the imperial faction associated with the court of the Holy Roman Emperor in Vienna, was believed to have been bribed with the intention of breaking up the assembly. The deputy rose and began to raise many objections. Eventually, he committed the bold and reckless act of insulting the king publicly. He called the king a miser and declared him unfit to rule. A bishop who supported the king, seated near the offending deputy, demanded that the Senate punish the man for insulting his majesty. The nuntius responded violently by striking the bishop in the stomach with his elbow. He further shouted that the bishop was more suited to living in a narrow city alley than to occupying an episcopal seat within the church hierarchy. In the course of the confrontation, he half drew his saber from its sheath, threatening further violence. Fearing that the situation might erupt into a full riot, King John III Sobieski rose from the throne, took his own saber into his hand, and called loudly for his soldiers and royal guards. Armed guards entered the Senate chamber in large numbers to restore order. At that moment, the Senate assembly appeared less like a dignified council of state and more like a gathering of disorderly combatants, with senators, palatines, and deputies caught in a state of dangerous agitation. Amidst the fierce tumult that shook the assembly, the papal nuncio, or diplomatic representative of the Holy See, who had provoked the disorder, declared the Diet, the legislative assembly of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, at an end. He insisted that all decisions taken during the session would be null and void. Trusting to the cover of darkness, the nuncio made his escape, slipping unnoticed from the hall. Observers attempted to pursue him, but he had arranged for his servants to have a boat ready, allowing him to cross swiftly to the opposite bank of the Vistula River. In this way, the proceedings of that diet were abruptly brought to a close. The entire city of Warsaw felt the repercussions. All churches were placed under interdict on the following Saturday, a severe ecclesiastical censure imposed in response to the insult offered to a bishop. The interdict, however, was lifted early on Palm Sunday to allow the ceremonies of Holy Week to proceed without hindrance. The French abbé, chronicling his observations of the Polish nobility, detailed the extraordinary powers they held over their serfs, the peasants bound to their estates. These powers were absolute, granting the nobles authority over life and death, so that they could execute their serfs at will. The abbé also recorded scandalous accounts of the mistreatment of peasant women on these estates. Among the chief faults he ascribed to the Polish nation were a general greed for wealth and the lack of any proper administration of justice. Tribunals across the kingdom were widely corrupt, and equitable judgment was rare. Despite these failings, the nobility presented an image of extraordinary grandeur. Their attire was splendid, as the abbé had already observed in descriptions of the elaborate embassies sent from Poland to France. They shaved their heads, leaving only a tuft of hair on the crown, and eschewed beards. Their long, thick mustaches almost entirely covered their mouths. The noblewomen, by contrast, adopted the fashions of the French court. Whenever a lady ventured beyond her house for church or to visit a location even a short distance of 20 paces, she traveled in a carriage drawn by 6 horses. The peasants, meanwhile, labored under the corvée system, required to work 5 days each week on the estates of their masters. Failure to perform this duty subjected them to personal chastisement. The abbé also recorded the lavishness of Polish marriage ceremonies, which typically lasted 3 days. He attended one such occasion when a lady-in-waiting to the queen was married to a palatine, a high-ranking provincial governor in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Equally elaborate were the funerals, which frequently descended into dramatic disorder. At the funeral of a member of the Radziwill family, one of Poland's most powerful noble houses, 3 cavaliers rode into the church in succession. The first bore the saber of the deceased, the second carried his javelin, and the third his lance. Each rode at full speed toward the bier, smashing their respective weapons against the sides of the grave. The last rider, who bore the lance, performed a theatrical fall upon striking it against his master's tomb, pretending to be dead. At the same moment, the priest seized his horse as a perquisite, forcing the rider to redeem it, completing a scene of martial pageantry mixed with ceremonial ritual. During one of the most unusual ceremonies in Poland, many pieces of money were thrown onto the ground. Everyone present rushed forward to gather them, each seeking a share of the scattered coins. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Several bishops and priests, along with noblemen of high rank, were knocked down in the crush. Confusion reigned completely as the crowd scrambled for the coins. Yet, when the ceremony finally concluded, the ecclesiastics who had participated gathered for a grand feast, where Hungarian wine flowed in abundance, celebrating their success despite the disorder. This account comes from an anonymous traveler whose observations align closely with the reflections of Bernard Connor, a contemporary commentator on Polish politics. Connor described the Diet of Poland as one of the most disorderly assemblies in Europe. He noted that it was constantly disrupted by cabals, factions, bribery, and base practices, making it rare for the Diet to reach any meaningful conclusion, even on matters of the greatest importance. Connor emphasized that much of this chaos was influenced by the external interests of powerful European dynasties, namely the House of Austria and the House of Bourbon. The emperors of Austria often gained advantage by maintaining correspondence or alliances with Polish nobles, particularly against their mutual enemies, the Turks and the Tatars. France, on the other hand, sought to block such cooperation, ensuring that the emperor's power could not expand at the expense of French interests. The Poles, Connor observed, were naive in these matters, failing to recognize that neither the Austrian emperors nor the French kings had any genuine concern for their welfare, but merely used them as instruments to achieve their own political goals. Connor further explained the extraordinary mechanics of the Polish Diet. Every member, whether king, senator, or deputy, held an equal voice and equal power in votes, both affirmative and negative. No decision could be made by a simple majority. Instead, the universal consent of all three orders, the king, the senators, and the deputies, was required. This meant that if even a single member withheld approval, he could nullify the decisions of the entire assembly. Connor illustrated this with a striking example. If 30 articles or bills were proposed, and the Diet unanimously agreed on 29 of them, the refusal of just one deputy on the 30th bill would void all 30. This rule made progress nearly impossible and left the Commonwealth vulnerable to corruption and foreign manipulation, as the unlimited prerogatives of each Diet member encouraged factions and external influence. Bernard Connor, the physician and chronicler of the John Sobieski family, provides vivid testimony of the pressures and intrigues that weighed upon the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in the years following the heroic reign of Sobieski. He emphasizes the relentless efforts made by the courts of Louis XIV and Leopold I of Austria to influence and manipulate the policies of the Republic of Poland, the formal name for the Commonwealth, in ways that weakened the country for their own national ends. Both powers sought to use Poland as a tool to further their mutual hostilities in Europe, treating its nobles as instruments rather than as partners in diplomacy. Connor points out that both France and Austria had numerous Polish nobles on their payroll, men who were willing to betray the interests of their own country for money or favor. Among these were the families of the Opolinski and the Morstan. These individuals were representative of a larger culture of corruption that allowed foreign powers to gain influence within the Commonwealth. Connor goes on to describe the shocking disorder he witnessed at the Diet, the formal parliamentary assembly of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. He explains that every member of the Diet, once recognized by the Marshal, the official responsible for maintaining order, had the right to speak freely and speak at length without fear of being interrupted. These speeches often included personal attacks on other nobles and even affronts directed at the king himself. The nobles would brand the monarch with ignoble titles such as perjured or unjust, and in some cases they threatened the king's children, often without any real cause. The root of these outbursts, Connor explains, was frequently the excessive drinking of the members. Drunken nobles would speak as the spirit moved them, sometimes for 2 or 3 hours at a time, delivering incoherent, injurious, or poorly thought-out arguments that tested the patience of their sober colleagues. Any attempt by the marshal to enforce order could provoke an immediate protest that might dissolve the entire session of the Diet. In such a climate, the most prudent course was simply to endure the speeches, no matter how impertinent or disgraceful they were, and to show no outward disapproval. This period of dysfunction and foreign interference marked the beginning of a steady decline for the Commonwealth. Much as Poland had already suffered during previous decades, it had occasionally experienced moments of grandeur, dignity, and national pride that punctuated its history with triumphs and heroic deeds. However, from the year 1698, when the reign of the Elector of Saxony began in the Polish throne, to the year 1763, the country entered a new period of decay. The reigns of the Saxon kings, while often legitimate in law, saw the erosion of central authority, the manipulation of the state by foreign powers, and the corrosion of the noble class that had once been the backbone of Polish independence. This slow deterioration of governance, sovereignty, and civic virtue would eventually lead to the final annihilation of Poland as an independent state. The eldest son of King John III Sobieski, Prince Jakub Ludwik Sobieski, who had already been mentioned as having accompanied his father during the glorious military campaign of the year 1683, put himself forward as a candidate for the vacant Polish throne after the death of his father. According to certain historical accounts, his mother, Queen Marie Casimir Louise de la Grange d'Arquien, was opposed to his political ambitions and was said to have actively worked to prevent his election, having developed a strong personal dislike toward him. At one period, The prince appeared to command a substantial political following among certain factions of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth nobility. However, this support gradually diminished as political negotiations advanced. The real struggle for succession ultimately developed between two principal candidates. One was the French nobleman known as the Prince of Conti, identified as Louis Armand de Bourbon. Prince of Conti, who was a nephew of Louis XIV, the monarch of France whose centralized authority dominated European politics during the late 17th century. The other principal candidate was Augustus II the Strong, also known as Frederick Augustus, the Elector of Saxony. He was a German Protestant noble who, in order to qualify for election to the Polish throne, formally renounced Protestantism and converted to Roman Catholicism before his accession. After becoming king of Poland, his descendants continued to practice Roman Catholicism. In the year 1699, the Treaty of Karlowitz was concluded between the Ottoman Empire and the Christian coalition powers. By the terms of this diplomatic settlement, the Sultan agreed to restore the fortress city of Kamieniec, also known as Kamieniec-Podilskyi, together with that portion of Podolia and the territory of Ukraine that had been previously taken during the reign of King Michael Korybut Wisniewicki. This agreement produced some political favor toward the new Polish monarch among certain segments of the population, because it recovered territories lost during earlier conflicts. However, at the same time, other foreign powers pursued their own strategic advantages. The Elector of Brandenburg, who would later become Frederick I of Prussia, obtained control of the city of Elbing, known today as Elbląg in northern Poland. He held the city as a security guarantee for a debt of 200,000 thalers, a large silver currency used in German and Central European commerce, which he claimed was owed to him by the Commonwealth. This capable and ambitious ruler soon became an even more dangerous rival to Polish influence. Shortly afterward, he succeeded in having himself formally recognized as King of Prussia, transforming the political landscape of the Baltic region and strengthening the power of Brandenburg-Prussia as a formidable adversary of the Polish state. At the same period, the internal structure of the Commonwealth was deeply divided by factional rivalry. The noble families and political supporters associated with the Ogiński family and the Sapieha family were engaged in open hostility. These factions represented powerful aristocratic houses within the Lithuanian portion of the Commonwealth, and their conflicts sometimes escalated into armed confrontation, weakening central authority. The king also entered into a secret diplomatic agreement with Peter I of Russia, known as Peter the Great, without obtaining the consent of the Diet, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The purpose of this clandestine treaty was to attempt to wrest control of the provinces of Livonia and Ingria from the Kingdom of Sweden. At that time, Sweden was ruled by the young warrior King Charles XII of Sweden, a monarch destined to make the history of Europe resound with his extraordinary military campaigns and personal bravery. Though still in youth, he would soon emerge as a formidable opponent in the northern wars that followed. The Russian Tsar, Peter I, known to history as Peter the Great, suffered a decisive defeat at the Battle of Narva in the year 1700. In the wake of this setback, the cities of Krakow and Warsaw, two of the most important urban centers of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, fell into the hands of the Swedish forces, the former following the Swedish victory at the Battle of Klisow in the year 1702. King Charles XII of Sweden, having established his headquarters at Heilsberg, a fortified town in the region of Warmia, declared the throne of Poland vacant. At his dictation, Stanislaus Leszczynski, the Palatine of Posen, was elected king. Stanislaus had been dispatched to Heilsberg while Charles was present, to assess the intentions and disposition of the Swedish conqueror, who by a sequence of brilliant military successes had brought the entirety of Poland to submission. Stanislaus Leszczynski, at this time approximately 27 years of age, was born in Lemberg in the year 1677. His father, Raphael Leszczynski, had held the distinguished office of Grand Treasurer of Poland, a position of immense responsibility over the royal finances. The young Stanislaus had spent time traveling through Western Europe, observing foreign courts and political affairs, before returning to Poland following the death of King John III Sobieski, in 1696. He had presided over the Diet which elected Augustus II, and in the year 1703 had been appointed Palatine of Posen, one of the most important provinces in the Commonwealth. Upon returning from his audience with Charles XII, Stanislaus was thanked by the Confederation of Warsaw, a political alliance of Polish nobles, for the favorable terms he had obtained from a Swedish king. The Confederation then proceeded to elect a king in defiance of Augustus II altogether. 3 candidates were proposed: the Prince of Conti from France and the Polish Palatines Radziwill and Lubomirski, both powerful nobles with extensive influence. Charles XII, eager that Stanislaus be appointed, confronted Cardinal Michael Stefan Radziwiłłowski, the primate of Poland, who attempted to oppose this election. "What have you got to say against Stanislaus?" asked the Swedish king. "Sire," replied the ecclesiastic, "he is too young." Charles XII, turning his back on the cardinal, answered sharply, "But he is about my own age." At the diet held on the 12th of July, an overwhelming majority of the assembled nobility elected Stanislaus Leszczynski as king. On that same day, Charles XII dispatched a brilliant embassy to the newly elected sovereign and provided him with soldiers to help secure his claim to the throne. At this time, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was divided into 2 opposing factions, one supporting Augustus II, aligned with the Russian Tsar, and the other backing Stanislaus, aligned with Charles XII of Sweden. The next move of the Swedish king was to occupy Lemberg, now known as Lviv, while Augustus II marched on the capital, Warsaw, attempting to seize his rival. In the ensuing chaos, Stanislaus had only just enough time to send his family to Posen for safety. Among them was his infant daughter, merely 1 year old, who was nearly lost during the confusion when her nurse abandoned her. The child was later discovered in a stable, unharmed. This daughter would in later years marry Louis XV of France and ascend as Queen of France. Stanislaus joined Charles XII at Lemberg, and together they compelled Augustus II to retreat successively from Warsaw and Krakow, forcing him to take refuge in Dresden, the capital of Saxony. On the 27th of July, 1705, the Diet of Warsaw formally declared the deposition of Augustus II. Subsequently, on the 4th of October, Stanislaus Leszczynski and his wife, Catherine Opolinska, were officially consecrated as King and Queen of Poland. King Charles XII attended the ceremony incognito, taking a reserved seat in the cathedral to witness the crowning without drawing public attention to his presence. Augustus II, Elector of Saxony and King of Poland, now secretly traveled to Lithuania, where he arranged a private meeting with Peter I of Russia. When Charles XII of Sweden and Stanislaus Leszczynski learned of this meeting, they renewed their military campaign, initially achieving successes against the Russian forces. Charles XII, seeking to strike a decisive blow against Augustus in his hereditary lands, invaded Saxony, establishing his headquarters at Altenstadt. Faced with this overwhelming pressure, Augustus was forced to sign the humiliating Treaty of Altenstadt, renouncing the Polish crown and recognizing Stanislaus Leszczynski as king. At the same time, he was compelled to surrender Johann Paschal to the vengeance of Charles XII. The fate of Paschal was notorious. He had once presented a petition on behalf of the Livonian states to Charles XI of Sweden, who had intended to arrest him for treason. Warned in time, Paschal escaped and took refuge at the court of Augustus, whom he had urged to seize Livonia. Augustus attempted to orchestrate Paschal's escape from Königstein Castle, but hesitation on Paschal's part led to his capture. He was tried by court-martial at Casimir, held prisoner for several months, and finally executed with extraordinary cruelty on the wheel on the 30th of September, 1707. A Lutheran pastor present at the execution recorded the last moments of the Livonian nobleman. Despite the temporary success of Charles XII and Stanislaus Leszczynski, their triumph was short-lived. In the year following the Treaty of Altenstadt, in 1707, a meeting at Lemberg declared the abdication of Augustus null and void. The Polish nobility could not forgive that Stanislaus had been imposed upon them by foreign influence. At the same time, a devastating plague struck the country, carrying off large numbers of inhabitants, particularly in Danzig and Warsaw. Meanwhile, Peter I of Russia invaded Poland, but was forced to retreat to regroup his forces. Charles XII entered Russian territory with a substantial army, drawn in a conflict by Ivan Mazepa, who promised him support. Although Mazepa had been treated with generosity by Peter I and had received lavish assurances of fidelity, he had secretly been plotting treason. His hesitation was further complicated by his love for the daughter of Kochubay, whose letters survive as evidence of his divided loyalties. The culmination of these maneuvers was the Battle of Poltava, which crushed the Swedish forces and ended the hopes of Stanislaus Leszczynski to maintain the Polish crown. Augustus now repudiated the Treaty of Altenstadt and issued a manifesto on the 8th of August, 1709, announcing his intention to reclaim the Polish crown. Stanislaus was forced to follow the retreating Swedes into Pomerania and eventually crossed into Sweden to await the results of peace negotiations. His reign had thus lasted only 4 years, from 1704 to 1709. As a condition for these arrangements, he was required to abdicate. He then traveled toward the Ottoman Empire to join Charles XII, only to be intercepted by the Hospodar Moldavia in February of 1713, arrested, and sent as a prisoner to Bender. Count Poniatowski labored to assist both monarchs, successfully persuading the Sultan to consider taking arms against Peter I and Augustus. It was determined in the Divan, the Council of the Ottoman Sultan, that 80,000 men should be provided to Stanislaus Leszczynski to restore him to his dominions, that he should lead the opening of the campaign, and that Charles XII of Sweden should follow at the head of an even larger army. On the 8th of May, 1714, Stanislaus, accompanied by several Polish companions, actually set out to assume command of these troops at Chasim. Suddenly, however, the Sultan altered his plans, persuaded by his council, who, according to some writers, were influenced by bribes from Russia. The Sultan sent orders recalling Stanislaus to Bender. When Charles was preparing to leave the Ottoman Empire, he attempted to persuade Stanislaus to accompany him on new military expeditions that were being planned. "No," said Stanislaus, "my resolution is taken, and you will never see me draw the sword for the restoration of my crown." Charles replied, "Well, I will draw it for you. And in the meantime, before we make our triumphant entry into Warsaw, I give you my Principality of Dupont, with its revenues." Stanislaus was finally set at liberty on the 23rd of May, 1714. Traveling in disguise through Hungary, Austria, and Germany, he took possession of his small state. His family soon followed him there. Yet even in this new dominion, he was not allowed to live in peace. His popularity among the Polish people stirred the fears of his enemies, and a plot was hatched to remove him. On the 15th of August, 1716, conspirators ambushed him with firearms. 3 of the assassins were captured, including a Saxon officer named Lacroix, who was the leader of the band. The king, showing remarkable clemency, cried out, "I pardon you, that you may live to become better men." Augustus II, King of Poland and Elector of Saxony, protested that he knew nothing of the conspiracy, but it is widely believed that he was likely aware, and his minister, Fleming, is supposed to have instigated the plot. The hopes of Stanislaus, however, were utterly dashed by the death of Charles XII in September 1718. He was forced to surrender Dupont, which was claimed by the heir, Count Gustavus. Stanislaus then sought asylum in France, and in January of 1720 he was permitted to retire to Weissenberg with a small pension, although the payments were irregular. Augustus II complained about allowing his rival to retreat in this manner, but the French court paid no heed to his objections. Even in exile, Stanislaus's life remained threatened. Another attempt on his life was made with poisoned tobacco, though the perpetrator of this crime was never discovered. The former king lived in relative obscurity at his humble retreat until the marriage of his daughter to Louis XV on the 5th of September, 1725. The arrangement involved intricate and still somewhat mysterious intrigues, which are more properly a chapter of French history. Following this event, Stanislaus was granted a more comfortable residence, first at the castle of Chambord and later at Meudon. He settled there, awaiting future developments that would soon bring him once again into the currents of European politics. During the period of the reign of Augustus II the Strong, the political and diplomatic affairs of the Duchy of Courland occupied an especially important place in Eastern European power relations. The Duchy of Courland was a Baltic territory located along the eastern shores of the Baltic Sea, and since the year 1561, it had existed under the suzerainty of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth while maintaining its own ducal administration. The Russian ruler Peter I of Russia, known as Peter the Great, pursued an active policy of expanding Russian influence along the Baltic coast. In pursuit of this objective, he arranged the marriage of his niece, Princess, and the daughter of his brother Ivan V of Russia to Frederick William Kettler, who was the reigning Duke of Courland at that time. However, the political situation changed dramatically when Frederick William died in the year 1711, reportedly as a result of excessive drinking. Following his death, the Russian Tsar, possessing overwhelming political and military authority, excluded the Duke's brother from the succession rights of the duchy. Instead, he arranged for the administration of Courland to be conducted in the name of the Grand Duchess, thereby ensuring continued Russian control over the territory. As Russian influence increased, the political independence of Courland steadily weakened, and the duchy gradually fell under the dominance of Russia. This process became even more pronounced when Princess and later became Empress of Russia as Anna of Russia. During her reign, her favored court official Ernst Johann von Biron was elected Duke of Courland in the year 1737 through imperial influence. However, in the year 1740, Biron was arrested and exiled to Siberia, the remote and harsh region of eastern Russia traditionally used as a place of political banishment. By this period, the original ruling dynasty of Courland, the House of Kettler, founded by Gotthard Kettler, had become extinct. The 16th-century Polish authorities had previously recognized the secularization of ecclesiastical property within Courland. Secularization referred to the transfer of church lands and authority from religious institutions to secular or non-religious political control. The Commonwealth had also promised to protect Gotthard Kettler as a feudal vassal ruler under Polish sovereignty. The agreement further stipulated that if the House of Kettler became extinct, the Duchy of Courland should be incorporated directly into the Polish state and divided into administrative regions known as Palatinates. The people of Courland had once offered their duchy to Maurice de Saxe, also known as Maurice of Saxony, who was a military commander and adventurer seeking political authority in Eastern Europe. Although he was willing to marry the widowed Empress Anne of Russia in order to strengthen his claim, Russian diplomatic and military opposition prevented the arrangement. The election of Biron as Duke had earlier been approved by Augustus III of Poland, but during the period when Augustus was held in captivity, Russian forces occupied the duchy. Biron was later restored to power when Catherine II of Russia ascended the Russian throne in the year 1762. Ernst Johann von Biron died in the year 1772. He was succeeded by his son Peter, a ruler described by historians as weak and incapable of effective administration. The internal weakness of Courland's government made the territory increasingly vulnerable to foreign intervention. Finally, in the year 1795, the people of Courland formally surrendered their duchy to the Russian Empress, resulting in the complete incorporation of the territory into the Russian Empire. From that time forward, Courland ceased to exist as an independent political entity. Attention then turned to the condition of the dissidents, meaning the non-Roman Catholic religious communities within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, including various Protestant groups. Religious liberty in matters of belief did not advance significantly within Poland during this period. However, the Commonwealth should be viewed in the context of neighboring European powers, many of which also practiced religious intolerance. Around the same historical period, the English philosopher John Locke had begun advocating religious tolerance in England, promoting the idea that civil peace could be preserved by allowing diversity of religious opinion. During the reign of King John III Sobieski in the year 1689, a Lithuanian noble named Kazimierz Leszczynski was executed on a charge of blasphemy. The punishment was extraordinarily severe. According to historical reports, he was sentenced to have his tongue removed, followed by beheading and burning of his body. This execution was carried out despite the personal opposition of the king, indicating the strength of religious authority and judicial practice at the time. The execution was recorded by Andrzej Chrysostom Zaluski, who described the event in his letters with apparent approval, providing important historical material for later scholars.